Xie Jinghao finally gave birth to the baby safely, and her health was good. She was relieved and waited until Mingyang and the other two children went to school. Then she rode her bike with Xiao Kai to visit her parents' house. Shen Fugui's health had improved a lot. Recently, Shen Yutian would start rushing around as soon as he finished work, looking for people to help build a house. The brickwork had already cost over 100 yuan, and they were just waiting for a few more days to tidy up the house and lay the foundation of the old house. When Shen Meng arrived home with Xiao Kai, Shen Xiaobin was busy mixing mud. Xiao Long and Xiao Hu were helping too, along with their sister. Xiaobin, what are you busy with? Big sister, you're back. I'm laying bricks. We're building a house. The family has gone to work, and I'm watching the kids at home. I just want to do a bit more work. He spoke a little shyly. His mother had told him that his sister gave a lot of money to help him find a good family when he was going to get married. His two brothers and sister-in-law said it might have emptied the family savings. That made him feel very touched. Stop now. Call your parents and older brother back. I have good news for you. Xiao Long, go call Grandpa and Grandma. Xiao Long's face, dark red and a little excited, lit up when he saw the shiny new bicycle. Hearing his uncle's instructions, he nodded several times and ran barefoot toward the fields. Big sister, come inside and drink some water. Hee hee, Xiao Kai, do you miss Uncle? Yes, I miss Uncle. Uncle took me to catch little birds, Xiao Kai said, grabbing Shen Xiaobin's hand tightly. Last time, they went to the river to catch loaches, catch birds, and pick wild fruits on the mountain. It was so much fun. Now that the older siblings were going to school every day, Xiao Gang was still too young and had no one to play with him. Okay, later your little uncle will take you to play. Shen Meng smiled helplessly and said, go now. Once I finish talking about the good news, I'll take Xiao Kai back. Ming Yang and the others will come home for lunch after school. What? Not staying for lunch at home? Shen Xiaobin looked a little disappointed. He was thinking about going to the commune to buy some meat for his sister and little nephew. No, not staying. I originally told you the same. But since I came here, I want to see my parents too. You can take Xiao Kai and Xiao Hu to play, and I'll wait at home. Clearly, Lu Mingkai was very upset. At home, he mostly played with Xiao Gang and Yao Yao, always hoping that his older siblings would finish school early so they could play with him. Unfortunately, once they finished school, they had to do homework. After finishing homework, it was almost dark, and after eating, it was time to sleep. He felt like the most pitiful little kid in the world. Okay, sister, you sit for a while. I'll take them out for a quick run and come back. Not long after Shen Xiaobin left, Shen Fugui and Wang Lian returned with their two sons. They hurried into the main hall without even washing their hands, while Xiaolong kept urging them, saying his little sister had something important to tell them. Last time, they received so much money from their daughter, and the old couple was very worried, afraid that her in-laws might cause trouble and that life at home would become difficult. Seeing Xiaolong so anxious, they felt uneasy inside. Are Dad and Mom back? Xiuming, is there something you want to say? Xiaolong didn't tell us anything on the way here. What's wrong? Did something happen? Shunming shook her head and took something out of her pocket, handing a note to Shen Xiaotian. It's a good thing. A few days ago, I went to a brick and tile factory. Luckily, I met the manager, who said there was a batch of bricks and tiles that hadn't been sold yet. If we want, we can go and pick them up. Here's a note. I calculated that if we take some money from home, it will be enough to buy a batch. I'll think of a way to handle the rest later. What? Bricks and tiles? You're really lucky. If the factory doesn't have connections, it's hard to get bricks. Usually you have to wait in line to buy them. Oh my, red bricks and big tiles for a house. Amazing. Shen Yutian also looked at the note. Wang Lian felt uneasy inside. Her family's house still needed her daughter to run around and help with chores. From the look of things, it seemed her daughter might have to borrow money. That wouldn't do. Red bricks and black tiles are hard to get. Since Xiaomeng helped get the note, from now on, whether it's wood, cement, or labor, it will be handled by our family. If we rely on your sister for everything, her family will be torn apart. Xiaomeng, listen to your mother. Don't worry about the house anymore. We still have some money. We can gather it together. If necessary, we can borrow some during hard times. We can always pay it back. Yes, you're right, Mom. You're right. Xiaoming, you gave the family over 300 yuan, which covered food, fabric, and the note from the brick factory. That's too much. If you give any more, Dad and Mom will be ashamed to ask. Let's just leave it at that. The rest, we'll figure out ourselves. After the excitement, Shun Xiaotian and Shun Yutian felt clearer in their minds. Their parents were right. As proud men, they shouldn't keep leeching off their sister, who was about to get married. What kind of behavior was that? Yes, Xiaomeng, don't worry. We'll figure something out ourselves. Seeing their persistence, Xiaomeng couldn't say much more. She also didn't have much cash on hand and was planning to go to the county town later to sell some grain or other goods to get some money. Holding some cash made her feel more at ease. In Lu's village, Zhu Juing sat on the ground, crying loudly and wailing about her misfortune. Her daughter-in-law was not a good person. Opposite her, Huang Mao Chun, with messy hair and a fierce look, stood with her arms akimbo, glaring angrily. The 8 jean, about 4 kilograms, of vouchers Zhu Juing had carefully stored suddenly disappeared. When she checked, she couldn't find them anywhere. In 3 months, her daughter was getting married. She had hoped her husband would bring back some fabric from the county to make a new dress for the wedding, something warm and festive, along with a thick quilt. She had also saved over 4 jean herself, enough to make the wedding more lively and proper. But her well-hidden valuables were gone. She searched everywhere and finally remembered that she saw a shadow at the window when she hid the items that day. Someone in her family was always eavesdropping, so she knew who it was. She then searched Huang Mao Chun's room and found the vouchers under her bed. How can you be so cruel? That was Xiang's vouchers. She's about to get married, and you took her things. Is this how a sister-in-law should behave? Bah. If it's yours, then it's yours. What's in my room is mine. My family gave me those, and I've never seen such a shameless mother-in-law. Going through your daughter-in-law's things and taking good stuff, you're so mean. Lu Xingchang watched his mother and wife argue, trembling and standing there, opening and closing his mouth but not saying a word. The chaos only ended when Lu Xiangxiang and others returned. The vouchers were not recovered. Lu Xingchang sat crouched outside his parents' door, covering his head and saying nothing. His wife, Huang Mao Chun, took the child out for a walk. Before leaving, she said, "Hurry up and cook. If we can't have hot meals at home, we'll go to my parents' place." Brother, you're so weak. Even if you don't side with Mom, you shouldn't let your wife and Mom argue like that. Can't you say something to stop it? I don't know what to do. My wife has that temper. Even if I say something, it's useless. Sigh. Lu Xiangxiang. Oh, nonsense. I want to shout at you. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Please, please, please. Lu Xing'an gritted his teeth with anger. His mother had never suffered such a big grievance in all these years. In the past, for Xingchang's marriage, the whole family tolerated Huang's excessive demands, even giving a marriage proposal for his little sister. There was no choice. His brother was obsessed and insisted on marrying. The whole family worked together to arrange the wedding, but they didn't expect that the usually kind and gentle girl would change her attitude after marrying in. The house was filthy like a dog's den, and even clothes and shoes were washed by Xingchang. This grown man worked all day and still had to wash clothes and clean the house for his lazy wife when he got home. These were their own problems. They could live as they wished. But why did they always have to criticize his mother? His mother had never been spoken ill of in Lijiakan. Everyone in 10 or 8 villages knew that Zhu Juing from Lijiakan was the most understanding, kind, and filial. But now, old and without good fortune, she was suffering instead. Mother, don't cry anymore. I'll ask Mao Chun for some votes later. We need to hurry and make lunch now. If Mao Chun comes back and finds no hot food, she might want to go back to her family. Lu Xingchang rubbed his hands nervously, looking anxiously at Zhu Juing. He wanted his mother to stop crying. Even if she couldn't cook, He could ask his younger sister or sister-in-law to do it. His wife had that temper, but he planned to talk to her nicely tonight. The votes could be gotten back. To with you. I'll beat you, you good for nothing. Lu Xing'an couldn't hold back anymore. He threw a punch. Although Zhu Juiying and the others felt a bit distressed seeing the brothers fight, they were too angry about what was happening at home. They felt so oppressed that they might go crazy if they'd invent. A few days later, Lu Jiaxing proposed to the family that he wanted to split up. Xie Jinghao was recovering well. Except for not being able to squat, she could walk normally now. Shenmeng often visited her, and sometimes made her some good food. Looking at what she made and what Lu's family gave to Xie Jinghao, it was clear who valued her mother more. Lu Jiaxing had no reason to hesitate. He secretly found the village chief and secretary to apply for a private plot of land. The land wasn't big, but it wasn't far from the old Lu family, separated by 5 households. Lu Jiaxing thought it was a good idea. Everything was ready, and only then did he bring it up. His words made Lu Chongzhu pick up a bowl and smash it, causing blood to start flowing from his forehead. When Shenmeng caused trouble about dividing the family, he wasn't there. If he had been, he definitely wouldn't have agreed. Joshuan's work and Zhenping, as the eldest brother, should help out. How could they use the division of the family as a bargaining chip? It's also easy for Lu Sanjin, his wife, to be fooled. She agreed without understanding the full situation, which really embarrassed him. If you want to split the family, unless I die and unless Joshuan is involved, I will break his legs if he mentions it again. Dad, you saw it too. When I wasn't home, second sister-in-law and mom treated Jinghao well. Do you think I dare to go out to work in the future? Maybe I just step out, and I'll have to come back to bury the 3 of them. Lu Sanjin nervously stomped her foot and pointed at Lu Jiaxian, saying, "What nonsense are you talking? Wasn't it your eldest sister-in-law causing trouble last time? Every time there's something at home, it's your sister-in-law stirring things up. Now you want to split the family, and I bet Shenmeng is the one pushing for it. Jiaxian, didn't I tell you? Your eldest sister-in-law isn't a good person. She just wants to break up our family." If it had been before, Lu Jiaxian might have believed her, since his eldest sister-in-law used to have a bad temper. But now, things are different. His wife and children are well taken care of. His daughter was born safely. Who does he think? It's clear in his heart. Mom, stop talking. I know what kind of person my eldest sister-in-law is. Nonsense. I heard it myself. Your eldest sister-in-law knows someone at the brick factory. She made a document from the factory. Did she tell you about the family's house-building plans? No, she didn't. I checked that document. It's for her family. Shameless. She's using her in-laws' things to support her own family. And those 2 old folks from the Shin family, no shame, they just accepted it. Who dares to marry off a daughter and help with building a house? Lu Chongzhu suddenly stood up and asked, "Wife, is what you're saying true?" It's definitely true. I heard it from Director Gua. Oh, I was so angry at the time, it hurt my chest. You have to hold on, or else all our Lu family's belongings will be taken away by that wasteful woman. Zhou Jiao was very anxious. She originally wanted to split from Lu Jiaxuan and live separately. Now that Lu Jiaxuan has a salary, she can keep the money herself. She can live however she wants. Why should she care about the whole Lu family? Shenmeng was riding her bike around here and there. She said she wasn't jealous, but now that she knew Shenmeng had bricks and tiles, her eyes lit up with excitement. How can big sister-in-law do this? Our family only has 2 brick houses. The rest are all mud brick houses. Even if she has tiles, she should use them for her own home, not take them back to her parents' house. Exactly, Jiao is right. Dad and Mom, I think big sister-in-law doesn't really care about our Lu family. She shouldn't take the tiles to Shun's house. Those are our family's things. Wu Xianglan quickly agreed with Zhou Jiao. She also wanted to live in a big brick house. The mud brick houses are old and sometimes shed dirt onto the ground, and a few times, dirt fell on her face, scaring her half to death. Lu Chongzhu looked around the house. The old man was determined. He picked up a broom and was about to go to Shenmeng's house. Dad, what are you doing? You can't go. Big sister-in-law has tiles, but they are hers. We've already separated the family. What she has nothing to do with us. Her third uncle, you can't say that. Big sister-in-law married into our Lu family, so she's part of the family. Even if we separated, we're still one family. How can she take things from her parents' house? Lu Jiaxing looked at Wu Xianglan's smug face and snorted coldly. You want to move things? You better have the ability. Why did Jinghao have a miscarriage? Do you think I don't know? Wu Xianglan was too scared by his fierce gaze to lift her head and muttered, I didn't do it on purpose. Get out of the way. I dare you to stop me. Lu Chongzhu waved his arm and pushed Lu Jiaxing aside. Lu Sanjin and a few others followed behind. At the door, Lu Jiehua also decisively followed, wanting to see if he could take some valuable things from big sister-in-law's house while everyone was distracted. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. Updates are every night at 10 p.m. Please recommend votes, collections, and monthly votes. A group of people rushed over loudly. Lu Jiaxing couldn't stop them, so he quickly ran into his house and woke up Xie Jinghao. Jinghao, stay awake. Mom and Dad went to big sister-in-law's place. I think something might happen. I'll go and watch.
I'm Fine.
You should go quickly. Big sister-in-law has helped us a lot. We can't let her suffer. Okay, Xiaozheng, watch your mom and sister carefully. If anything happens, call Dad. Xie Jinghao said, You go quickly. Little Gang can't go anywhere to find you. He can't even go out alone without someone watching him. Hearing his father's words, Little Gang nodded seriously. After giving instructions, Lu Jiaxing dared to run to Shenmeng's house. Ming Yang and the other children just finished eating. After wiping their hands, they put on their backpacks. Xiao Kai, be good at home. Don't bother Mom. When your second brother comes back, he'll bring you some crickets. Xiao Kai is the best, he's a good baby. Since Shenmeng always called him baby, he started calling himself that too, even when he had nothing to do. Now he's very spoiled, and his older siblings don't like it. Mom, we're leaving. Don't forget to wait for us to come back and plant the apple trees. Shenmeng tidied up the dishes, looked at Mingfang, then placed her belongings on the table. She took a silk scarf from the hook. Okay, you've said it several times. Mom remembers. It might be windy after school, so Mingfang, put this in your school bag. If it's cold, wrap it around your neck.
All right.
Mingfang happily took it. She didn't want to leave such a pretty thing in her bag. It was a gift from her mother, and now she wanted to wear it. Shenmeng watched Mingfang put the scarf around her neck. She thought this little girl liked to show off a bit. She didn't think it was bad at all. Instead, she helped Mingfang adjust it and tied a big bow. All right, hurry up. You'll be late. Pay attention in class, don't daydream. You can play nicely during recess, and you don't have to just study all the time.
Got it, Mom.
How many times do I have to say it? Let's go. Mingliang, Mingfang. Shenmeng. This naughty kid has learned to tease now. Before the children could leave, the gate was kicked open. The leader was Lu Jiehua. He rushed in, shoving Mingyang and Mingliang aside. Shenmeng hadn't reacted yet when Lu Chongzhu swung a broomstick and hit her on the head hard. The intense pain made her feel dizzy for a moment. The last time she traveled here, she was hurt on her head, and this time, it was in the same spot. She staggered slightly. Lu Chongzhu was used to hard work and kept hitting her, this time on her back. Luckily, she turned her head, or the might have hit her wound, and she would have fainted. Grandpa, what are you doing? Why are you hitting my mom? Mingyang, despite the pain, quickly stepped in front of Lu Chongzhu to protect her. Mingyang, step aside. Your mother, this wasteful woman, is about to take everything from our Lu family. She's been taking from her own family. Today, I must make her understand that she is the wife of the Lu family. Even if she dies, she will be buried in the Lu family's grave. Everything belongs to the Lu family, not to her Shin family. Lu Chongzhu feels justified and doesn't hold back when he strikes. Lu Sanjin feels very happy inside. Now they are in the right, and with more people, Shenmeng is no match. Today, she must vent her anger. Zhou Jiao's eyes turn, and she reaches out to pull Lu Chongzhu away. Dad, You can't hit the eldest sister-in-law like that. She's not feeling well. She moves back and forth, seeming to want to get closer but also afraid of being hit. To others, her act looks sincere. Wu Xianglan pulls her back. Stop arguing. Dad always does things his way. It's right to teach the daughter-in-law a lesson. Just don't bother.
But
Fourth daughter-in-law, don't interfere. Your eldest sister-in-law needs to understand what filial piety and proper manners are. Otherwise, she'll be disrespectful every day. When we're old, your dad and I will have no choice but to let her ruin herself. Shenmeng shakes her head. Luckily, Mingyang and Zhou Jiao stop her. This little time is enough for her to feel a bit better. I've heard of teaching the daughter-in-law a lesson, but never of teaching the daughter-in-law's wife. What's wrong? Your son is dead, and you can't teach him yourself? You have to trouble us. We've already divided the family. If you come to beat people, aren't you afraid of being exposed? You old witch, what are you saying? How dare you curse our Zhenping? Your mind is so dark. Old man, listen. This shameless woman is cursing Zhenping. You better teach her a lesson today. If she's a daughter-in-law who's been beaten and molded, and Zhenping isn't here, we'll do it for him. Lu Mingfang and Lu Mingliang rush forward, holding onto Lu Changju's legs. Don't hit my mother. Grandpa, don't hit my mother. My mother loves us and treats us well. She didn't give anything to her maternal family. Why are you hitting my mother? If my dad comes back, he won't bully my mother either. In the main room, Xiao Kai, holding peach cookies, sees his mother and older siblings being bullied. He's so scared he cries loudly and runs to grab Shenmeng's leg. Don't be afraid. Mom is here. Go behind Mom. No, I want to protect Mom. Protect Mom. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Shenmeng feels very angry inside. Their family was doing well, but these old Lu family members started hitting just like that. We have already separated our families. Just live your own life. That's enough. Lu Zhenping has already given you money for your retirement. What more do you want? Are you trying to take advantage? Just say what you want clearly. If you dare to make another move, we will report to the police. Lu Changju has always been the one to speak for the family at home. Of course, Lu Sanjin usually takes the lead in dealing with bad things, while he is the one steering the ship. This time is different. The bricks and tiles factory not only makes bricks, but also sells them for money. If he had such a thing, he could walk around freely in Lajiakan. That would be a great honor for our Lu family. But this naive daughter-in-law quietly took her mother's side. If she keeps doing this, what is the point of having a father-in-law like him? Another family separation? You are still a daughter-in-law of our Lu family. Today, I, as the father, will beat you. Let's see what you can do.
No.
You can't hit the eldest sister-in-law like that. You're the father-in-law. If you have something to say, let your wife handle it. You can't just hit her. Won't that make people laugh? Lu Jiaxing hurriedly ran over in panic. He saw his father almost swinging the broomstick at his eldest sister-in-law. He quickly ran to hold his father's arm. As soon as he spoke, Lu Jiahua hugged his waist. Jiaxing, what are you doing? Who told her to take our Lu family's things to support her own family? Step aside. She's just a scheming troublemaker, trying to split the family. She's not a good wife. Without anyone to control him, Lu Changju was about to hit again. Shenmeng quickly grabbed the broomstick from his hand. Lu Sanjin and Wu Xianglan hurried over to hold Shenmeng back. Zhou Jiao pulled her aside, grabbing Shenmeng's arm and not letting go. Lu Mingyang's children each held a leg, frantically not knowing whose leg they were holding. Passers-by outside saw the Lu family fighting, some watching, some trying to break it up. Shifeng and Wang Lian heard the noise and ran over. Seeing Shenmeng in trouble, they also wanted to step in. Chen Zhaodi grabbed one daughter-in-law firmly. How dare you? I'll kill you all. Shenmeng couldn't free her arm and bit Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao, unable to shake off Lu Mingfang holding her leg, was bitten and immediately grabbed Mingfang's hair, pulling her back. In the chaos, a man in the crowd saw this scene. He took the cigarette from his mouth, walked quickly to Lu Changju, twisted his arm forcefully, and took the broomstick from him. What's going on? Do you want to fight me too? Thank you to everyone who reads my work every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with your votes, collections, and monthly tickets. His deep, rich voice with a magnetic tone made the chaotic scene suddenly quiet. The man shook the broom in his hand and looked around sharply, then threw it outside the door. Zhenping looked up and was surprised. It was the face that appeared countless times in her dreams. He wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, black straight pants that showed off his tall figure, a neat haircut, handsome features, a high nose bridge, and sharp eyes. His appearance was very different from the shabby, ragged look in her dreams. For a moment, Zhenping was stunned. No wonder her online friends often said that good-looking men had to serve the country. Now she thought the same. This man is really attractive. Lu Zhenping's serious expression made Lu Changju and Lu Sanjin feel a bit uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Lu Jiehua, holding Lu Jiasheng, quickly let go of him. He really regretted it. Things had just started to get chaotic, and he hadn't had a chance to find some good stuff before his older brother came back. How unlucky could he be? Zhenping is back. Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. Lu Sanjin's muscles twitched slightly, and he let out a soft cry. Son, you're finally back. If you don't come back soon, your parents will be bullied to death by your wife. Boo-hoo, I wrote so many letters to you, but you never came back. Did your wife say something that stopped you? Zhenping, you have to stand up for your parents and brothers. Lu Sanjin sobbed sadly, while Lu Changju turned his head aside, panting as if he had been beaten. Big brother, you're back. You don't know how much our parents suffered when you weren't here. Our family has become a mess. Zhou Jiao wiped her tears and said, seeming to hint at something, or maybe saying nothing at all. Mingyang, Mingliang, and Mingfang, 3 children who hadn't seen him for 3 years, suddenly remembered when they heard others mention Zhenping. They finally came back to their senses. None of the 3 people greeted him or approached him. Instead, they turned around protectively around Zhenping. They all came to bully the mother. When did Dad come back? Was he watching them bully her from outside? Grandma and Aunt Fourth immediately said that her mother was wrong. Would Dad not support them and still bully her? Lu Mingkai had never met Lu Zhenping, but he had heard about his father called Lu Zhenping many times since childhood. Now he was a little scared, clutching Zhenping's pant leg and hiding behind her. His eyes were fixed on Lu Zhenping, not looking away. Lu Zhenping turned around, looked around, then put the cigarette in his mouth and gently bit it. Before anyone could react, he walked straight to Zhenping's side, touched her forehead where she was covering, and asked softly, "Did it hurt? Why didn't you hide? Let me see." He didn't pay attention to anyone else and went directly to Zhenping. His long finger gently lifted her chin, slightly bent over, and pressed lightly on her wound. "Ow, it's red. I'll apply some medicine later. Don't worry, I'm back. I won't let you and the baby suffer in vain." Lu Zhenping said this openly in front of everyone. It was obvious who he was talking to. Lu Sanjin and Lu Changju were so angry they couldn't speak. Disobedient son. Just came home and already looked at his parents with a bad face and sided with that troublemaker. Zhenping was confused and looked at Lu Zhenping in surprise. Although she had used his name for many things before, she had never seen him in person. His recent actions were really too ambiguous, making her uncomfortable, so she turned her head away. Lu Zhenping thought she was upset. He looked at the children, saw they were all glaring at him with displeasure, and that they were so close to Zhenping. Thinking of what Lu Zhonghong had written in his letter, at first only half believing, now fully believing, Zhenping had indeed changed. She was very good to the children. Otherwise, children like Mingyang, who were so guarded, wouldn't be so kind to her. "Zhenping, what do you mean?" "She was wronged. I want to ask you, what did she do?" "Our family is almost taken over by her. Everything has been moved to her mother's house. You don't even know what kind of life the children are having." "Don't say that about my mother. My mother is very good to us. Very good. She makes sure we have enough to eat and wear warm clothes, sends us to school, and cooks delicious food for us every day. My mother is the best mother in the world. No one is allowed to say anything bad about her, no one." Lu Mingfang, with red eyes, shouted at Lu Sanjin. She couldn't let anyone bully her mother. No one at all.
Mingfang is right. My mother is the best.
She always thinks of us, buys us clothes and shoes, and has never bought herself a new outfit. Even on rainy days, she rides her bike to pick us up. If anyone bullies our mother, I will fight them. Lu Mingyang saw that his younger brother and sister had all spoken out, so he quickly said, "Grandma always says that mother took things to my grandma's house, but we have all split up now. The things in our house are our mother's. Can't she be filial to her own parents? Grandma, you often give money to your relatives, and we've seen it many times. You told us not to say anything, and if we dare to speak out, you tell us to leave." Lu Sanjin didn't expect the children to be so ungrateful for her kindness. When they lived in the old house, she always made sure they ate together with her. Nonsense. You children really have no heart. Grandma was so good to you, and this is how you repay her? She looked fiercely at the three children, making Mingfang shrink back. Shinmeng quickly pulled the children behind her. She had been hit twice today, and hurt badly. She wouldn't let this go easily. Lu Zhenping had just said he wouldn't let her suffer injustice, so she was determined to see how this person would be dealt with. Otherwise, there would be no peace, and he wouldn't be allowed into the house. The children wouldn't have anything to do with him either. They were her children, and she would take them all away. None would be left for him. I remember that not long after we received the last letter, we already split up. So, did Jiaqian not go to work at the commune? Zhou Jiao stiffened at her words. She didn't understand what Lu Zhenping meant by bringing this up, but she felt it couldn't be a good sign. What do you mean? You're the eldest brother. Helping your younger brother should be natural. Besides, your brother is capable. Otherwise, the commune wouldn't want him. Lu Changzhu, angry, pointed at Lu Zhenping. His frustration bubbled over. Was he talking about Jiaqian's job now? Or Shinmeng, the spendthrift? What capability does he have? He's neither talented in literature nor skilled in martial arts. If father thinks his job is too easy, I can tell the commune to let him come home and continue working as a warehouse manager. What are you saying?
How can you do that?
He's your brother. Mother, I was very clear from the start. Now that we've split up, you and father can still come here openly to bully my wife and children. Why can't I ruin Jiaqian's job? Shinmeng sneered inwardly. She knew that a stick doesn't hurt if it doesn't hit her directly. Now, if they dared to interfere with Lu Jiaxuan's work, the old couple from the Lu family would feel upset. But this was just the beginning. Lu Zhenping, who hit the snake at its most vulnerable spot, was doing it for the sake of justice for the children. As for her own issues, she would have to settle them herself. Thank you to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Please keep supporting. Lu Zhenping's words were like pouring cold water into hot oil, instantly making everyone dizzy. Yet, he stood there calmly, as if he didn't realize how powerful his words could be. Lu Changzhu saw through it. He was speaking at his own house's gate to support Shinmeng. Otherwise, he could have closed the door and had a family talk. Instead, he openly said that his brother was useless and only relied on him, the older brother, to get a temporary job in the commune. He blamed himself for being too involved as a father. But these troublemakers didn't understand what was happening. If they knew, they would definitely side with the Lu family. Zhenping, you just came home and don't know what happened in the family. Don't blame your wife. Your father isn't angry with you. I want to tell you something. Your wife is quite capable. She quietly bought a bicycle and got a permit for a brick factory. But before the permit was even hot, she took it back to her parents' house. Tell me, should such a wife be beaten? You weren't home, so your brothers couldn't hit her. As her father, I had to do it for you. Otherwise, she might ride on your neck and do whatever she wants. Lu Zhenping didn't speak. His father's words carried a lot of meaning. The people outside started whispering as they listened. He looked Shinmeng up and down. Shinmeng, what does that mean? Why does it feel like they're discriminating against her height? Zhou Jiao's face turned pale. Lu Zhenping had just insulted Lu Jiaxuan in front of so many people. She felt very uncomfortable inside. She had thought that once her older brother returned, Shenmeng wouldn't have a good life. After hearing Wu Xianglan say that her older brother and sister-in-law's relationship was cold, she believed it. Just now, my older brother didn't pay attention to anyone. He first checked Shenmeng's injuries, which made her feel very uneasy. Last time, when she argued with Shenmeng over the bicycle, she was quite confident that the bike was definitely bought by her older brother for Jiaxuan. As her father said, being able to work in the commune is a great honor and very respectable. She thought that her brother would buy a bicycle to show off and that she could ride it whenever she wanted and go wherever she wanted. Now it seems that might not happen. Even more worrying is that Jiaxuan's temporary job is also uncertain. He hasn't worked there for a full month yet, and she doesn't know if he'll get paid. After Lu Chongzhu finished speaking, Lu Sanjin, Wu Xianglan, and Lu Jiahe all looked at Lu Zhenping, wanting to see how he would deal with Shenmeng. After all, these are all Lu family things, and it wouldn't make sense for the eldest son of the Lu family to favor outsiders. Since we've separated, everyone should live their own lives. The money and tickets are all in her hands. If she wants to buy something, she has the final say. I send her an allowance. How much and when? Does she need to give me a bill every month? Also, she has the documents for the brick and tile factory. Is she doing this as a favor to the Lu family or to me? It's her own property, and she can decide who to give it to. Parents, what do you think? But she is the Lu family's daughter-in-law. Even after she passes away, she should be buried in the Lu family's ancestral grave. Naturally, her belongings are also the Lu family's. Lu Zhenping finished his last cigarette, pressing the cigarette into the wall. Unfortunately, it was a pack that Ma Xiang bought for him on his way back, his last one. He had wanted to enjoy it, but instead, he encountered such frustrating matters. No one would feel calm seeing their wife and children being bullied by the whole family when they come home. Shenmeng is young. Why talk about death so early? Besides, she and the kids are living so miserably. Sometimes her in-laws and younger siblings come over to beat her up. Who knows? Maybe someday they'll bury her somewhere. So, Dad, don't speak so soon. What are you talking about? She can't leave you, can she? You are, Lu Zhenping chuckled and said, what am I? I'm just a poor soldier, already middle-aged. I finally married a wife, and she stays with me, living a lonely life. She doesn't curse or complain, so you too should be happy. Why are you thinking like that? Coming to beat her? Do you think she's not pitiful enough? Lu Chongzhu and Lu Sanjin and their group looked pale and anxious. However, Lu Zhenping's mouth hadn't stopped moving. He kept talking non-stop. In front of so many people, he exposed the shame of the Lu family, determined to help Shenmeng regain her dignity today. The army always encourages taking care of military families. The most important among them is the wife of a soldier. I've been away for 3 years without returning home. I handle all the family matters, feeding and clothing the children, dealing with illnesses and minor troubles, managing social relations. When I retire from the army, I wonder if my parents or my younger siblings will take care of me. There was a moment of silence. His quick words, combined with his strong presence, made everyone in the Lu family and even those at the door stare at him in shock. When he reached this point, Wu Xianglan and Zhou Jiaojiao both lowered their heads. No matter how much they wanted to show off, they couldn't say they would take care of the eldest uncle. It was obvious they were just here to bully Shenmeng. Even if Shenmeng left, the children and Lu Zhenping would still be cared for by them. This was just too shameless. Lu Jiaxing felt a bitter pain inside. During the days he stayed in the hospital caring for Xie Jinghao, he had gained a deep understanding. Young couples grow old together. As long as they work together, life is good. The division of the family was unchangeable. Since no one is speaking, I'll continue. Dad and Mom, since the family is divided, and since the tile and brick agreement belongs to Shenmeng, what's the reason for you to come knocking on the door? Lu Chongzhu couldn't find words. But since he was the one who made the call, he stiffened his neck and said, what's wrong? I just hit your wife. Can't she hit back? I am your father. Big brother, what are you trying to do? Dad and Mom only want what's best for you. If the tile and brick agreement is sold or given away, the benefits would go to Mingyang's children. Mom and Dad don't want to take advantage of anyone. We're old and alive just to support you. Can't you understand our hard work? Lu Zhenping shook his head. It was clearly unrealistic for Shinmeng to hit back. If that got out, it would ruin Shinmeng's reputation. It might even become famous all over the county as Shinmeng's heroic deed. He turned to look at Shinmeng, waiting for her to make a decision. Shinmeng glanced at Lu Zhenping, then turned her head away. When she looked back, tears filled her eyes, completely losing the stubborn look she had just before. What did my parents say? How could I want to hit my father? I am just a daughter-in-law who married into this family. The man is often away, and I am a woman taking care of the children, carefully making a living. Every time I send money, my mother, Xianglan, Jiao Jiao, and 2 younger sisters-in-law all say it's useful. They borrow a few coins now, and then the money I have left for myself and the children each month is very little. Even the brick house we lived in when we got married, my mother agreed to let me leave it. I moved into the old broken house with the children, all just to keep the family together and prosperous. I, as a daughter-in-law, thought I had done enough, but they still think I am restless. Boo-hoo, I really don't want to live anymore. When these things happened before, most of the villagers already knew, but Shinmeng thought Lu Zhenping didn't know. Sometimes, a woman's tears are very powerful. With her face and her sniffles and crying, Shinmeng felt very convincing. After dealing with this matter, she could also use her anger as an excuse to keep Lu Zhenping out of the room at night. She thought this was a good idea. Lu Zhenping. How did she suddenly change from stubborn to fragile? And those tears, how can they fall just like that? He looked carefully but couldn't find a solution. He could only blame her for feeling too wronged. Seeing his wife showing weakness and seeing Mingyang and the other children feeling so sad, he looked at Lu Sanjin and Lu Chongzhu. Parents, stop pretending to do this for my sake. I know who you're trying to please. It's not right for Shinmeng to come back and fight. How can she hit her grandfather? Lu Sanjin and Lu Chongzhu's faces turned pale. Before they could speak, Lu Zhenping continued. But if my father-in-law finds out later, it won't be good. If he gets angry, I won't stop him. But since Shinmeng just said it, mother and sisters-in-law, please pay back the money you borrowed from Xiaomeng earlier. Mother, also prepare to return the loans to Miao Miao and Lon. There are so many people watching, it's not good to owe money. Their faces turned dark. After all this fuss, he was not only thinking about Shinmeng's family knowing what happened today, but also wanted Shin Fugui to come and beat him up. He was even planning the family's money. This scoundrel, he was a waste. If he had known he was so reckless, he should have strangled him when he was born. You really are my good son. Humph. Lu Chongzhu turned and walked away. Lu Sanjin also wanted to follow him, while Wu Xianglan and Zhou Jiao shrank back, asking for their money. They wondered where to go now. The money they had taken earlier was already gone. Hey, don't leave yet. You need to give us an explanation. Lu Zhenping, do you still have any sense of being a son? Today, you're humiliating your parents by trampling on their face. What are you trying to do? Are you crazy? People outside also started to talk. In the past, whenever Lu Zhenping sent money or letters home, everyone praised him. But now, he only cares about his wife and doesn't think about his parents' kindness at all. If they had a child like this, it would be better if they hadn't had him. Zhou Jiao, Wu Xianglan, and Lu Jiahua, who was trying to run away, all thought that their eldest brother's behavior was like being possessed. Before, when he returned home, he was friendly and kind. When did he become so extreme? Lu Zhenping also lost his previous calm. He straightened his face and looked at everyone with cold eyes. His changing expression made people pause briefly. Mother, I don't want to say this so clearly, but do you remember when I was 5 and we celebrated the Dragon Boat Festival at home? Lu Sanjin's face suddenly stiffened. She stared at Lu Zhenping in disbelief, then trembled and stepped back, nervously clutching her clothes. She looked around nervously, finally calming herself and looking at Lu Zhenping again.
You know.
Meow Meow and Lon borrowed money from Xiaomeng. I paid it for them first. I'll go home and get it. Jiao Jiao and Xiang Lon, tell your big sister-in-law to send the money back quickly. After saying this, she trembled and ran away. Lu Jiahua took the opportunity to go and support her, wiping sweat from his forehead with fear. Wu Xianglon had no money at all. Shenmeng looked down on her and never lent her much money. Now, in front of so many people, she could only be shameless and say, "Big brother, look, I have no money. Can I write an IOU? I'll pay you back. I promise I will. Mingyang, take out the paper from your school bag so your second aunt can write an IOU. Make sure she puts her fingerprint on it." Lu Mingyang responded with an O and immediately took out paper and a pen from his school bag, handing them to Wu Xianglon. Seeing that he couldn't write, he looked at his father, who was giving orders. Lu Zhenping clicked his tongue and reluctantly started to write. Wu Xianglon spoke too quickly, and Zhou Jiaojiao couldn't stop her even if she wanted to. She indeed had quite a bit of money, not only from her family, but also from the bride price Lu Jiashuan gave at their wedding, plus some money she had secretly taken from the old lady, mostly money she had tricked from Shenmeng. She pursed her lips. Writing an IOU was really embarrassing. Repaying the money was the most important thing now. She needed to smooth things over with her older brother and sister-in-law so they wouldn't be angry, which would help keep Joshuan's job safe. "Big brother, big sister-in-law, I'll go home now to get the money. Our family had a hard time before, and only when things got urgent did I dare ask my sister-in-law for help. Now Joshuan can go to work, and I don't care about anything else. As long as he's doing well in the future, I can have hope for my life. Today, big sister-in-law was wronged. Later, I'll ask Joshuan to buy some meat at the supply store to help her recover. I'll go home now to get the money. Please wait a moment, big brother and big sister-in-law." She turned and ran away, ignoring Wu Xianglon's calls behind her. The money in her hand was useful. She couldn't use it to pay Wu Xianglon's debts. Their family was like a bottomless pit. Helping to pay would only block future opportunities. After securing the IOU, Lu Zhenping smiled and said to those still outside, "There's still some family business to take care of, so I won't keep everyone. We'll talk again when I have free time." He then closed the door, even shutting out Lu Jiaxing, who had been standing nearby. He picked up the bag on the ground and looked at the four women standing together. "Go back to your rooms. Are you still standing here like door gods?" Shenmeng looked down at the little ones. It was already this late. They would be late for school. After such a long fuss, it was sure to affect the children's learning. "Not going to school this afternoon. Tomorrow, I'll take you to talk to the school about your situation so you won't get punished for standing around." Ming Yang and the others didn't seem eager to go either. They stared fixedly at Lu Zhenping's back, with a strange sense of wariness in their eyes. Shenmeng almost laughed aloud. Such good children. Now they were standing on her side. In the main room, Shenmeng sat on a chair. To her left sat Lu Mingyang, Lu Mingliang, and Lu Mingfang in order. To her right, Lu Mingkai sat close, clutching her arm with his small hands and burying his face in her embrace. He was angry. Shenmeng's head ached. She kept pressing her hand against her wound, where a nerve was throbbing painfully. Lu Zhenping placed his bag on the ground, turned to speak with his wife and children, but the courtyard gate was knocked again. Seeing the four women sitting in a row, none of them moved to stand up, so he simply went out himself. Lu Jiaxing, holding 28 yuan, stood nervously at the door. He had just told Xie Jinghao that his eldest sister-in-law was hit twice. His wife, angry, bent down to pick up her shoes and threw them at him. He also felt guilty inside. Suddenly, the door creaked. He was about to smile when he saw Lu Zhenping. His face immediately froze because he was a bit afraid of this older brother. "Brother, mother asked me to give you this money. 8 yuan of it was given by the fourth sister-in-law." Lu Zhenping raised an eyebrow and calmly took the money.
"Okay."
Lu Jiaxing was very happy that his older brother had come home. Even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, their feelings were still strong. "Brother, while you were away, sister-in-law has worked very hard. Jinghao just had a baby girl. Without sister-in-law's help, they might have been in trouble. Brother, I think you did the right thing earlier. If our parents keep bullying sister-in-law, and if you don't support her, things will get even harder once you return to the army. Yes, Zhenping. I just got back and didn't know you had another child. When I have time, I'll come see the baby. After saying this, he was about to close the door, but didn't expect Lu Zhenping to speak again. He seemed a bit impatient. He had just come home, and his wife and children had suffered a lot. Now he wanted to comfort his wife and children. His younger brother, who lacked awareness, kept talking. Brother, I have something else to say. Hurry up, I have things to do too. Lu Zhenping bit his lip and said, Brother, I want to divide the family. Our parents don't agree. Since you're back, I was wondering if you could help settle this.
Hee. Got it.
We'll talk about it later. Your sister-in-law still has a headache. If I don't go back now, I might not even be able to get in the door later. Remember, I went home to tell Jinghao. She's angry with me because I didn't stop Dad from hitting her sister. She's upset with me, brother.
Clap.
Lu Zhenping touched his almost swollen nose and awkwardly turned back home. Lu Zhenping hurried to the main hall but found that his wife and children, who had been sitting in a row, had disappeared. He felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat twice, understanding that she was upset inside. If he approached now, he would probably get scolded fiercely. But if he didn't, he was afraid the waiting would be even more nerve-wracking than death. He placed his bag on the square table, opened it, and took out toy cars, tanks, and airplanes that he had brought for the children. These were carefully made by skilled craftsmen from the army. He thought these were the kind of toys boys should play with, so he brought them back. He also brought a set of new clothes for Mingfang. He found a girl of similar age in the courtyard and took her along to try on clothes. He bought a large size, thinking that the children he saw earlier could wear it. The rest were snacks and treats given by Ma Xiang's sisters-in-law. In a few days, he planned to go to the county town to pick up a package. The dried rice noodles and dried mushrooms he ordered should arrive soon, and he would pick them up then. At the bottom of the package was a red dress. It might be a bit cold to wear it alone at this time of year, but when he saw it at the supply store, he immediately liked it and thought Zhenping would look very nice in it. He carried the dress toward the east room, hesitated for a long time, then knocked on the door. Inside, Zhenping was lying on the Kong bed. She had a terrible headache. When Lu Changzhu had hit her just now, she really had no strength left. Her back was burning with pain. She wasn't very happy with how Lu Zhenping handled the situation. She was educated and couldn't just punch the elderly. Still, she felt uncomfortable inside. Was she short of money? Or something else? Her space was filled with good things for her to use, and she looked down on the 3 siblings of the Lu family. This matter definitely wasn't over. Otherwise, she couldn't calm the anger in her heart. Mingyang and the other children were anxiously watching from the Kong. They were very worried. Seeing their mother walk unsteadily, they were scared. Their mother's health wasn't good to begin with, and now she had been hit a few times. They were really afraid something bad might happen. They also resented their father's return. Mom, are you okay? Do you want to see a doctor? I'll go call Uncle Changhong, Mingyang said, trying to control his emotions, blinking hard so his tears wouldn't fall. No need. Mom just needs to lie down for a while. You all go outside. Staring at me like that, I won't sleep well, she said.
Okay.
Mingyang wiped his eyes fiercely with his sleeve and waved for Ming Liang and Mingfang to go downstairs. He took the youngest, Mingkai, by the hand, put on his shoes, and held him in his arms. Just as the brothers were about to leave, they heard a knock on the door, followed by their father pushing the door open. The children stubbornly looked at Lu Zhenping, with no intention of calling him by name. Lu Zhenping, what's going on? I used to see him and feel close. I would call him Dad and hug him tightly. He looked up at the woman lying on the bed. For some reason, even though he was holding the gift he brought back, he didn't dare speak and felt very guilty. Lu Zhenping cleared his throat and said to the children, Go play outside. I brought you some gifts. They're on the table in the main hall. I want to talk to your mother. Don't bully my mom, Lu Mingfang said nervously, glancing at Lu Zhenping and worriedly at Zhenping. She really didn't want to go outside. I won't bully your mom. I just feel sorry for her. Hurry and go play. Kids should be sensible and not interfere when adults are talking. Zhenping. This man looks serious and proper, but when he speaks, he sounds shameless. Lu Mingyang felt a moment of embarrassment. He knew what the couple meant. He remembered Gao Gao saying that when he woke up in the middle of the night he saw his dad holding his mom and nibbling on her. His mom told his dad to be quiet, and his dad said they were a couple and didn't need to care about little kids. Now he and his siblings are just little kids. His dad probably wants to do grown-up things with his mom. Dad, be quiet. My mom is still hurt. Don't bite her too hard. Lu Zhenping. Zhenping. What's going on? You're just a little kid. Don't understand so much. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please recommend votes, save my work, and support with monthly votes. After the children left, he stood by the Kong for a while, without speaking. Zhenping felt dizzy and didn't want to move at all. She was also thinking whether she had a concussion. Luckily, Lu Changju was holding a broomstick, not a stick. If it had been a real stick, she might have already gone to see the king of. Does your head still hurt? If you're uncomfortable, I can take you to the hospital. Lying here like this isn't good, he said. Zhenping shook her head. She didn't want to move now, let alone go to the hospital. The road was so far, she might get dizzy and… I know you're upset. It's not about the money. The old man is old, and I, as his son, can't hit him. If you, as the daughter-in-law, dare to slap him, you'll be criticized tomorrow. The money from mother and the fourth daughter-in-law is here. Don't worry, this won't be easy to settle. The 2 hits you took, neither I nor you could hit back. Later, Mingyang will go and tell your father. Let him handle it, he said. Zhenping asked, huh? My father-in-law cares about you. He knows you got hit, but still comes to defend you. Don't worry, I will support your father, he said. Zhenping turned and covered her head. She quietly looked at the man talking. Did he think he was funny? Did he want her father, Shen Fugui, to come and fight Lu Changju? 2 old men over 50, and he still wanted to support his father-in-law. No, Lu Zhenping, what are you thinking? How could you think of 2 old men fighting? They're so old. If they get seriously hurt, wouldn't I be done for? Ha ha, I knew you're filial and respectful. I knew I didn't misjudge you, wife. You've suffered so much injustice and still care about the old man's health. Truly a military wife. Not to brag, but in the whole army, your character is among the best. When I return to the unit, I'll go see the leaders, he said. Why see the leaders? Zhenping squinted and asked. She couldn't help but laugh. She thought he really wanted Shen Fugui to come and fight Lu Changju, but it turned out he was just scheming her. People these days aren't honest. They're slick and smooth-talking. Humph. Of course, I want the military leaders to give my wife a big banner, with most beautiful daughter-in-law, Zhenping written on it, and a big red ribbon. Then, you'll be able to walk proudly in the Lu family, he said. Suddenly, Zhenping smiled brightly at Lu Zhenping and said, no need to wait for a banner or a red ribbon. Just give me a good slap on the head, and I can walk proudly today. No, I'll float out of here. Then, you'll be able to take the kids and enjoy a feast. Lu Zhenping touched his neck in embarrassment. He looked at Zhenping briefly, then lowered his head again. He reached out and held Zhenping's hand. Her hands had calluses from years of hard work. Today, you've been wronged. I understand and feel sorry for you. Old Fourth and his wife often bully you. Don't worry, I can handle the younger ones. You're tired from taking care of the kids alone. When I come home, I won't let you face everything by yourself. I brought this medicated oil from southern Yunnan. It helps with pain when massaged in. Let me help you. Before Zhenping could refuse, he poured the oil into his hand and started massaging her forehead. His grip was firm, and Zhenping couldn't bear the pressure.
Ah.
It hurts. It hurts. It's supposed to hurt a little.
Just bear with it, he said.
Zhenping grimaced in pain, feeling like she saw a dark, fierce figure for a moment. All right, is there still a wound on your back? Turn around, I'll massage it. No, no need. My back isn't badly hurt. You haven't been back in a while. Go play with the kids. I just need to rest. Really, no need for medicine. Lu Zhenping didn't mind that his hands still had oil on them. He directly turned Shinmeng's shoulders and started to take off her clothes. His strength was so great that her clothes tore easily like noodles.
Don't be shy.
We're married, old couple. Just listen to me. I'm your husband. It's nothing. Keep your voice down, or Ming Yang might think I'm hurting you, he said. Shinmeng was very nervous. To him, Lu Zhenping was just a stranger. Even though his appearance and figure matched her taste, it was strange to see someone undress her so suddenly on their first meeting. You really don't need to.
Please go out, she said.
No, I can't leave you like this. Hurry up, or I'll take you to the hospital, he insisted. Shinmeng couldn't refuse anymore. She was also worried that her voice might be heard by the children outside, and they might come in suddenly. She turned around, trembling, and unbuttoned her coat herself. After taking it off, she was only left with a small vest. She turned her back to Lu Zhenping, slipped off her shoulder straps, revealing her red, swollen shoulder blades. Lu Zhenping looked at her back carefully. When he saw a tiny scar near her waist, his eyes paused slightly. He relaxed a little and started applying the medicated oil, massaging her shoulders silently. After finishing, he put away the oil and pulled the blanket over her. Every day, use this medicinal oil to massage, and in a few days, you'll feel much better. Rest well. I will go to the Lu family. This is something I bought for you when I returned. It looks good on you. I will cook dinner tonight. You don't need to worry about the children.
Sleep well.
Lu Zhenping finished and placed the clothes beside her pillow. When leaving, he carefully closed the door for her. Shinmeng felt her face heat up as she glanced at the door. She reached out and fiddled with the clothes wrapped in oil paper, a red dress made of kaji fabric. Its style was quite modern for this era, but unfortunately, the weather was getting colder, so she could only wear it a few times. She casually tossed it into the space and closed her eyes to rest, hoping the chaotic images in her mind would quickly disappear. When Lu Zhenping returned to the main hall, he saw several children happily playing with model airplanes and tanks. He raised an eyebrow. He could discipline stubborn new soldiers in the army, so these little troublemakers shouldn't be difficult to handle. Are you having fun, son? Lu Mingkai saw it was him and immediately hid behind Lu Mingyang. His bright eyes, very similar to his father's, sparkled as he stared at him. His small look made Lu Zhenping feel very soft-hearted. He reached out and picked Lu Mingkai up from behind Lu Mingyang, tossing him high into the air with effort, then caught him back in his arms. Lu Mingkai was startled and flailed wildly, suddenly falling into a sturdy, solid embrace. This hug was different from his mother's, making him feel very safe. He looked down and realized he couldn't reach this height in his mother's arms. He was a bit stunned by the hug. Silly son Mingyang, Mingliang, Mingfang, you haven't seen your dad for so long. What's wrong? Can't you call me anymore? The children exchanged glances, and under the pressure of his gaze, they lowered their heads and obediently called out, Dad. I heard from Uncle Chonghong that your mother has been very good to you these days. Tell me, besides sending you to school, what else has she done for you? Thanks to my friends for reading my work. New updates every night at 10. Please recommend, collect, and vote for me. Some people think that Lu Zhenping always shows a bad attitude to his parents as soon as he comes back, calling him unfilial. Can a wife compare to her parents? Many men in the countryside hit their wives. They don't behave well until they are beaten a few times, then they become obedient. Shinmeng went to the county town, bought a bicycle, and managed to get a permit for a brick factory. If there were no tricks involved, who would believe it? Sun Shanzi used to admire Lu Zhenping the most, but today he didn't even say hello and walked past him angrily. He was upset that Lu Zhenping, for Shinmeng's sake, allowed sister Jiao Jiao to be embarrassed in front of many people. How could his heart be so cruel? Lu Zhenping didn't remember who Sun Shanzi was, not even glancing at him. He walked straight toward the Lu family. Sun Shanzi looked at his back and snorted coldly. People who are blinded by greed will get their punishment sooner or later. Lu Sanjin was lying on the kong, a traditional bed, trembling all over. Next to him, Lu Changju was smoking a dry pipe, gazing far outside. Did he really ask that? No doubt about it. He asked about the Dragon Boat Festival the year Xian came back. What should we do? Old man, do you think he found out? Lu Chongzhu clenched his teeth and looked sternly at the person on the Kong.
So, what if he found out?
He's my son, after all. We've been fine all these years. How could he turn against us? Lu Sanjin pulled off the quilt, looking at Lu Chongzhu with some resentment. It's all because of you. If you had let Bai Xian take him away back then, we wouldn't have to worry so much all these years. I've been feeding him for so long, and now he's helping his wife to bully me. I've raised a white-eyed wolf.
Boo-hoo.
Shut up and keep your voice down. Are you afraid others will hear? Let Bai Xian take him away. She's been sending us money all these years. Why don't you mention that? Your 2 daughters married into the county town and are living comfortably. Your youngest son is a warehouse manager in the production team. You really think your children are so great? It's all thanks to Xian's help. You, an old woman, have enjoyed good days with me for so many years. Be content. Lu Sanjin felt guilty under his shouting and quickly shut his mouth. She looked carefully toward the door, afraid someone might overhear their conversation. Neither of them was at peace when they thought of Bai Xian, even after so many years. They still remembered how she looked when she first arrived. Back then, Bai Xian was a young educated girl sent to work in Lijiakan. She was a city girl, delicate and fragile, unable to carry heavy loads or eat coarse porridge without risking a sore throat. She was very spoiled and delicate. Despite being so fragile, she made the whole village of Lijiakan excited. Both the young men and the villagers admired her. She was kind and humble, not proud at all. She knew many things others didn't, and if someone had a small illness or trouble, she knew how to use herbs from the mountain to help. Some girls in the village had never gone to school or learned to read, but Bai Xian didn't look down on them. If anyone asked her about reading or writing, she would get very excited to talk about it. Lu Sanjin was a girl from the neighboring village. She was engaged to Lu Chongzhu from early on. She often came to Lijiakan. At first, she liked Bai Xian very much. Once, she got very sick, and Bai Xian went up the mountain to pick herbs and saved her. She was very grateful then. But over time, her feelings changed. When Lu Chongzhu often looked at Bai Xian and she felt insecure, afraid of losing him, her feelings became twisted. Bai Xian was too outstanding. Many people in the youth camp and the village tried to matchmake her, dreaming of having such a wife. But how could a beautiful swan end up in a dirty ditch? Bai Xian was about to leave. She was too talented, and her family helped arrange her departure. The city was hiring workers again, and she was going back to the big city soon. Many villagers were grateful to her. They pooled their resources and held a farewell feast. That night, several people looked at her with strange, jealous eyes. Lu Sanjin still remembers this and finds it frightening even now. After dinner, Bai Xian headed back to the youth camp. She didn't see a few people following her, but Lu Sanjin did. She didn't say anything, feeling conflicted inside. Then she saw Lu Chongzhu also following her. Her feelings of conflict turned into jealousy. She thought, let Lu Chongzhu go and see how this young lady is mistreated. I hope Bai Xian leaves with a bad reputation and lives a miserable life. But she never expected Bai Xian and Lu Chongzhu to end up together. She repeatedly regretted not stopping Lu Chongzhu and wondered why her nightmare had come true. When Bai Xian woke up, Lu Chongzhu was kneeling on the ground. They talked, but Lu Sanjin didn't know what they said. A year later, Bai Xian's family sent them a child. By then, she was already married to Lu Chongzhu. Even though he wasn't very kind to her, she was happy because she married the man she loved. She felt so happy that she was willing to raise his child. A few years of peaceful life passed, and Bai Xian returned. She was still the gentle and calm young lady, but her eyes now looked full of dislike. Lu Sanjin felt like a clown, trash, and dirt in front of her. That time, she came to take Lu Zhenping away. Lu Chongzhu and she both disagreed. She had raised her son for 5 years. Sometimes she wasn't kind to the child, and she knew deep down that the child was born from her husband's relationship with another woman. Still, she didn't want to give the boy back to Bai Shuyan. She believed that as long as the child was with her, she had won. Bai Shuyan and Lu Chongzhu talked alone for a long time. She wanted to listen but couldn't because Bai Shuyan brought 2 guards this time. She couldn't even get close. Fortunately, Bai Shuyan agreed to let the child stay and was willing to pay 20 yuan a month for his support, as long as they took good care of him. When she heard this, she was overjoyed. No one knew she was already pregnant. The family's food supply was almost gone. Lu Zhenping was not only eating her son but also her financial support. She was so happy she forced a smile and saw Bai Shuyan off in a small carriage. If the story had ended here, it would have been fine. But just as Bai Shuyan closed the car door, she leaned close and whispered, "Good and evil will be repaid in the end." She didn't understand at first, but she knew it was probably a curse or a warning that she would face retribution. Before she could reply, she saw Lu Zhenping's small figure standing behind the door, staring intently at the woman in the car. His gaze made her feel terrified. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. Updates are every night at 10 p.m. Please recommend, collect, and vote for my story. Thank you so much. Since she was young, she didn't pay much attention. But today, when Lu Zhenping mentioned it, she suddenly realized how remarkable Bai Shuyan was. How could her son be ordinary? Lu Chongzhu yelled at Lu Sanjin, then sat back on a wooden stool. He lit his cigarette again. Suddenly, he felt much older. His eyes glanced at his fingers holding the cigarette. The gaps between his fingers were dark and filthy, just like him. Bai Shuyan is such a kind girl, like a fairy. Everyone in the village has seen her, and no one can help but admire her. She treats everyone equally. In her eyes, no one is different. He also harbors feelings of admiration, and once thought that maybe he was different, that he could make her notice him. Even though he was already engaged and about to get married, he couldn't help but like her. Lu Chongzhu thought about this and coughed uncomfortably a few times. That night, after Bai Shuyan left, he thought carefully and decided to follow her. He wondered how such a good girl could be living a hard life. He followed her not with any other purpose but to say goodbye, to share his feelings with her, and to leave her with a memory. Just having a chance to talk to her alone would be enough for him to cherish for a lifetime. But he didn't expect to see a shocking scene when he followed her. Someone was holding Bai Shuyan down, covering her mouth, while another person was hurriedly trying to take off his pants. He acted quickly, grabbing a stone from the ground and hitting each attacker on the back of the neck. Then he pulled Bai Shuyan and ran away. Not far enough, he heard hurried footsteps behind them. He and Bai Shuyan hid in a bush deep in the woods. While they were carefully watching to see if anyone might suddenly come out, Bai Shuyan suddenly reached up and grabbed his neck. "I've been poisoned. Please save me," she gasped. Her words, full of breath, broke his tense mind. Without thinking, he hugged Bai Shuyan and kissed her. After a while, he suddenly pushed her away. What kind of person was he? What was this place? If he really did anything to Bai Shuyan, her life would be over. She would have to stay in this poor, remote village forever. Years later, she would be no different from the old women gossiping at the village entrance. His remaining sense of reason made him push Bai Shuyan away and lead her deeper into the woods to a small pond. He pushed her into the water, watching her cry and beg. In the end, he couldn't hold back anymore. Afterward, he no longer wanted her to go back to the city. Looking at the woman in his arms, he even imagined a happy life together. It wasn't until she woke up and Lu Sanjin came chasing after them, cursing loudly, that he snapped out of his dream. Lu Zhenping went straight to the old house and entered Lu Sanjin and Lu Chongzhu's room. He sat on a stool opposite Lu Chongzhu. Neither of the three spoke for a moment. Lu Sanjin couldn't stand the silence any longer. She coughed twice before asking, "Boss, what are you here for? Didn't third brother give you the money to take away?" Lu Zhenping listened to her words, first feeling his pockets, then suddenly realizing that the cigarette he smoked earlier today was his last. He decided to give up and looked up at Lu Sanjin. "Old lady, do you think I should still call you mother in the future?" This statement made everything clear. Whether it was Lu Changzhu or Lu Sanjin, both their faces turned pale. Boss, what do you mean? I've raised you for so many years. How can you not call me mother? Did someone tell you something? Some heartless person trying to sow discord between us? Is it your wife? Didn't I tell you she's trouble? She just wants to cause chaos at home. You need to teach her a lesson, or she might ruin our kids too. Shinmeng is good to the children and teaches them well. She's happier than I was when I was young. Don't say that anymore. I don't want to hear it. Lu Zhenping's attitude made Lu Changzhu very angry. He suddenly stood up, paced back and forth, then pointed at Lu Zhenping and scolded him. You don't want to hear it? You don't want to hear it? Your mother raised you for so many years. She may not have done much, but she worked hard. You just envy how well your own mother is doing and want to flatter her. Don't think I haven't warned you. You don't have that luck. You carry my blood, but your own mother looks down on you. And your wife. She runs to the county town, sends the kids to school, and studies with them every day. What is she trying to do?
She just wants to go outside.
You're always out fighting, and at home, you hardly see her. If I didn't teach her a lesson today, who knows? She might run off with some wild man. You'd be left alone with the kids, and what good days would you have? I do this for you, you good for nothing. His words were harsh. When scolding Shinmeng and Lu Zhenping, it seemed like he wanted to pour out all his pent-up resentment. He was reluctant to scold Bai Shuyun. Sometimes he thought he had dirted her. Every time he saw Lu Zhenping, he regretted why he didn't insist more back then. Maybe Bai Shuyun would have recovered by now, and he would be her benefactor, able to see her often. But now, after all these years, they had only met once, just that one time. Dad, you're right. Bai Shuyun is living very well and happily. I have seen her and spoken with her. Dad, she doesn't blame you after all these years. She even feels grateful. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have known what she would face back then. She doesn't regret having me either. But I really want to ask you, back then, did you have no selfish motives at all? Lu Zhenping's words made Lu Changzhu pause for a moment, first feeling joy, then surprise. Did he really have no selfish motives? Lu Changzhu had never reflected on himself, but when he looked into his son's eyes, he felt guilty and looked away. The rose was growing on a steep cliff, about to be damaged by wind and rain. He reached out and plucked it. Doesn't he want to put it in his own vase? Lu Zhenping saw Lu Changzhu's expression and immediately understood. At first, Lu Changzhu probably genuinely wanted to save Bai Shuyun. But under constant pleading, he gradually wavered and later thought he was helpless. It was better to let things develop naturally so the two could be together. If he returned to the city, he wanted to bring him along to live a good life. But Bai Shuyun didn't stay. She left alone. This turned Lu Changzhu, who had hoped for a happy life, from anticipation into anger. That anger grew into resentment after seeing him. He didn't want to pursue it further. It was an old family feud. He used to think life was very dull, but now he felt differently. He believed his life would be very different from now on. No need to say more. I don't want to hear it. I don't care if Bai Shuyun sends you money. I won't stop the support for her over the years. I will continue to send 3 yuan a month for her pension. From now on, let's just live this muddled life. Don't bother Shinmeng and the kids anymore. This is my warning. Thanks to everyone who listened to my story. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please recommend votes, collections, and monthly votes. Shinmeng slept until after 6. When she woke up, her head was still a bit dizzy and sore. She gently rubbed her forehead wound and let out a small cry. Mingfang, hearing the noise, immediately ran in. Mom, are you awake? Are you hungry? Dad made some food. Do you want to get up and eat? Shinmeng shook her head. She had just woken up and didn't feel hungry at all, only a bit thirsty. She was about to ask Mingfang to pour her some water when the door was pushed open again. Lu Zhenping came in. Because she was lying down from this angle, she thought Lu Zhenping looked very tall. Still feeling unwell? Shinmeng looked unhappy and nodded. She really didn't feel well. She thought she would recover quickly like last time, but after sleeping, her headache got worse. Things can't go on like this. I will find someone to take you to the hospital. I don't want to go, she replied. I don't want to move. Zhenping heard her voice sounding strange and reached out to feel her forehead. It was warm. He didn't dare delay and quickly left the room. Mingfang looked at her tired mother and gently touched her forehead, feeling worried. She pressed her small face against Shenmeng's forehead. Mom, are you feeling unwell? It's okay, Mingfang. Mom is fine. Don't worry. In the main room, Mingyang, Mingliang, and Lu Mingkai were waiting for Shenmeng to come out for dinner. Seeing their father rush out hurriedly, they quickly ran into the room. The three of them leaned over the bed. Lu Mingkai barely reached the edge of the bed, rubbing his feet back and forth, then kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, resting his small head on Shenmeng's leg. Mom, what's wrong? Do you still have a headache? Lu Mingyang looked at Shenmeng, who was squinting and looking pale, and his eyes turned red with anger. It's all Grandpa's fault. If it weren't for him, Mom wouldn't feel so bad. I want to go find him and settle this. He rushed outside. Shenmeng was startled and sat up suddenly. Her movement was too big and pulled at her back injury, causing a muscle to strain. She whimpered in pain. Big brother, come back quickly. Mom is uncomfortable. Shenmeng endured the pain and turned to look at Lu Mingyang, who hesitated about whether to go out. Mingyang, come back. You shouldn't go. If anyone should go, it should be your dad. You're too young for this. Mom is fine. Maybe she kicked off the quilt while sleeping and caught a cold. Don't worry. Lu Mingyang looked stubbornly at Shenmeng and started to walk outside again, wanting to run away. His mother had been beaten for no reason today, and he saw it clearly. Her forehead was red. They had already separated and were living their own lives. His mother hadn't caused trouble and stayed home taking care of Xiao Kai and them. Why should they bully his mother? He, Mingliang, and Mingfang just wanted a peaceful, stable life. Mom, rest here. I'll be back soon. Lu Mingyang disobeyed. His heart was full of anger, and he hurried outside. Shenmeng called out several times but couldn't stop him. She staggered to get off the bed. Lu Mingliang took her shoes away. Mom, don't go. Rest well. Let big brother go. If he hadn't run so fast, I would want to go too. What did you say? Shenmeng was almost unable to believe it. She remembered the words she heard in her dreams, the cruel words about Lu Mingyang and Lu Mingliang's tragic situations. She had already tried her best to be kind to the two children and to ease their anger and hatred. She looked at the children in front of her with a stunned expression. We've all separated now. Grandpa just came back, and he's already coming up with a broom to bully Mom. If this goes on, it'll become a habit. Sometimes he even comes to bully you. Today, Dad is back so they can pay some money. If Dad didn't come back, we wouldn't know what would happen to us. Mom, you don't know, Aunt C pulled out a lot of Mingfang's hair. Seeing her makes me so angry I want to bite my teeth. Angry enough to make Aunt C bald, Lu Mingkai said softly, holding his sister Xiang and speaking in a baby voice. Their words made Shenmeng shiver. She looked down at the adorable Lu Mingkai. How could such a young child say such harsh things? She swallowed hard and asked again, as if she needed confirmation. Mingkai, dear, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Lu Mingkai's bright eyes lit up. He thought his mother was praising him, so he sat up straight and grinned happily, showing his little baby teeth. I said I want Aunt C's hair shaved off. Big brother went to find Grandpa to cause trouble. If he gets a good beating, that would be great. Dad will beat him back, hee hee. Shenmeng was speechless. These children were her beloved eldest sons, but they clearly resembled her ancestors. Shut up. Who told you to talk like that? Mingkai, you're so young, you shouldn't think about these things, and you're not allowed to say them in the future. And you, Mingliang, hurry up and bring your brother back. Otherwise, Mom will be angry. Lu Mingliang saw his mother's cold face as she scolded him. He pouted and took a step back, clearly reluctant. He didn't want to go, but they were all doing it for Mom's sake. Mom, when my brother comes back, Grandpa and Grandma won't dare to bully you anymore. Trust me. Shenmeng pointed at Lu Mingliang with trembling fingers.
Go now.
I can still talk to you properly. If you don't go now, neither Lu Mingyang nor Lu Mingkai will call me mom anymore. From now on, I'll only be Mingfang, a girl. You better believe what I say. If I get serious, I might even stop caring about your dad and won't tell you anything. Her stern words made Lu Mingliang freeze for a moment and shrink back in fear. When he regained his senses, he looked at Shen Meng in panic. Mother, don't be angry. I will go find Big Brother now. I will bring him back. Please don't refuse to recognize us and don't be mad. Please don't be mad. He turned around and was about to run outside, but just as he reached the yard, he saw his older brother being pulled into the house by their father by the back of his collar. Lu Mingliang. Is his older brother at Grandpa's house? Or still not there yet? Stop what you're doing. Your mother isn't feeling well. I need to take her to the hospital. You can stay home and eat, then wash up and go to bed early. Your third uncle is watching over you. Once you're asleep, he will leave. You're grown up now, able to take care of yourself, right? Lu Mingyang's face turned red as he was pulled. His father's tone clearly looked down on him. He stood on tiptoe to feel more comfortable. Though a bit embarrassed, he still stubbornly said, "Yes, I can."
Good boy.
After you eat and wash up, go to bed. Your third uncle will come over soon. Lock the door at night, and take good care of little Kai. Tomorrow, heat up some steamed buns, have some soybean paste, and go to school. You're grown up now, not a little kid. Don't rely on mother for everything, like you're still not weaned. Lu Mingyang. Lu Mingliang. We are just kids after all. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Uncle Guai was driving his ox cart again, but this time he brought his wife along. Zhu Juiying wasn't feeling comfortable at home. Lying on the Kong, heated bed, she still felt terrible. Their family was having a streak of bad luck, with their daughter-in-law causing trouble constantly. Whenever she left her room, she felt like she couldn't breathe. Tell me, what's going on? Xiaoming is such a good person. That Zhang Zhu is out of her mind, coming to hit his daughter-in-law. Look at how badly he hurt the child. It's already late at night, and she's going to the county hospital. What if something happens? What if something bad occurs? Uncle Guai nudged Zhu Juiying with his elbow while speaking. Although she was upset about her own troubles, she immediately understood her husband's meaning. Isn't that right? Living a good life, but insisting on causing trouble. Whether the family is divided or not, the couple wants to live their own way. Why do you have to interfere? You're so old, you should know better. You're almost ready to rest in peace, yet you still involve yourself in your son's and daughter-in-law's life. Why is that? You've had a hard life, but you can't stand to see the young couple happy. What are you thinking? If Xiaoming really has an accident, you'll be the worst old man. Later, your son and grandson will hate you, and when you pass away, no one will even come to mourn you. Uncle Guai. It feels like he's not criticizing Changzhu, but blaming their in-laws.
Calm down, Juiying.
It's still early, and people are not asleep yet.
If we talk so loudly, they might hear us.
Besides, Changzhu and I are close brothers, so we shouldn't speak so badly. It'll be hard to face each other later. If you think I'm speaking harshly, then don't make things worse. The family is divided now, so why interfere with how they live? Even if Xiaoming didn't give anything to her family, how could it end up in your hands? Isn't that causing trouble? Also, I've been thinking, I just don't know who blabbed about this. It's harming everyone. Uncle Guai pursed his lips, looked around, and leaned closer to Zhu Juiying. Before he could speak, she pushed him aside. What are you doing? So annoying. Why are you getting so close, you old fool? Just telling you, the village's lazy wife said Director Gu mentioned it. Changzhu's wife said she heard it from her. Juiying was surprised and opened her mouth. She didn't expect it to be Director Gu. Thinking back, it seemed to be that day when Mingfang almost fell into the river. Director Gu and Xiaoming went out that day, probably because someone was looking for her outside. Her heart sank. Director Gu wanted to be friendly with Shinmeng, so why did he tell Lu Sanjin's wife? Her mind felt strange. Good thing we found out early. If it's her, then it's fine. Seeing Zhenping's worried look, you can tell they have a good relationship. Director Gu probably wanted to ask Zhenping for help. But he got the wrong idea and now must be regretting it. The old couple was driving a bull cart to Shinmeng's house. Juing was worried about the children, so she stayed home to help take care of them. After a few days of close contact, Mingyang and the other children still liked her very much. After Zhu Juiying helped prepare the ox cart, Lu Zhenping carried both the person and the quilt onto the cart. After making sure Shinmeng was covered with a quilt, he felt relieved and took a jacket from his bag. Father took you and your mother to the county hospital. You should stay at home and listen to Grandma Si, he said with a warning look. Yang Ming felt that their father still had more to say, probably that if they didn't behave, he would come back and scold them. Meanwhile, Guo Xiaoxin had been at the commune all day for a meeting. When she returned, she found out about the fight at the Liu family's house. She was also involved in this matter. She was so angry she trembled. She turned around and looked at her family, then slapped the table.
Who was it?
Who exactly said those things? The whole family lowered their heads and said nothing. This made her even angrier. She suddenly stood up and snorted coldly. It doesn't matter if you tell me or not. From now on, don't come to me with any problems. And don't think about asking my sister-in-law for help with tricky matters. She finished speaking and went outside. She needed to explain things to Shenmeng. This had nothing to do with her. She initially thought that being friends with Shenmeng and forming a relationship with Lu Zhenping was good. Although he was only in the army now, many people in the county had transferred from the army and found new jobs. The connections were beyond what she could imagine as a small women's director. But the more she interacted with Shenmeng, the more she saw her kindness and intelligence, gentle and sincere. Such a good girl. She also wanted to be like a younger sister and get along with her. Hey, Xiaoxin, don't be angry. It's Mom. I overheard what you and Jijia said tonight. I mean, well, Jijia is getting older, and he wants to join the army. Zhenping has always been filial. If I tell Sanjin, then Jijia joining the army would be just a word from Sanjin. I only want what's best for him. Guo Xiaoxin turned to glare at her grandmother. Mom, what are you doing? Is the army Lu Zhenping's? He said he can join if he wants. The army belongs to the country. Jijia wants to join, but he needs to see if he's suitable. If he's not capable, then not only Zhenping, but I wouldn't let him go either. Zhenping is filial, but he's already grown up. He shouldn't always listen to his mother and father. If they keep using this as an excuse to hit his wife, just watch. If they can't make Xiaoming happy, then not only will Jijia not join the army, but he might not get a good job later either. They are good for nothing but causing trouble. Your grandson's future will be ruined in your hands sooner or later. Guo Xiaoyin finished speaking and quickly walked toward the door. Her words were quite strict, causing the elderly woman to be stunned for a moment. Then she sat down heavily on the ground. Oh heavens, I'm so old, and you're scolding me like this, the women's director. Do I still care about my face? Who am I doing this for? It's for your son, isn't it? In the end, it's my fault. Dear heavens, open your eyes and see your wonderful daughter-in-law. All day long, you're tormenting me, your old wife. Hearing this commotion, everyone in the house hurried to gather around. Director Guo stood at the gate, helplessly watching the scene. Every time the elderly woman made a mistake, she would lie on the ground, crying as if she were about to die. She knew she was wrong. She really did, but her stubborn mouth was hard to open. The doctor checked Shinmeng and confirmed she had a slight concussion. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. She would stay in the hospital for observation, and if it wasn't serious, she could be discharged tomorrow. Lu Zhenping watched Shinmeng, who was hooked up to 4 fluids and looked very weak, with interest. In his mind, he was recalling how she fought with the Liu family members. No matter how he looked at her, he thought she had a kind of brave, cool aura. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Shinmeng slept all afternoon. She had traveled a bumpy road here and was exhausted. Now, she couldn't sleep anymore. After tossing and turning for so long, she was a little hungry. She slightly lifted her eyelids and glanced at the man. He looked very energetic, with a smile on his lips. This made Zhenping feel a bit annoyed. She was already lying in bed. What was so funny? She wanted to ask what exactly was so funny. If you can't sleep, don't just close your eyes and try to sleep. Your body might get stiff. Should I massage you? Zhenping. This person's attitude toward the original owner wasn't very good. Why was he so smooth-talking? What are you laughing at? I didn't laugh. Seeing you lying like this makes me worried. After so many years of marriage, you've been supporting the family alone. You've worked hard. After saying this, Zhenping leaned closer, pulled the blanket, and placed his hand on her shoulders. Their faces were so close that their noses almost touched. Perhaps because she was unwell, Zhenping reacted slowly. She was stunned for a moment before slowly opening her eyes. When she saw his face so close, she was shocked and immediately reached out to push him away. Zhenping and I shared this moment. He staggered back a step, frowned slightly, and looked a bit hurt. Xiaomeng, what's wrong? Your eyes don't look right. Didn't you used to ask me all the time when I would come home? Why did you push me just now? We've been married for so many years. Are you upset with me? Zhenping. What kind of fake concern is this? The original owner was urging him to come home, but really just wanted to follow him to the army. Zhenping swallowed nervously. Her memory clearly showed that the original owner and Zhenping had a distant relationship. On their wedding night, it was the original owner who took the initiative to get into bed, worried that the man was often away and didn't care enough about her, so she kept the money in her own hands. But looking at Zhenping's behavior, could it be that he secretly cared deeply for the original owner, even she didn't realize? Zhenping pressed her lips and said, "No, nothing. It's just that you suddenly got so close to me, I'm a little uncomfortable." Yeah, that's understandable. After so many years away, it's normal for you to feel that way. You rest first. I'll go see if there's anything to eat and bring something back. Zhenping nodded, eager for him to leave quickly. Zhenping smiled, gently touched her hair, then turned and walked out. Zhenping let out a sigh of relief and lay back on the bed. After a while, she suddenly sat up sharply. Something was very wrong. It was strange how she reacted to Zhenping applying medicine and covering her with a blanket. It was clear she didn't want a woman married for 3 years to behave this way in front of her husband, who was often away. But upon closer inspection, she realized Zhenping's concern was genuine. She felt a bit uneasy. Zhenping was clearly very smart. After so many years in the military, holding the rank of deputy regiment commander, he had seen many cunning enemies. Zhenping considered herself somewhat skilled in business, but she truly didn't understand men. She wasn't a clever person. Getting into college had required a lot of effort, and she knew she had worked harder than others. After college, she dared not slack off. She thought that as long as she worked hard, she could live the life she wanted. But reality slapped her hard, with many unfamiliar things hitting her like a storm, making it difficult even to communicate normally with others at first. She had to be like a sponge, working hard to absorb knowledge. After starting her job, she dared not slack off, fearing she might be fired or replaced. There was no time for dating. She even had no rest days. Zhenping felt anxious and worried about the coming months with Zhenping. Since the original owner and he were legally married, if he wanted intimacy or to be close, Zhenping thought she could handle it. After all, she had taken over the original owner's body, so it was unreasonable for him to push her away. From Zhenping's point of view, he was also innocent. Zhenping was a bit annoyed, so she simply pulled the blanket over herself and hid inside. Meanwhile, Zhenping sat on a long bench in the hospital corridor, expressionless, staring in one direction. After a while, someone hurried over, carrying a thermos and a bag of fruit. "Zhenping, you finally came back."
How's your wife?
"Oh, when I got your call, I quickly told your sister-in-law to make some porridge. It's still warm, but you should let it cool before drinking." Qin Hao hadn't seen Zhenping in years. He was excited and gave him a big hug. Lu Zhenping was happy to return the hug. After so many years of friendship, he had a lot to say.
She's doing fine.
Thanks for your trouble, Brother Qin.
Don't be so formal with me.
This leave of absence, are you planning to stay at home for a few months? Hey, we're former soldiers and many people are hoping you'll come back. We should get together then. Lu Zhenping nodded and looked at the hospital room. We'll gather, but it'll have to be after some time. I can stay home for 3 or 4 months, so I'm not worried about time. The two sat on the bench together. Qin Hao glanced into the room and sighed. When Lu Zhenping got married, he had attended the wedding. He still remembered the bride's expression. Over the years, he often met Lu Changhong and knew that Mingyang's children weren't doing well. Some comrades had brought a lot of things for Lu Changhong to take to Lu's family. Even though they knew it wouldn't help much, no one dared to say they would take the children home to raise, like Lu Zhenping did. Every family has its own difficulties. It's truly hard to do everything. But recently, it seemed that Zhenping's wife had improved and Mingyang's children were back in school. Lu Changhong personally told him this, so he was sure it was true. Zhenping, I heard Changhong say that your wife has become quite different now. She treats Mingyang and the children very well and is living a good life. Why did she end up in the hospital? Lu Zhenping blinked and looked at Qin Hao. He didn't answer the question but asked instead, Brother Qin, do you think she's still the same person? Why does she seem so different everywhere? Could it be that some spirit has possessed her? Qin Hao patted his shoulder with a fist. You little kid, why are you not satisfied even though your wife has improved? Do you need her to slap you twice to be happy? This kind of question is really silly. Also, don't say these things again. Superstitions are not good. Lu Zhenping squinted, without speaking. He remembered some strange, vivid dreams. In the dreams, he kept calling Shen Meng's name, but the scenes were unclear. Several times, he woke up feeling disbelief. Had he already loved his wife deeply, without realizing it? Qin Hao saw him looking down silently, patted his shoulder, and sighed. Zhenping, when I was in the army, your wife was often irritable too. Sometimes, when the kids didn't listen, she'd take off her shoes and hit them.
Don't laugh at me.
Several times, when I came back during leave, she'd get angry and even hit me. At first I argued with her, but then I thought, was it really her fault? Not really. After marriage, when her husband isn't home, she has to take care of the kids, work hard to earn money, be filial to both families, handle social relations, and do a lot of physical work. Everyone knows that military wives have a hard time, but who truly understands? Since I was discharged and came home, your wife has never argued with me once. She's been incredibly good to me. She's also become healthier and more beautiful. Now that your wife is so good, you should cherish her. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Lu Zhenping's expression changed. He wanted to cherish her, but when he saw Shen Meng get flustered and shy whenever he got close, and how her face sometimes showed a little girl's bashfulness, he felt as if she was still a young girl who hadn't married yet. He looked at Qin Hao, who was humbly seeking advice. How should I cherish her? Qin Hao chuckled and teased, you man. How come you've gained experience and age, but still don't understand love? Brother Qin, hurry up and tell me. My wife is still hungry. If you don't say it, I'll leave. You little brat, how can you still not cherish your wife? Be good to her, really take care of her. Buy her clothes and shoes, get her favorite things. If that's not enough, give her some kisses, hugs, and cuddles. Maybe even let her have a baby for you. You decide what to do. If you're brave enough to not be nice to her, she'll definitely be upset. Qin Hao said this, feeling embarrassed and blushing. He turned around awkwardly and looked up and down at Lu Zhenping. Honestly, this guy is really good-looking and has a nice figure. When they were in the army, even the nurses at the hospital blushed when they saw him. When he was injured, the nurses got so excited they trembled while applying medicine. Wow, heaven really favors some people.
What are you looking at?
Why are your eyes so greasy? Get lost. I was just looking at your good figure. You've trained in the army for so many years. When you're at home in bed, you wear less clothes. You're already married, yet you're always so covered up. What's that about? Lu Zhenping clearly didn't agree with what he said. Military discipline and appearance must be maintained at all times. Even at home, you shouldn't be half-dressed. Shin-hao didn't even need to listen to him, just his expression showed what he was thinking. As the older brother, he was really disappointed. This guy is good at everything, but why is he so slow to react in this area? You're usually smart. Some things don't need me to spell out clearly. Think about it yourself. Your wife is still hungry. Hurry up and feed her some porridge. I'm going home now. Your sister-in-law is waiting for me, and I won't sleep well if I don't go back. I'm leaving. Shameless, as if someone doesn't have a wife. Zhenping grabbed his things and headed into the room. Shin-hao was so angry, he clenched his teeth. That guy, sooner or later, someone will teach him a lesson and make him behave properly. In the ward, Zhenping's fur was almost finished. She was still under the blanket when suddenly she felt a sharp pain on her face. She quickly pulled back the blanket, looked up, and saw Zhenping pressing her hand. Her face flushed, and memories from before flashed through her mind again, frame by frame. She hesitated for a moment before facing him directly. Why didn't you call the nurse? It's okay. When I was in the army, I often helped my comrades remove needles. This bottle is almost empty. Eat something first. I arranged for someone to bring food. Zhenping was really hungry. She had been so lost in her thoughts that she forgot to eat in the space. Just as she was about to sit up, Zhenping moved closer and supported her by grabbing her armpits, lifting her onto the bed. Zhenping. His strength was a bit frightening and she felt, "Are you hot? Why are so many buttons on your shirt undone?" As Zhenping leaned in, she noticed his collar was open. She casually glanced and saw his well-defined abs, which looked very firm. It caught her eye immediately, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. "Oh, it's not hot. I just smoked outside earlier, and I was worried about the smoke smell on my clothes, so I shook them out," he said, but he didn't seem to intend to button up. Instead, he calmly poured out the porridge brought by Shin-hao and bent over to feed Zhenping a spoonful. His abs looked so tempting that she unconsciously took several bites of porridge. When she realized it, she looked up and met a pair of smiling eyes. The porridge went down the wrong way, and she coughed so hard she almost spat it out.
See?
No need to rush. There's plenty. I'll feed you bit by bit. It's all for you, he said, making it sound gentle but with a hint of teasing. His expression was serious, but she felt there might be something more behind his words. Zhenping pursed his lips, watching Zhenping's flushed face and her shy, unavoidable gaze. He felt refreshed and happy. He understood what Shin-hao meant. Basically, he was trying to flirt with his wife. He didn't want the old man to overthink about their relationship, just in case he teased himself when they met again. Are you done?
Eat more.
You're still sick, and eating well is good for your health. If everything looks fine tomorrow, we can leave the hospital, he said. Yes, I think I've eaten enough. You can have the rest. You haven't eaten much tonight. I'll wash up and be right back. It's late, so you should rest early, Zhenping replied. Zhenping immediately put down his lunchbox, took her shoes to the side of the bed, and unfolded her coat at the foot of the bed to drape over her shoulders. The corridor is drafty. I'll help you walk there. Do you want to go to the bathroom too? 3 bottles of water have been hung up. If you go now, it's better. Zhenping. I just wanted to go to the bathroom, which is why I asked you to stay.
How could you not understand?
Zhenping insisted, and Zhenping couldn't keep refusing, worried she might reveal something that would make him suspicious of her. Finally, she lay on the hospital bed. Zhenping buttoned his collar tightly and even put on a coat. Zhenping let out a sigh of relief this time. A handsome man is very pleasing to the eye, especially one who matches your personal taste. Seeing such a man makes my heart race. I've looked at him so many times, I was afraid I might start drooling. The next morning, Dr. Chen, her main doctor, was examining Zhenping when he happened to meet Chung Yufan, who was inspecting the ward. He casually mentioned that the Chung family had caused trouble at the hospital before. They all knew Zhenping and remembered her face. After all, Dr. Cheng's family was difficult and hard to deal with. Everyone felt sorry for Dr. Chung, but also feared her. When Chung Yufan heard Shin Meng was hospitalized, she was surprised for a moment. Since they all knew each other, it wasn't right not to visit. She came along to see her. When she entered the ward, she saw Shin Meng looked unwell. "Comrade Shin, what's wrong?" Shin Meng saw it was her and hurried to sit up. Zhenping gently pressed her shoulder. "You need to be examined, don't move around." After that, he looked at Chung Yufan and said there was a small accident at home, and she got a head injury. The main doctor checked her eyelids and pressed on her injury, asking a few questions. He nodded and wrote a prescription for the nurse to take with her. Later this morning, she'll get 2 more bottles of water, and she can leave in the afternoon. She has some medicine to take. I've written a prescription. Just follow the dosage for 5 days. If she still feels uncomfortable on her head, come back for a checkup. Okay, thank you, doctor. After the doctor left, the nurse brought the 4 fluids and connected them to Shin Meng. She reminded Zhenping to call someone when removing the needle and not to do it himself, or the head nurse would scold them. Zhenping quickly nodded. Although he knew some first aid, he didn't want to trouble the nurses. Chung Yufan saw how close he was to Shin Meng and felt relieved. When she talked to Shin Meng's main doctor earlier, she learned that Shin Meng was hospitalized because her father-in-law hit her with a broomstick over some issues related to the brick factory. Luckily, her husband came back in time and took her to the hospital. If he had been late, who knew what might have happened? Shin Meng had helped her before, and this time, it was partly because of her family. She also wanted to help Shin Meng. Such a good person, she believed her husband wouldn't be bad either. This is Shin Meng's partner, Zhenping, right? Haha, it's good she's back. Shin Meng is truly a kind person, good to her children and her sisters-in-law. Zhenping, you must treat her well. Zhenping was surprised for a moment. He didn't expect Shin Meng to know anyone at the hospital, let alone be so well regarded by them.
Thank you.
She is a very good person. By the way, Comrade Shin, I heard your family is building a house. Do you have enough bricks and tiles? If you need more, I can ask my husband to help. According to Chung Yufeng's usual way, she wouldn't normally say such things. But recently, she had been very happy. Her daughter and son often visited her, and her daughter-in-law would bring her grandson. Her husband, Kong Wenxiang, was very kind when talking to her now, just like when their family was happy and peaceful before. She was immersed in this happiness. Her husband kept praising her for being a person with principles. Sometimes, principles don't need to be broken, just approached differently. For example, last time, her husband gave Shin Meng a note for the brick and tile factory. She thought it was not appropriate, but Kong Wenxiang said that several batches were arranged through connections. Those people weren't in a hurry, and it was fine to wait a few months or half a year. She hadn't felt this happy in a long time and didn't want to argue with him. Yesterday, she asked about it again. Kong Wenxiang said there was nothing wrong. A leader needed a batch of bricks and tiles, but even called to say they didn't need them for now, which reassured her. Shin Meng knew that Kong Wenxiang was Chung Yufeng's husband, but she couldn't act like she knew. She looked at Chung Yufeng with a confused expression. "Dr. Chung, how do you know about my family building a house? Do you know your husband?" Thinking about how cautious Kong Wenxiang was last time, she couldn't help but smile. It seemed she hadn't been wrong about Shin Meng. My husband is Kong Wenxiang, the factory director of the brick and tile factory. Last time, when my sister-in-law came to cause trouble, it was you who helped me and even scolded me awake. Now my family is very harmonious. When you asked about bricks and tiles at the factory, he recognized you and helped you get a note. I thought you knew, but I didn't expect you didn't even realize he was my husband. Oh, I see now. When I asked, the young man at the door said they had no stock. Not long after, he came to find me at my house and even gave me a note. I've already sent it to my family. They'll go to pick up bricks in a few days. Thank you so much, Dr. Chung. I didn't know about this, and I really don't know how to thank you enough. Zhang Yufan shook her head, then said a few more words to Shin Meng, glanced at Zhenping, and then left. Her words were very clear. If Comrade Liu was smart, he should understand that the bricks and tiles at the factory were given to Shin Meng by their family, not borrowed from the Liu family. Just now, Dr. Zheng clearly came to support you. When did you meet the doctor from the county hospital? Young child, a cruel mother, a soldier husband, and a broken family. If I don't get to know more people, life will be very hard. Forget it, there's no use talking about it. You go buy me breakfast. I'm starving. Zhenping. His words sounded even more sweet than singing. When he used to write monthly letters urging for allowances, he was quite persistent. Zhenping watched Zhenping's back with a sad feeling. From now on, there would be a clever adult in the family. If they wanted to take things from the space, they had to be very careful. How could life go on like this? Just thinking about it made her uncomfortable. After being discharged in the afternoon, Zhenping took her to a state-run restaurant. The sky was a bit cloudy. He ordered a bowl of beef noodles for Zhenping. After eating, they went together to the supply and marketing cooperative and the bookstore, buying many things. Zhenping felt that he was trying to make up for her. In the afternoon, Uncle Gua brought someone to the county town and happened to take both of them home. Watching them sit quietly on the ox cart, he wanted to speak several times but hesitated. When Zhenping looked at him for the 5th time, he caught his eye. Uncle, just say what you want. They were about to reach the village entrance. Anyway, they would find out. It seemed impossible to avoid the punishment for Mingyang and the other children. Well, Zhenping, Xiaoming, listen to me. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just some kids playing around. It's not really their fault. Just go back and talk to the children nicely. You can't be too harsh. This remark made both Zhenping and Zhenping's eyelids twitch. They looked at each other, and both turned to Uncle Gua. He swallowed hard and said, well, Mingyang and Mingliang, those 2 bratty kids, sneaked out last night while Aunt Juing wasn't paying attention. I don't know how they did it, but they climbed over the wall into the old yard, tangled up Joshuan's wife's hair, and broke a hole in the kitchen pot. Your father's bright red underwear was hanging on a tree branch at the door, very eye-catching. This morning, the whole village is in an uproar. Zhenping. Zhenping. Zhenping felt her temples pounding. She trembled as she covered her forehead, feeling dizzy, her eyes blurry, and her chest tight. She turned to look at Zhenping, who also looked grim, and she felt a small sense of relief. Fortunately, there was someone who could share the burden with her, so she wouldn't be alone and get too angry. Last night, she had already told Mingliang some harsh words, but that little brat didn't seem to take it seriously. She was trying to stop them from going down the wrong path. These 2 kids seemed kind-hearted, but she didn't expect to be so surprised. Zhenping also felt a terrible headache. He had never dared to do such reckless things when he was young. These 2 troublemakers really had big courage. Seeing the couple look upset, Uncle Gua quickly tried to comfort them. Oh, luckily their grandfather didn't get angry. After a scolding, he sent them back. But Joshuan is having a hard time. His wife's hair was tangled badly, not her fault, so Joshuan is angry. I also heard that Joshuan's wife is pregnant and causing a fuss at home. What's going on? Hearing Uncle Gua say this, Zhenping's heart tightened. Uncle Gua, what do you mean Joshuan is having a hard time? What about Mingyang and Mingliang? Did they get scolded? And how do you know they did it? Zhenping cleared his throat and said, you probably don't know how loud it is when a cast iron pot breaks. Those 2 kids were probably caught right away. Oh, that's what happened. Joshuan did get physical, but not too badly. Changju protected him and didn't let Joshuan go too far. Zhenping turned to glare at Zhenping, as if he was the one who hit the kids. No wonder she felt annoyed. Ever since this man came home yesterday, there hadn't been a moment of peace in the house. It was really unlucky. They've already been punished. You shouldn't hit them again when you go home. After all, these 2 kids care about you, their mother. Yesterday, you hit their grandfather so hard, and Mingfang's hair was pulled out by Joshuan's wife. It's normal for them to feel upset. Zhenping knew these 2 kids truly cared about her and Mingfang. But that's why she felt so upset. Adults have their own ways to solve problems. Kids shouldn't be forced to face them. She absolutely wouldn't let these children repeat the mistakes of their past lives. We understand, Uncle Gua. Don't worry. After Lu Zhenping finished speaking, Uncle Guai turned around focused on driving the cart. He had spoken in advance, worried that Lu Jiaxuan might come back to find him. The two children had already been scolded by their parents, and he didn't want them to be hurt again. Ming Yang, Ming Liang, and Ming Fong had depended on each other for many years. The two older brothers couldn't bear to see their sister being bullied. As the two people on the ox cart saw their home getting closer, their anger grew stronger. I think we shouldn't be in such a rush. Kids being a bit rebellious is normal. After all, their mother and sister have been wronged. Don't you agree? Yeah, I just came back from the army. I haven't seen them in 2 or 3 years. I can't be too strict. Otherwise, the kids won't feel close to me. I still can't use the army's way of doing things on the children. I used to want to be a kind father. They talked back and forth, and suddenly the scene became quiet. In a corner unnoticed by others, both of their hands were clenched tightly. When they got home, Uncle Guai quickly led the ox away. Although he was worried about Ming Yang and Ming Liang, he thought that since Lu Zhenping was home, he would educate them well. He had his own troubles and decided to go home quickly. Lu Zhenping raised his hand, wanting to help Shenmeng, but before he could, he saw her, who had been dizzy earlier in the morning, now walking briskly into the main room. It reminded him of how Ma Xiang's kid was beaten by his wife, and her sister-in-law was also rushing over in anger. He went to the door of the main room, saw a broom on the ground, looked inside, and then kicked it far away. Meanwhile, the two sat on a bench for a while without speaking. Lu Zhenping watched Shenmeng sitting on the wooden stool, panting heavily. He swallowed nervously, feeling a bit tense. Indeed, an angry woman can be as fierce as a tiger. It's not time for school yet. Why don't you go lie down first? Didn't the doctor tell you to rest more? You need to take care of yourself. I'll handle the children's discipline. You've been worrying about them all these years. Let me do it this time. Just pretend I didn't say anything before. I shouldn't have fought with them so many times. Today, they went too far. No matter how unreasonable your father and Zhou Jiao are, they are adults. This is an adult matter, and they shouldn't be the ones to handle it. If we don't teach them a lesson now, it will be a problem later. I tell you, we must give them a proper childhood. I'll find a suitable tool for discipline. Wait for me a moment. Lu Zhenping, there's no need to be so harsh. Education should be about teaching, not violence. It's better not to resort to physical punishment if it can be avoided. Shenmeng was very angry. She thought that a good beating now was better than facing a worse outcome later. Zhou Jiao is the heroine, and in this world, she probably has a special aura. As someone from another world, she isn't afraid of that, but her children might not be able to handle it. After entering the house, she pretended to search through the boxes, but secretly took out a red 5-pointed star box from her space. Inside was a belt with a buckle. She left the room and placed the box on the table, sternly saying, "Your kind father shouldn't do this anymore. This was bought for you at the supply store before. Now it's just right to use. Go ahead, let them see your authority as a father." Lu Zhenping's expression changed as he looked at the box on the table. A strange feeling rose in his heart. He opened it and saw a black belt with a silver 5-pointed star buckle. It looked very nice. Was this bought just for me? When did you buy it? Why would you think of giving me this? It must be expensive, right?
This isn't the time to talk about that.
I told you, do you remember? Lu Zhenping didn't hear her. His mind was full of the belt in his hand. A belt? That's not cheap. It costs about 5 or 6 yuan. It feels good, looks like real leather. Not bad at all. Shenmeng, you are a good comrade, a good wife.
Huh?
Lu Zhenping's face showed a smile. Just now, he was angry because of his 2 sons, but now that anger was gone. His sons might be rebellious, but his wife was always caring. His previous wild thoughts were actually just unfounded worries. In the evening, Ming Yang and Ming Liang had already heard from villagers that their parents had returned from the hospital. Grandpa Go had gone to pick them up, and they probably knew what they had done. Both hesitated and didn't dare to go home. Walking ahead, Ming Fong suddenly realized she was alone. She turned around and saw her 2 brothers standing a short distance behind her, heads bowed. Seeing their expressions, she felt a surge of frustration. What are you doing? Now you're afraid? How bold you were last night, daring to run to Grandpa's house and smash the pot. Grandma Ju-ing said a pot costs 3 or 4 yuan. You broke it, and it's not your parents who will pay, but your dad and mom. Humph, just smash it if you want. If you get caught, Grandpa will protect you. Otherwise, Uncle will beat you to death. Lu Mingliang immediately became unhappy when she said that. He frowned and said sternly, he dares to hit me to death. He still depends on Dad for work. If Mom and Dad find out, he'll be in big trouble. Lu Mingyang didn't speak, but shared the same feeling. Then why are you standing here? Come home with me. The two of them stopped together, feeling guilty. They heard that their mother had returned and were very worried. They wanted to see how she was doing and whether she was feeling better. But they felt nervous inside. Although Uncle listened to Grandpa and didn't argue with them, the look in Uncle and Aunt's eyes at that moment made them feel scared. Mingfang, why don't you go check the situation first? If Dad and Mom aren't angry, we'll go home. Mom was so sick yesterday. If she's angry because of us, she'll feel even worse. Now you're afraid. Do you forget what Mom said about second brother yesterday? I don't even need to check. Mom is definitely angry, Mingfang said, feeling a bit sad. After all, the two older brothers saw her being bullied and went to pull Aunt's hair. At this moment, siblings need to stand together. Big brother, second brother, let's go back together. Mom just said that to talk. She's soft-hearted. She won't abandon us or be angry with us. When she went to the hospital, she even told Grandma Ju-ing to bring us honey snacks for school, just to prevent us from being hungry. Mingfang's words eased Mingyang and Mingliang's worried hearts. Yes, their mother was very soft-hearted now. So, shall we go back? After saying that, they seemed to gain confidence. They took a few quick steps to Mingfang's side. When the three reached the door of the house, they hesitated for a moment. They peeked through for a long time, but saw nothing, nor did they smell any food. Mingfang's heart tightened. She ignored her two brothers and pushed open the door hurriedly, rushing inside anxiously. Mom, are you at home? What's wrong? Mingyang and Mingliang also ran inside. Just as the three children hurriedly and worriedly reached the main hall, the room suddenly lit up. Then they saw their father, who had just returned that day, standing in the middle of the hall with a sharp look in his eyes. Most importantly, he was holding a belt, and the woman beside him, holding Ming Kai and calmly drinking tea, was none other than their very worried mother. Lu Mingyang, Lu Mingliang, Lu Mingfang. The three children peeked around, secretly glancing at the slightly open courtyard gate. Stop looking. I've been waiting for you, so you can't run away now. Today, you'll get a good scolding no matter where you go. Haha, I can't believe our two boys are so brave. They even dared to pull their aunt's hair and hang your grandpa's thing on the tree. You're so capable. Why not fly to the sky? Shenmeng was getting angrier and wished she could take a belt and give them a good spanking. But the belt was so thick, and if she really hit the kids, she'd feel bad. She clenched her teeth and decided she had to be strict. If she wasn't firm now, they might make many mistakes when they grow up. Last night, I told you everything I needed to, but you still didn't listen. It shows you don't care about me as your mother at all. If that's how you feel, do whatever you want from now on. Shenmeng gently put Lu Mingkai, who was sitting on her lap and nervously twisting his fingers, down. She looked hurt and slowly walked toward the east room. Now, Lu Mingyang and Lu Mingliang started to worry. They were afraid of being beaten, but more than that, they felt sad because their mother was ignoring them. Nothing hurt more than that. Mom, I was wrong. I'll be good. Please don't ignore us. I'm sorry, I really am. I shouldn't have made you angry. Mom, don't leave. I'll listen to you from now on, really. The two children tried to run toward Shenmeng, but Lu Zhenping stepped in front of them. Stand still. Your mother isn't feeling well yet. Don't make her angry again. Stay quiet. Hearing this, Mingyang and Mingliang paused, looked at him, then at the belt in his hand, and reluctantly lowered their heads. Dad, hit us. As long as Mom forgives us, I don't mind being beaten to the death. Ming Yang was very brave, even leaning forward with his hands on his knees and sticking out his bottom. Ming Liang copied him, getting ready to be punished. He looked at his brother, feeling scared inside. When they first came to Lu's house, they had some good days, but things got worse over time. After their mother came home, it got even worse. Now, their mother was trying hard to care for them. Even if they didn't think they had done anything wrong, they still wanted to accept the punishment, hoping their mother would love and care for them like before. Zhenping. He never expected such a situation. These two mischievous boys not only weren't afraid, but also accepted it very quickly. This left him at a loss for how to start. Dad, don't hit my brother, don't hit him. Boo-hoo, they did it for Mom, for me. It was Grandpa and Aunt C who bullied us. They hurt Mom so badly, she ended up in the hospital. Look at me, Dad. See this big patch of hair missing on my head. It hurts so much. My brother went to Grandpa's house and caused trouble. Uncle C already scolded him. Really, Dad, look at my brother's bottom. It's all purple and blue. Zhenping frowned as he heard this. He put the belt down on the table, grabbed Lu Mingliang, took off his pants, revealing two white, purple, and blue patches on his buttocks. Under the dim light, it looked quite intimidating. Shenmeng, who was eavesdropping through the door while listening to Mingfang, was so angry she stood up straight. How could it be so serious? Didn't they say it was just a mild scolding and not to be too harsh? Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Please keep supporting me. Zhenping's face looked very grim. No wonder he had felt something strange about the way the two kids ran over earlier. Their father was still here. It was not up to the fourth son to discipline them. Mingfang, stop crying. Your mother's still unwell. Take Mingkai to the room to look after her. Mingyang, Mingliang, let's go to your grandparents' house. You're men, and if you make mistakes, you must face the consequences and apologize. As he spoke, he was about to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something and picked up the belt from the table again. Mingyang looked worried as he glanced toward the door of the east room. Then, he quickly followed. Lu Mingliang, with his pants half down, blushed deeply. His father really was too much. How could he take his pants off in front of everyone? He felt so embarrassed. After they finished, Mingfang wiped away her tears and held the frightened Lu Mingkai's hand. Little brother, don't be afraid. Let's go see Mom. As the siblings reached the door of the east room, Shenmeng opened the door.
Mom's fine.
Mingfang, your father cooked some food. It's in the pot. Mom will bring it out. You and your brother eat first, then we can go to bed early. What about Big Brother? Shenmeng sighed. She had just gone out, but she was already worried sick. In this world, how could there be parents so harsh to their children? With your father here, your two brothers won't suffer any loss. Listen to Mom, you and Mingkai should eat first, then wash up and go to bed early. Now, whatever Shenmeng says, Mingfang listens. As long as Mom is so kind, she is willing to do anything she asks. When Lu Zhenping came to visit, the whole Lu family was eating in the main hall. Xie Jinghao and Lu Jiaxing sat together quietly, eating without saying a word about what had happened at home. Lu Changju's face was red with embarrassment, but he still forced himself to sit and eat. He was protecting the two children. No matter what Lu Zhenping said, those children were born from his beloved woman. Even if she didn't love him, she had still given him a son, and a very good one. They had already made things clear. If he didn't protect Mingliang and Mingkai, Lu Zhenping might really stop seeing him as a father in his heart. Lu Jiaxuan clenched his chopsticks tighter, feeling uneasy. Jiao Jiao, so diligent, hardworking, and filial, was now pregnant with his child. She used to be so kind to Mingyang and Mingliang. Why do these two bratty boys still dare to bully her? They are ungrateful wolves, not truly part of the Lu family. They will never be on the same side as us. Suddenly, a loud bang of the door startled everyone in the hall. Lu Sanjin saw Lu Zhenping holding a belt, with two little kids behind him. Her heart jumped to her throat. What is he here for? Didn't they already talk nicely yesterday? The two children did something wrong, and they didn't argue. Why is he coming so aggressively? In the past, she would have scolded him immediately, but now she couldn't find the words. She hurriedly looked at Lu Changju, who was happy to see Lu Zhenping. Zhenping, what are you doing? Lu Zhenping swung the belt and nodded toward Mingyang and Mingliang. After a moment of hesitation, the two children approached Lu Changju. Seeing what happened earlier today, they felt ashamed when they saw their grandchildren. Grandpa, we're sorry. We were wrong. Can you forgive us? Lu Mingyang spoke very plainly and without emotion. But just hearing the apology stunned everyone at the Lu table. Last night, when the two young children were caught, they didn't say a word, only glaring fiercely at them. Xie Jinghao was still recovering and saw Mingyang and Mingliang being grabbed, so he rushed over immediately. But he was quickly pulled aside by Lu Sanjin. Lu Jiaxing was also held up by Lu Jiehua and Lu Jiaxuan. Fortunately, Lu Changju gave a signal, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to go home peacefully. Grandpa, it's my and my brother's fault for being irresponsible. When you were so good to us as children, we still treated you badly. It must have hurt you. We're sorry, Grandpa. Please forgive us. When we grow up, we will take good care of you. We're sorry, Grandpa. We're sorry. Hearing this, Lu Changju felt a mix of sourness and sadness. He had never been kind to these two children before. When Lu Zhenping wanted to adopt 3 children, he refused stubbornly. His son was so talented, and he might go far in the future. If he raised 3 children from outside the family, his own prospects might be affected. But now, hearing what these children said, he felt a bit ashamed. Good children, you're still young and don't understand much. Grandpa doesn't blame you. It's okay. Go back with your father, he said firmly. Mingyang and Mingliang were happy to hear this. They didn't expect Grandpa to forgive them so easily. If their mother found out they admitted their mistake, maybe she would also feel better. Both looked at Lu Zhenping. Now that you've apologized to your grandpa, you should also apologize to your 4th aunt.
Come on, be brave.
If you make a mistake, you have to take responsibility, he encouraged. Okay, Dad. We'll go apologize to 4th aunt, they replied. As long as their mother wasn't angry, they didn't mind apologizing to 4th aunt, or even calling her Queen Mother Goddess. Big brother, Jiao Jiao won't argue with the children. She didn't get angry with Mingyang and Mingliang. But, big brother, I really don't understand. Jiao Jiao was so good to them before, so why are they treating 4th aunt like this? I just can't figure it out. There's nothing to understand. Your wife came to my house and pulled out a big chunk of hair from Mingfang's head. Her scalp is still swollen. They used to rely on Mingfang for everything. How could they possibly watch Mingfang suffer? Lu Zhenping rolled the belt in his hand into a ball, looking at Lu Jiaxuan with a cold expression, his words sharp and stern. But Jiao Jiao didn't do it on purpose. She went there to help her sister-in-law and tried to mediate, he added. It's up to you how you see it. Mingyang and Mingliang did something wrong and need to apologize. My own children know how to be taught. These are 2 kids causing trouble, and Shinmeng and I are giving compensation. The 10 yuan is for their father, and the 5 yuan is for Jiaxuan's wife. The 2 children pulled her hair, so she can use this money to go to the barber shop in the commune and get a good haircut. Lu Jiaxuan saw that although he spoke coldly, he believed children should apologize when needed and be compensated when necessary. His anger eased a lot. Just as he was about to smile and call his older brother, he heard him say, I know how to teach my children. I don't need outsiders to interfere, especially those who secretly hurt the kids. As a father, I won't let it go. After dinner, Shinmeng leaned on the Kong bed, watching Lu Mingfang doing homework. Next to her, Mingkai was also writing and drawing in a notebook, counting softly. Be steady when you write. Write carefully one at a time. Don't rush, take your time. Mingfang rubbed her eyes and looked outside, feeling worried about her 2 brothers but not daring to say anything, afraid of upsetting her mother. It's okay. Your dad is here. Mingyang and Mingliang are fine. When you finish this, I'll prepare milk for you and Mingkai. Then you can go to bed early. Mingfang nodded and then looked at Shinmeng. Mom, where will we sleep tonight? Will Dad sleep here? Zhenping was surprised. She didn't want Lu Zhenping to sleep in this room, so she thought about leaving Mingfang behind. Plus, Lu Mingkai and she would fill the bed, so Lu Zhenping could squeeze in somehow. No need to worry about your dad. He's a grown-up and can sleep elsewhere. Mingyang and Mingliang's beds are big enough. And Mingfang, don't you want to sleep with me? I do. I want to sleep with you. I like that too. I love sleeping with Mom. Baby, you love Mom. Hearing Zhenping, Mingkai put down his paper and ran over, jumping onto her lap, grinning happily.
Slow down, Mingkai.
Mom isn't finished yet. Lu Mingfang quickly crawled over and pulled her little brother to her side. Mingkai looked a bit annoyed for a moment, then gently patted Zhenping's leg. Baby, rub. Huff huff. Zhenping felt her heart soften. She stood up and picked Mingkai up. I'm feeling much better now. Are you sleepy? I'll prepare milk for you. After drinking, lie down, and I'll tell you a story, okay? Lu Mingfang and Mingkai's eyes lit up. They loved listening to their mother tell stories. The last story was about the Calabash brothers fighting Red Boy. They listened with excitement, dreaming of being Red Boy soldiers. Now they were eager to hear what happened next. Meanwhile, Mother San was lying in bed, just finishing the last part of the story. Over there was a lot of laughter and noise. Father and the two children, Mingyang and Mingliang, finally came back. The kids, dirty and messy, ran into the house. Mom, are you asleep? Dad took us for a run. He said it will help us grow tall, even better than drinking milk every day. Mom, are you still mad at us? Mingyang and I already apologized to Grandpa and Aunt For. Dad paid some money too. We promise we won't be naughty or do bad things anymore. Please be kind and don't be mad at us, okay? Zhenping looked at her children, feeling very happy. She didn't want to ruin their fun. An unhappy mother might leave a bad memory for a lifetime. Do you really know you did wrong? Yes, we know, the children said together, their eyes shining brightly. Zhenping rested her hand on her head and looked at them. Tell me, what did you do wrong? Lu Mingyang. Lu Mingliang. Honestly, they still felt they hadn't done anything wrong inside. But just now, at Grandpa and Grandma's house, their father had pressed their heads and made them apologize to Grandpa and Uncle For and Aunt For in front of many people. Afterwards, he even used the belt they used for punishment to discipline Uncle For. When they went for a run, their father explained things to them little by little. That's when they understood why their mother was angry. It was because she was worried about their future. If their parents didn't show any disapproval this time, they might think they were right and keep making bigger mistakes in the future. Their grandpa, though not very kind to them when they were young, was still good to them. He protected them even when they embarrassed him. Thinking about it, they felt a little guilty for making him lose face. Mom, Grandpa is an elder. Even if he makes a mistake, we shouldn't bother him. And Aunt For, we shouldn't argue with her either. Mom, we promise we won't do this again. Please forgive us. Zhenping sighed. She thought Lu Zhenping had already taught them well. Otherwise, they would have stubbornly said they were right. But deep down, they still believed they hadn't done anything wrong. All right, hurry up and go eat. It's so late, and you haven't eaten yet. Your stomach must be very hungry. Let's leave this matter here for now. Don't do it again, or Mother won't forgive you easily. Do you understand? Yes, I know. I knew Mother is the best. She definitely won't ignore us. Hee. Mother is the best. Finally, the two of them relaxed their worried hearts. Suddenly, they smelled the delicious aroma, and their stomachs started to growl loudly. Outside, Lu Zhenping called out, and Lu Mingyang smiled at Zhenping before heading outside. Meanwhile, Lu Mingliang suddenly raised his hand, hugged Zhenping's neck, and gave her a quick kiss on the face. Lu Mingyang. Mother, I'm going to eat. Don't tell Mingfang and little Kai stories yet. I want to listen too. Wait for me, Mother. I'll eat quickly. After saying that, Lu Mingliang stuck out his tongue at his frowning younger siblings before turning to leave the room. Lu Mingyang watched his second brother act cute and sweet to Mother. His face turned bright red, and his fists clenched tightly. He still couldn't run over and kiss Mother like Mingliang did. He bit his lip and said, "Mother, I'm going to eat."
Go ahead, son.
Shenmeng's word son suddenly made his previously slightly upset heart feel clearer. He thought to himself that Mingliang was just a year younger, and his younger brother was still childish. But he was the eldest son, already a man, and needed to be more steady. Otherwise, when Dad went to the army, how could he be the backbone of the family? After they left, Mingkai, angry, snuggled into Shenmeng's arms, his little bottom sticking up high, almost hitting Mingfang's face. His sister gently patted him, and only then did the little guy behave himself. Okay, stop squirming. You're about to flip all the warmth out of the bed. Mother, second brother is naughty. He kissed Mother. Big brother is naughty too. Just now, he looked like a proud rooster, holding his head high. Lu Mingkai said, then vigorously wiped Shenmeng's face with his hand before leaning in to give her a kiss. Such a fragrant baby. Lu Mingfang pouted and said, "You're the fragrant one. You're the most fragrant, right?" She really couldn't relax. She also wanted to crawl into her mother's arms, but she felt she was a bit too old for that. She didn't want to compete with Mingkai, but since she was the only girl in the family, hugging Mother was just a matter of minutes. Finally feeling at ease, Mingyang and Mingliang quickly finished their meal and urged Lu Zhenping to help them boil water for washing their faces and feet. The two of them then rushed into the room, lying on the Kong bed to listen to Shenmeng tell stories. Lu Zhenping leaned over to listen, and the story was so exaggerated that his pupils trembled several times. Thank you to everyone who read my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with your votes, favorites, and monthly tickets. Thank you so much. Shenmeng was cuddled up with Mingkai, sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, she felt like she was being wrapped in a warm fire. She tried to run away several times but was pulled back each time. Next time, she decided not to tell the story of the red boy. She thought the kind-hearted boy might get upset and want to make her very hot. In the morning, the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. Shenmeng was sleeping soundly when suddenly her head was lifted. She opened her eyes and saw a large, tanned abdomen. She froze for a moment, then let out a gasp. Her eyes widened as her gaze moved upward, passing the man's strong chest, Adam's apple, thin lips, straight nose, and mischievous eyes. You're awake? Why you? Why are you in my bed? Shouldn't you be in Mingyang and Mingliang's room? Shenmeng was so startled she kept leaning back. Seeing her elbow about to bump into Mingkai's head, Lu Zhenping quickly wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. His movement was so sudden that her face bumped into his chest. When she looked up, their eyes met, and neither spoke for a long moment. Lu Zhenping looked at her nervous eyes and smiled softly. Hearing his smile, Shenmeng felt her heart tighten. She had never been held like this by a man before. Her heart was pounding in her chest. Looking at his handsome face, she swallowed nervously. Women are delicate and soft. When she looked at him, she seemed like a frightened rabbit. Early in the morning, Lu Zhenping felt a rush of excitement. He gently held Shenmeng closer and pressed her against himself. They embraced like that. Shenmeng's head buzzed. She was so dizzy she didn't know how to respond to Lu Zhenping, or whether to push him away. Lu Zhenping's breathing grew heavier. He lowered his head and buried his face in Shenmeng's shoulder, smelling her faint fragrance. His restless heart was calmed for a moment. He glanced at their two children, hesitated, and decided not to continue. He knew his wife might not agree with him. Sleep a little longer. I'll go cook. Don't think too much early in the morning. When you wake up, wipe your eye gunk. Shenmeng was stunned by Lu Zhenping's words. She thought about the atmosphere just now and felt that he shouldn't have said that. It was a bit too much. She thought so too, but still raised her hand to wipe her eyes. When she looked at her fingertips, there was nothing there. Shenmeng was so angry she wanted to hit Lu Zhenping's head. She rolled back and forth on the bed twice before calming her small fire. She thought that after Lu Zhenping left, he would probably be back after a while, so she quickly went to her space. She screamed loudly a few times, then washed herself in the bathroom, washed her hair, and used essential oil to care for her hair before leaving the space. She hadn't taken a proper bath for several days. When Zhenping came over just now, it was a miracle that she didn't faint from the smell. Meng put on her clothes, stretched lazily as she went out, and remembered she had told Yang she wanted to thank the teachers at school. She found a basket and packed some dried vegetables and dried mushrooms from Yunnan, all ready to eat after soaking. There was also a big bag of rice noodles that Zhenping had picked up from the post office yesterday. She had plenty of these in her space, and they were easy to prepare. She also brought some for the teachers. She had heard Mingfang say that this teacher was a former educated youth who was sent to the countryside. They could have returned to the city, but seeing the children at school, she couldn't bear to leave. Her family told her to stay for 5 years, or she'd never go home. Now it was the 4th year, and Meng was very grateful that Mingyang's 3 children had such a good teacher. She also admired this teacher very much. A fragrant aroma drifted from the kitchen. Meng tidied up her things, then went to the kitchen again. She took a cloth bag, filled it with a full bag of rice, and put it in. Getting ready to go to your mother's house so early in the morning? Zhenping said, sounding a bit annoyed. He just shouldn't have spoken so harshly to Meng. He suddenly felt confused, not knowing how to detach himself in that moment, and instinctively blurted out those words. No, these are to thank teacher Mingyang and the others. Since the 3 kids started school, teacher Zheng has been especially caring for them. I heard from Mingfang that teacher Zheng's grandfather was a soldier, so he favors the children. Sometimes, when there's something at home, and Mingyang and the others are late or miss school, teacher Zheng stays late to give up his own time to tutor them. Such a good teacher. We should thank her. Zhenping breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he wasn't angry just because he said the wrong thing. All right, I've cooked some dried sweet potato porridge and a few eggs. What vegetables do you want? I'll stir-fry them. Meng kept her head down and worked, not wanting to meet his eyes. The morning's events were a bit awkward. Anything is fine. You decide. Zhenping Liu was about to say something when he noticed her ears turning slightly red. His eyes immediately filled with a smile. He cleared his throat and turned away. Okay. After tidying up, Meng was about to leave. Zhenping put down his fire stick and called out to her. Meng, I've been home for 2 days and we haven't really talked. Sit down for a moment. I need to go get something. Wait for me. Meng hesitated a little, but Zhenping didn't give her a chance to refuse. He left and soon came back. He brought a small stool and sat in front of Meng, placing his bag on the ground. This holiday is quite long, over 3 months at home. Besides the things I brought the other day, I also have some money and vouchers to give you. This is part of my savings, including some bonuses I received. There are also some returning comrades' gifts. All together, it's nearly 2,000 yuan. Keep these vouchers safe. I also need to tell you something in advance. Our unit might be reorganized. If luck isn't on our side, I may have to transfer out. But don't worry, the army will make arrangements for me. I will follow all orders. Meng looked at the money and vouchers in her hands, momentarily stunned. She finally understood the unspoken sadness in Zhenping's tone. She knew soldiers have deep bonds with the military, bonds she couldn't fully understand. She gently patted his hand to comfort him. He clearly took it as a sign of his importance and grabbed her hand firmly. I'm fine, don't worry. I am a man, the pillar of the family. Even if I leave the army, I won't let you and the kids suffer.
I know.
But can you let go of me first? Zhenping tightened his grip, showing her with his strength that he wouldn't let go easily. Thanks to everyone who reads my work every night at 10 o'clock. Please support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Meng felt Zhenping's gaze was a bit intense. She tilted her head, feeling restless inside. Although they had only been together for a few days, she could tell this man was honest and strong.
He was someone she could trust.
Their conversations and interactions were very smooth, and she felt a flutter of affection. Thinking about her past experiences with project pitches or social dinners, she was confident and straightforward. Even though she was new to love, she didn't feel so hesitant. Plus, she had children to consider. Maybe she could give it a try. I believe you. Whether in the army or at home, as long as we can live a good life, that's enough. Lu Zhenping's eyes brightened, understanding that she accepted. He tightened his grip on her hand.
Okay.
Shinmeng looked at the money in her hand, pursed her lips, and said, I still need to tell you about the brick and tile situation. You know my family, we've had a mud brick house for decades. Now, not only is the thatch roof moldy and rotten, but the walls are also crumbling from rain over the years. If we don't repair it soon, it will be hard to get through this winter. I saw we still have some money at home, so I borrowed some. In a few days, we should be able to lay bricks and build a new house, but we're still a bit short. How much? Shinmeng suddenly looked up at him sharply, then steadied her mind before saying, about 300 yuan, mainly because I want to build a bigger house. Xiaobin is growing up, and soon he'll be able to get engaged. If the house is nice, good family's girls might also like him. It's no wonder Shinmeng was surprised. These days, buying anything is measured in tiny amounts. Tens of yuan can take rural folks a long time to save, let alone hundreds of yuan, which is a huge sum for anyone. The money is in your hands. Do as you wish. Earning money is my business, but the money is your concern. Just like that, you don't want to check or have anything else to say. Lu Zhenping looked at her teasing and slightly cautious expression, smiling to himself. There's nothing to say. You already told me your family's house can't be lived in anymore. I can't stop you. From now on, you don't need to tell me every time about money. Just discuss any difficulties with me. Shinmeng smiled, very satisfied with his answer. Then how about going to my family's place tomorrow? Qingyang and the others are on holiday, and since you're coming back, it's not right not to visit my family. Okay, I'll go with you. Seeing Shinmeng so happy, Lu Zhenping suddenly realized that life like this was pretty good. He patted her hand and told her to put the money away. He still needed to cook some food. They had 2 boys almost grown up at the age where they needed to eat enough. If they ate too little, they'd be hungry before noon. After Shinmeng stored the money, she looked at her 2 children sleeping on the bed. Her heart was full of warmth. Suddenly, she remembered the fortune teller she met when she first felt she was crossing over. He said her good days were coming. Could it be that this moment was it? Shinmeng couldn't help but move closer to Mingfang and Mingkai. Gently, she stroked Mingkai's small face. The little boy moved slightly, then let out a happy rolled over, and stuck his tiny foot onto Mingfang. His little mouth was slightly open, and a drop of shiny saliva slipped out. She smiled to herself, leaned in, and kissed him. After breakfast, Shinmeng packed a basket of things and took Mingyang and the other children to school. Lu Zhenping and Mingkai were assigned to work in the fields. With some labor force, Shinmeng no longer wanted to do all the hard farming herself. Teacher Zheng, with her low ponytail and wearing a red plaid top, a matching silk scarf around her neck, stood at the school gate waiting for the children. Occasionally, parents dropping off their kids would stop to chat, talking about how their children were doing in school. Even families with difficult lives still valued sending their children to school. Having someone in the family who could read and write was a source of pride. Hello, Teacher Zheng. The 3 children, Mingyang, Mingliang, and Mingfang, clearly respected Teacher Zheng. They greeted her from afar, hopped over happily, and seemed to forget their injuries. Hello, everyone. Class is about to start, so go quickly into the classroom. You're almost late again. All 3 of you. Teacher Zheng's words made Mingyang, Mingliang, and Mingfang feel a bit shy. They smiled shyly at her, then turned to point at Shinmeng. Teacher, this is our mother. She came especially to see you. Hello, Teacher Zheng. Hello, sister-in-law. Are you here to ask about Mingyang and the others' classes? They are very smart and attentive in class, especially Mingfang. She's a good girl. If your family can support her, she should be allowed to continue her studies. Teacher Zheng felt a bit nervous. Most of the children at the school were boys, and there were few girls. Those girls usually only studied for a year or 2 before staying home to do chores. She felt helpless about this in the countryside over the years. As long as they want to study, I will support them well. Don't worry, Teacher Zheng. That's good, that's good. To be honest, sister-in-law, These 3 children are very diligent. After class, they stay in the classroom reading. Sometimes, if something at home delays them, they even go to ask the teachers for help. They are very sensible. The 3 children blushed from the praise, feeling a bit embarrassed, and kept glancing at Zhenping. When they saw her gently looking at them, they quickly looked away in a hurry. I'm relieved to see they're studying well. Mingyang, Mingliang, Mingfang, go to the classroom first. I'll talk with Teacher Zheng. Okay, mother. After the 3 children left, there weren't many students remaining. Teacher Zheng saw that Zhenping seemed to want to chat for a while, so she kindly invited her into the office. The other teachers had already gone to give the students their morning reading, so it was just the 2 of them. Zhenping didn't waste any more words. Teacher Zheng, thank you for taking care of my 3 children during this time. We've had a lot of problems lately, which delayed the children's classes, and the teachers have been worried about us.
I'm really sorry.
Here are some dried vegetables and mushrooms from our home, and some rice noodles brought back from southern Yunnan by my husband. Please share these with the teachers. It's our family's little gesture. They're not worth much, but please accept them. Teacher Zheng didn't refuse much. She understood it was a kind gesture from neighbors. But honestly, she was reluctant to accept. Her family was worried she might suffer, so they sent her money and vouchers every month. Still, she didn't want to waste her neighbors' kindness. Since they brought these from far away, she felt awkward if she didn't accept. She looked at the items, they were just ordinary things, and finally relaxed. Besides this, Zhenping hesitated and then asked, Teacher Zheng, may I also go to school? Teacher Zheng was surprised.
Huh?
Thanks to everyone who supports my work by reading, recommending, and collecting my stories. Please keep supporting me with votes and monthly subscriptions. Zhenping looked at Teacher Zheng with a friendly expression before quickly speaking. I don't mean to say I want to go to school just for that. I see Mingyang and the others studying, and I feel happy. I want to learn too. I used to attend a basic literacy class, but because our family was poor, I never went to school. I won't go to school now, but I want to learn to read with Mingyang and the others. I also want to see how well I can learn. So I'd like to ask if I can take the exam at school and see if I can pass. After she finished, she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, then lowered her head and shyly smiled. Teacher Zheng loves students who are eager to learn. She deeply sympathized with Zhenping's words. This is a girl from the countryside who loves learning but can't go to school. Why does she stay here instead of returning to the city? It's because she wants more women to awaken and realize their own abilities. That's nothing bad about it, sister-in-law. Your idea is very good. You should study hard with Mingyang and the others. When the exam comes, I will give you an extra test paper to practice. If you do well, I will help you get a graduation certificate from elementary school. I will take care of your school registration. Sister-in-law, study hard, and maybe someday you can become a college student. I will definitely work hard, Teacher Zheng. Teacher Zheng's words made Zhenping very happy. That was exactly what she wanted. Attending school every day is not possible, but with Teacher Zheng's help, getting an elementary school diploma is definitely doable. The knowledge from middle and high school is different from what she knew before, but as long as she studies more, it won't be too hard. After hearing what she wanted, Zhenping took everything out of her basket. She secretly put some rice and flour under Teacher Zheng's desk when she wasn't looking. Then she went out again and put a bag of rice noodles on the office. She learned how to cook so she could ride her bike home. When she got home, she saw someone sitting at the door. She looked carefully and recognized Guoxiuqin. There were some gifts next to her, clearly here to visit her because she was sick. Director Guo, why are you here? Guoxiuqin felt a little guilty. She had only been here a little while and didn't dare to knock on the door. When she saw Zhenping come back, she hurried over to say hello. Xiaomeng, where have you been? Are you feeling better? I'm much better now. Nothing serious anymore. I just went to school. There are a lot of things at home, and I feel bad bothering the teachers. I wanted to come and thank them in person. Hearing this, Guoxiuqin felt relieved. She waved the things she was holding and said, I was worried when I heard you got out of the hospital. I wanted to come see you last night, but I thought you needed rest, so I came today. Let's go home and talk. Guo Xiuqin shook her head. She still had to visit Uncle Guai later. Their house is noisy all the time, making the neighbors talk. If this keeps up, life will be hard. I'm not going. I came here today to apologize. Zhenping, believe me. That day, when I saw you get the papers from the brick factory, I was just a little jealous. I told my husband and son about it at home. I didn't expect my grandma to overhear. I really didn't think she would go to find Zhenping's wife and tell her. That's why you got hit for no reason. It's all my fault. Zhenping, I'm really sorry. Zhenping naturally understood that this matter was not Director Guo's fault. Everyone in Lujia village knew her character. She was not someone who caused trouble. As the women's director, she often helped the women in the village, so Zhenping would not blame her. Director Guo, what are you saying? I don't blame you. This is not your fault. It's my wife's grandmother who wanted to find me. If I were just earning money for my family, she wouldn't say anything. She's just jealous and feels uncomfortable inside. My parents raised me and took care of me when I was sick, buying medicine day and night. I am married, not sold. Respecting them is my duty, and no one can tell me otherwise. That's true, but since you're married, you and your wife need to live together happily. Your wife's grandmother is difficult to get along with, but she is still Zhenping's mother. For her sake, try to forgive and forget. The most important thing is that you live a happy life.
It's not easy to be a daughter-in-law.
Zhenping, Wu Xianglan, Zhou Jiaojiao, and Xie Jinghao are already very good. Some men only listen to their mothers and often beat or scold their wives. They even shout to beat or humiliate their wives. A few years ago, there were even men in Lujia village who went crazy from being beaten, crying on graveyards late at night. Such stories were common. But what could she do? She could only try her best to reduce such incidents in the village. However, the Guai family was different. They had a good in-law relationship, but their son had become useless because of a bad daughter-in-law. It was truly strange. Every year there were strange things, and this year especially. I understand, Annie. This is a gift from me to you, as an apology. I need to go to Guai's house now. Their family has a lot of problems. I heard that Xiangxiang's wedding might be cancelled. It's really frustrating. I can't accept this. If you have something to do, go ahead. When you're free, come visit us and relax. Zhenping pushed the gift away. She had just gone to give a gift to teacher Zheng and didn't expect to come back with a pile of things.
Take this.
It'll make you feel better, Auntie. I have to leave now. If I stay too long, there might be trouble at Guai's house. Guo Xiuqin didn't give her much time to refuse. She placed the gift in Zhenping's bicycle basket, nodded goodbye, and left. Zhenping looked at Director Guo with a frown. She remembered that Guai's family said Xiangxiang would get married soon and had even hired a Suona band to make the wedding lively. They owed Xiangxiang a lot and wanted to make it up to her when she married. I didn't expect that only a short time had passed and the happy marriage was about to fall apart. Over at Uncle Gui's house, Zhu Juing sat on the ground with messy hair. Opposite her sat the equally disheveled Huang Maochun. She straightened her waist and scolded the old woman sitting on the ground. Dead old woman, it's none of my business if your daughter can't get married. If you have the guts, go find her in-laws. Why are you taking your anger out on me? Tisk, it's because your family is poor and useless.
How dare you hit me?
I'm not so easy to bully. I, Huang Maochun, went to school for 2 years. I am educated, unlike you rural folks. I tell you, from now on, be more respectful when you see me. Maochun, how can you talk to your mother like that? She's right here. Who are you calling mother? Lu Xingchang shouted angrily. Unexpectedly, Huang Maochun walked up to him and slapped him with a loud smack, shocking the Lu family members into silence for a moment. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Lu Xingchang was stunned for a long time. In his mind, Huang Maochun was unreasonable and unruly, probably because she had a child. Usually, she insulted his wife, his sister, and even his children. He tried to persuade his family to be patient. Although she was dissatisfied with his sister-in-law and brother and didn't treat the children well, he still tried to mediate, hoping they could live happily together. But recently, she had been too much. Not only did she steal the money her mother saved for her sister, but she also told her sister-in-law that their mother had stolen things from her room. Who would want to marry a girl from a family with a bad reputation? Moreover, she spread many bad words about Xiangxiang, making her family look terrible. No one wanted to get involved with such a family. Today, her future brother-in-law personally came to cancel the engagement and even said some harsh words, which hurt Xiangxiang deeply. She kept making sarcastic remarks. He usually endured everything, thinking that marriage was not easy, and now they had a child. He just wanted them to live peacefully. But today, she was so unreasonable that he couldn't believe it. "Did you hit me?" Huang Mao-chun looked at Lu Xingchang's reddening eyes and finally realized what was happening. However, she was used to showing off in her in-law's house and didn't want to bow her head. She stubbornly held her head high and argued back. "I will hit you, so what? You cowardly fool, I also have a hard life marrying you. Our family is poor and simple. Your sister said she would buy this and that before she got married, but she never came to visit once she was married. And your parents, what did they give? You never ask about it. Now look at the situation of marrying a wife. What kind of deal is this?"
Bah.
"Huang Mao-chun, my family is poor, but when my mother asked for things, our parents couldn't afford to satisfy you and your family. My sister, doesn't she want to come? She couldn't come because her family had problems. She's also tight on money. So how could she take care of me? Over these 2 years, hasn't she been helping you little by little? My parents endured a lot for me and the children. At home, you often hit and scold me. When did I ever hit back? But you shouldn't have treated my parents, my sister, my older brother, and his wife like this. Did they owe you anything? Why are you bullying them?" Lu Xingchang was often scolded and disliked by Huang Mao-chun in private. He was honest and wanted to live a good life after marriage. They agreed secretly that the hitting and scolding should stay inside the house, not happen outside. When he worked hard to earn credits, becoming well known as a hard worker in Lu village. Yet Huang Mao-chun was still not satisfied. "You say I bully them? Isn't it your whole family that's bullying me? Always scowling at me. Do I deserve to be treated like this? I want to tell you, Huang Mao-chun is not someone you can bully. If you want to honor your parents and be close to your siblings, that's fine. But today you choose me and my son or your sneaky family members. What do you mean?" Huang Mao-chun smiled proudly and said to Lu Xingchang, "Of course, I mean divorce. If you don't want a divorce, then split the family. Let's keep this yard for us to live in, and everyone else can move out." Neither Zhu Juiying nor Manhwa cared about their quarrel anymore. They kept stirring trouble. In the past, when they argued, Manhwa's family thought it was because Lu Xingchang was doing a bad job and made the new wife angry. Now they realize that Huang Mao-chun is like a wolf that can't be fed, especially after having children. She's even more confident. Whenever she wants something and Manhwa and Zhu Juiying can't satisfy her, she scolds them fiercely. The worst was when she said that Manhwa's family didn't deserve children and should be cursed to have no descendants. Director Guo listened outside for a long time, feeling sad for Manhwa and Sister Juiying. Xiangxiang was alone in her room, feeling sad after listening to second sister-in-law's words. She disliked her very much and didn't want to see her again in this life. However, her nephew is innocent and still so young. He must have his mother nearby. Splitting the family seemed like a good idea to avoid the chaos of everyone living together. Shinmeng tidied up her things, rested inside for a while, then went outside. Lu Zhenping and Lu Mingkai were still working in the fields. When she arrived, she saw the little boy poking earthworms with a small stick, muttering to himself. Lu Zhenping took off his coat while working, wearing a vest, and swung his high. Despite that, sweat was beading on his forehead. They had planted apple, pear, peach, apricot, and persimmon trees, along with some vegetables for autumn and winter. Near the edge, they also grew 2 rounds of chives, probably borrowed seedlings from neighbors. When he looked at Mingkai, Shinmeng was walking over with a basket. They exchanged smiles. Are you tired? I brought some water. Drink a bit while you work. I'm not tired. I can finish this work by noon. Though he said that, he slightly lowered his head. Zhenping understood immediately, took the towel from his neck, and wiped the sweat off his face. Minkai, who had been poking earthworms for a while, saw his mother approaching but didn't speak. His little mouth pouted, and here and over, hugging Zhenping. Mommy is biased. You didn't see the baby. The baby is tired too, and wants some water. Looking at his small face, Zhenping felt her heart soften. Who could refuse a cute little child's plea? Oh, our little one has worked hard too. Come, have some water and rest, okay? The baby is really tired. Zhenping poured some water into a bowl. He held it and drank eagerly. After finishing, he pouted and said, Mommy's water is so good. Little rascal, you're such a smooth talker. All right, it's very hot here. You two should go back. I just have a little work left, and then I'll be done.
Okay.
Put this clay jar here. Remember to take it when you go home. Xiao Kai is coming back with me. I'll cook lunch, so come home early.
Got it.
When Zhenping was cooking at home, she felt a bit like a married woman. She gave Minkai a piece of walnut cake and let him sit at the kitchen door to play. The little boy was very obedient. After finishing the cake, he helped Zhenping add firewood to the stove and occasionally asked for praise. His adorable look made her smile. Zhenping decided to cook a simple home meal today instead of just bringing food from the space to fool anyone. At home, there are old beans and sesame leaves given by Tian Gui and Chen Jinling. She soaked them and planned to make bean soup and sesame leaf dumplings, which would taste very good. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. She decided to start cooking right away. First, she soaked the vermicelli and sesame leaves, then took a basin and scooped some white flour and cornmeal, added water, and began kneading the dough. After washing the old beans thoroughly, she cut them and put them in a bowl, then added flour and a little rapeseed oil, and mixed everything well. She boiled water for Minkai, then poured it into the kettle. She fried a few eggs, put them in a bowl to set aside. Seeing they looked plenty, she used chopsticks to pick a piece and fed it to Lu Minkai, who squinted happily while eating. Next, she heated some lard in a pan, added the mixed beans, and soon the aroma filled the air. The oil and dough turned a golden color quickly. She scooped in 2 ladles of water and covered the pot. Mom, this bean soup smells so good. Yes, son. Mom is also making dough. Later, I'll make big dumplings for lunch. Eat more today, okay? Okay. Lu Minkai watched the fragrant pot eagerly, paying close attention to the fire in the stove, very focused. Zhenping found 2 tomatoes in the vegetable basket, washed and chopped them, then added them to the pot along with some vermicelli and green leafy vegetables. She covered the pot and simmered for 5 minutes. Soon, everything was ready. She started cutting the vermicelli and sesame leaves, mixing the filling. She rolled out the dough and began making dumplings. In a small pot, she added water, placed a steaming basket, and started steaming the dumplings. After the meal was ready, she sliced a radish, mixed it, and prepared a simple lunch. Lu Zhenping returned home with Ming Yang and the 3 children. The old courtyard already smelled delicious. Da Qing and the other children drooled with hunger. Ming Liang secretly told Da Qing he would bring him some tasty food later, making the kids look at him gratefully. When they got home, they started washing hands and serving the food. Zhenping didn't do anything. She just waited in the main hall, where a basket of dumplings was stacked very high. Ming Yang, go find a cloth and take some dumplings to your Annie San and little gang. Mom made plenty. Enough for our family. Okay. Ming Liang took the opportunity to ask, Mom, can I leave one for Da Qing and the others? They pass by our house and don't want to leave because they're so eager to eat. Sure, there's no problem. This is sesame leaf wrapping, not something valuable. You can give one to Da Qing, Erqing, Gao Gao, and Yao Yao. When they go to school, you can send it to them. That way, your second grandma won't have anything to say. Lu Zhenping watched the two children take some dumplings from the basket and hand them out. He didn't say much. It's good that his son has kind intentions to help others and isn't stingy. Last night, he also saw a man and his grandson, whom Zhenping has been helping. The old man's health has improved a lot. Now, he doesn't often lack clothes or food. The cow shed is still simple, but their meals have improved a lot. However, the cow shed isn't very safe. Idle people from the village often come to steal their food, claiming they are checking if they are exploiting socialist policies. Just as they started eating, Mingyang returned with Lu Jiaxing. He looked gloomy and sat directly on the floor in the main hall. Big brother, about what we discussed last time, if you're free today, can you help me handle it? I've already talked to the village head and others. We need to split the family now, immediately. I haven't been working these days, so I owe about 1,000 to 2,000 yuan for bricks. Building the house will be quick. I want to live separately with Jinghao and the two kids. Lu Zhenping immediately understood what had happened. He didn't bother asking questions. The matter of splitting the family had been discussed before. This time, Lu Jiaxing had gone directly to the village head and the party secretary, showing he was determined. All right, I'll go after dinner, Lu Jiaxing said with relief. Seeing the delicious food and thinking about their simple meals, his desire to split the family grew stronger. He hesitated and said to Zhenping, sister-in-law, I have something shameless to ask you. Zhenping. If it's so shameless, it's better not to mention it. It's about the bricks and tiles. Can you help me get a black tile? Thatched roofs are okay too, but since we're splitting the family and building a house, I'd rather do it all at once and make it better. Don't ask your sister-in-law about this. She got the tile strips by chance and owes a lot of favors. I'll handle this for you. How much money do you still have? Let me estimate. Lu Jiaxing asked casually, not expecting much, but to his surprise, there was a chance. He quickly stood up and walked over to Lu Zhenping, laughing happily. Big brother, I still have over 50 yuan. If we split the family, I think I can get some money. When the time comes, buying black tiles will be enough. Lu Zhenping took a big bite of a dumpling and sipped some bean pod soup. He turned to look at Lu Jiaxing. All right, I'll ask about it later and get it done as soon as possible. After the division of the family, you will need to stand on your own and support yourself. Work hard to earn your share, take on some extra jobs during the off-season, and make a good life for yourself. My usually quiet older brother suddenly spoke to him like that. Lu Jiaxing felt a wave of emotion in his eyes. He wiped away his tears quickly, agreed briefly, and hurried back to tell Xie Jinghao the news. Why didn't you let me go see Dr. Cheng? You helped someone before, and I'm sure you didn't do it expecting anything in return. Good relationships can run out of use someday. If we trouble people again, it wouldn't be right. I know some people, it'll be quick, no worries. Zhenping. You're wrong, buddy. I'm not as noble as you think. After the children went to school, Zhenping took Lu Mingkai and Lu Zhenping to the Lu family. She didn't really want to join in the fuss. She just missed the little girl from Xie Jinghao's family, small, soft, cuddly, like a little kitten, very adorable. Xie Jinghao didn't get involved in the family division either. She and the two children were inside, talking with Zhenping, looking very relaxed. She was full of hope for the days ahead of dividing the family. If sister-in-law likes girls, she can have another one.
Huh?
No, I already have 4 kids at home. I'm busy, every day. I wouldn't dare want more. When Zhenping said this, she reached out and touched her belly. The original owner had done a lot of farm work, and the soft flesh on her stomach was gone. Since she arrived here, she hadn't exercised much, so her flesh was still soft and saggy. It's been like this for years. If she had another child, she wasn't sure if she could ever get back to being this slim. She liked children and planned to have one herself just for fun. But the medical conditions nowadays made her very doubtful. She had spent a long time in the hospital before, and she still felt a bit reluctant to go again. This family division didn't take as long as the last one. Soon, Lu Zhenping came to pick them up. When they reached the door, he overheard their conversation. Seeing Zhenping refuse, his eyebrows twitched. Thanks to everyone who listened to my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. In the evening, Zhenping finished washing up and went into the house. Several children were lying on the Kong table doing their homework. Mingfang was occasionally carefully teaching Zhenping the key points she learned that day, sometimes passing her a pencil so she could practice writing. Zhenping cooperated fully, acting like a good student and showing her best side. After learning the key points, she started knitting a sweater. However, her distracted attitude made Mingliang a bit unhappy. "Mom, you should study seriously. You can't read and knit at the same time. You can only do one thing." Zhenping glanced at him and said, "Mingfang just taught me how to write, and I remember it well. I learn quickly. You do your homework. I still have work to do." "Mom, your attitude towards studying isn't good. If you forget, all your effort will be wasted. How about I give you my homework to try writing?" Zhenping looked at Lu Mingliang, who was lying about being honest, and snorted coldly. "Don't you know how smart I am? Do you want to trick me into writing your homework? You little sly fox. If you keep coming up with these tricks, I'll tell your teacher." Hearing this, Lu Mingliang immediately shrank his neck. He just didn't want to do homework, but his new student mom was too hard to fool. Zhenping didn't stop her work and didn't bother them while they did homework. She looked outside, not knowing when Zhenping had come in. He was holding a thick book, reading it with great interest, but his occasional glances made Zhenping uncomfortable. What was he showing off? Was being literate such a big deal? It was only a little past 7, and she simply couldn't sleep. She kept knitting her sweater. If it weren't for Zhenping being at home, she would definitely find an excuse to go to her space, watch videos, eat snacks, and relax. That would be so comfortable. Lu Mingkai had finished drawing the grasshopper. He threw down his pen and crawled over to Zhenping, his eyelids drooping and looking very sleepy. "Mom, sleepy. You're sleepy, huh? Okay, I'll make your bed. Take off your clothes first. I'll feed you some milk before you sleep. Drink milk, sleep, sleep." Lu Mingkai tried to open his eyes wide and tugged at his clothes with his little hands. Zhenping couldn't prepare milk. When Zhenping got off the Kong, he bent down and handed her a pair of slippers. "I'll help my son take off his clothes. You prepare the milk." "Okay." Zhenping was momentarily stunned by his sudden thoughtfulness. Without thinking much, Lu Mingkai suddenly pounced on him. The sleepy child, who had just opened his eyes, suddenly became energetic, grabbing his collar and wanting to ride a horse. "Be good. Tomorrow we're going to Grandma's house. Go to bed early. Mingyang and the others, if you can't finish your homework tonight, just leave it for tomorrow. The kerosene lamp isn't bright, so don't hurt your eyes. You can finish it after you come back from Grandma's house." Going to Grandma's house. "We're going to Grandma's tomorrow." Lu Mingkai got even more excited. He turned around and asked Zhenping for confirmation. After receiving a positive answer, he clapped his small hands happily. Zhenping smiled slightly and looked at the 3 children doing their homework. To his surprise, all 3 sat still and didn't move. "Dad, we're almost done with our homework. The teacher said we should do things right away and not procrastinate."
Our teacher said that.
"Dad, stop talking. We'll finish it soon. No need to rush." After saying this, Mingliang and Mingfang continued to focus on their homework. Mingyang didn't say a word, just kept writing diligently. Zhenping thought to himself, "You guys aren't in a hurry, but I am. I've been home for a few days, and I've only touched my wife's hand." In the past, he never got anxious when he went home, but these past 2 days, he didn't know why. No matter what he did, Zhenping's image kept appearing in his mind, making his heart flutter. Without thinking further, he unbuttoned his shirt, pulled the fabric back, exposing most of his chest. He also pushed aside Lu Mingkai, who was moving around in his arms, to the side so Zhenping wouldn't see clearly. After preparing the milk, Zhenping turned around and saw a broad, smooth, muscular chest. Several idioms popped into her mind: young and strong, powerful, steel-like bones, robust and vigorous. She swallowed hard, forced herself to stay calm, and walked to the bed, handing over the milk. "Hurry and sleep. Finish drinking, then go to bed." Zhenping was silent. Lu Mingyang, Lu Mingliang, and Lu Mingfang also kept quiet. Mom, what is she talking about? Shenmeng quickly realized what she had just said. Her whole body stiffened, eyes wide with disbelief. She couldn't imagine that those words had come from her own mouth. Feeling embarrassed, she shot a cold glare at Lu Zhenping, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. The children, Lu Mingyang, Lu Mingliang, and Lu Mingfang, quickly lowered their heads and continued their homework. They hadn't seen anything they hadn't. But Lu Mingkai, holding his blanket and drinking milk slowly, was the only one who didn't notice anything unusual. Lan Zhenping gently laughs while holding his son, and his laughter becomes even louder. How should I put it? He sighs softly, feeling very satisfied with Shenmeng's recent behavior. Just as Shenmeng steps out of the room, she hears Lan Zhenping's somewhat bold, teasing voice. She stomps her foot in anger and quickly retreats into the space. Ah, Shenmeng, what's wrong with you? It's just a man, just some abs. Don't you watch enough of those handsome guys in videos? How can you be so distracted by an older man showing a little skin? It confused your mind and made you look silly in front of the kids. Wake up, woman. It's just some male charm. Shenmeng walks back and forth in the open area of the space, raises her hands to stretch, and makes a gesture of finishing work. Then she takes a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. Shenmeng, you're the best. After calming her mind, she pats her chest, feeling her lively heart settle down a bit. Just as she is about to leave the space, she hesitates and comes back. Although she saw him vaguely, she knows he is real. He even smiled at her. Shenmeng thought he looked relaxed and confident, unlike the very different man in the videos. Now that she can see and touch him, maybe she should just enjoy it. No, I must be patient. Endure for a while, keep calm, and don't lose reason. If I act now, I might regret it. In the end, Shenmeng couldn't persuade herself. She went to the bathroom for a fragrant bubble bath, washed thoroughly, and dried her hair until it was slightly damp. She unbuttoned 3 buttons at the collar of her small clothes and peeked out of the space. When she entered the room, she saw Mingyang and the other children had already gone to their rooms. Mingfang and Mingliang were lying in bed, looking ready to sleep. The man who had just been relaxed and undressed was now neatly dressed, leaning against the bed cabinet. When he saw her, he blurted out, "You went to the bathroom for so long. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, favorites, and monthly tickets." Shenmeng was so angry she almost wanted to rush over and slap Lan Zhenping. She had been washing herself in the space's bathroom for so long, and he actually said she went to the toilet. Sometimes, the words he spoke could make her speechless. If she weren't worried about disturbing the kids' sleep, she might have torn Lan Zhenping's mouth apart. After Shenmeng took off her shoes, she angrily pulled the blanket over herself, turning her back to Lu Zhenping. She didn't see the smile in Lu Zhenping's eyes. The next morning, after breakfast, the family didn't bring much. She only took 10 sesame leaf dumplings from the day before and a bucket of soybean oil. Lu Zhenping borrowed a bicycle, and the couple each took 2 children, Lu Mingyang and Lu Mingliang. The 2 boys sat early by their father's bicycle, which made Shenmeng, already upset, feel even more annoyed when she looked at Lu Zhenping. He wobbled onto the bicycle and started riding without waiting for anyone behind him. Mom is angry. Mom isn't good at riding. Will she drop Mingfang and Mingkai? I saw Mingfang's hands turning white from holding the bicycle so tightly. Lu Mingliang and Lu Mingyang chattered, hoping Lu Zhenping would ride faster. They wanted to keep their sister safe on the bike, and since their mother was carrying Lil Kai, she should ride more steadily. Stop talking nonsense. Mom is riding steadily. She won't drop her brothers and sisters. Although Lu Zhenping said this, he still used some effort with his feet just in case. When they arrived at the Shen house from afar, they saw the house had already been torn down. New bricks and tiles were piled aside. The Shen family was busy, and the children were helping to mix mud. Mom, look. Is that Xiaoming? Oh no, that's Zhenping. Zhenping is back. Shen Xiaotian clapped his muddy hands on his thighs and hurriedly ran toward Shenmeng and Lu Zhenping. Wang Guizhi and Xin Fugui, hearing that their son-in-law was back, also put down their work and hurried over to greet them. Zhenping is back. Oh, my good grandson is here too. Come sit over by the shed, have some water. Wang Guizhi happily went over, picked up Lu Mingkai, hugged him tightly, and kissed him. The little boy also hugged his grandmother back and kissed her. She was so touched her heart softened. She turned around and patted Mingfang's head, then looked at Mingyang and Mingliang. When did Zhenping come back? Meanwhile, the grandparents and grandchildren were chatting warmly. Xin Fugui approached Lu Zhenping and greeted him. Been back for 2 or 3 days. I just had time to come see you and Mom. I heard Xiaoming say yesterday that the house is being built. Do you have enough workers? Yes. The neighbors and relatives are helping. They eat a meal and they get 50 cents a day. Many people are helping out. Xin Fugui was very happy. Although his family still owed money to his son-in-law's family because of a famine, once the house was built, life would be much better. At least his youngest son could get married, and the children and their spouses could live more comfortably. When the grandchildren grew up, they would have their own rooms. Zhenping, come over quickly and sit down. Have some water. You must be exhausted after this journey. Haha, today my daughter will cook something nice for you. Coincidentally, Yutian just finished slaughtering the pig, and you all arrived just in time. Our family is busy. Let me do the cooking and big sister-in-law can help me with the stove. We'll make some stew and eat together with the workers. No need for separate chores. Shinmeng saw her family looking dirty and with some minor injuries from work. She didn't want them to be busy anymore. All right then. Zhenping, it's rare for you to come, so you should enjoy a good meal. It's been tough outside all these years. Wang Guizhi looked at Lu Zhenping with concern.
It's okay, Mother.
I'll eat whatever. Little Meng, Lu Zhenping said, then nodded toward Shinmeng. Everyone was sitting in the shed talking. Even some curious villagers came over to say hello or take a look, but it didn't disturb the Shin family's conversation. Shinmeng understood his meaning from his look. She quickly put the money she brought out of her pocket into Wang Guizhi's hand. Mother, Zhenping and I discussed it. Instead of borrowing money from others, it's better to use ours. We can pay it back slowly over time. Your daughter won't rush you. The most important thing now is to finish building the house quickly. Her words surprised the Shin family. Even though they knew Lu Zhenping was a good person, they didn't expect him not only to forgive Shinmeng for borrowing so much money from her family, but also to add the remaining amount today. That won't do. Your family needs to live too. It's not right to keep giving money to your family. Would your parents-in-law be willing? Wang Guizhi and Xin Fugui were most worried that Shinmeng would argue with her in-laws again. Filial piety was very important. If a daughter-in-law argued with her parents-in-law, it would be shameful and damage the family's reputation. Only their daughter would suffer. Don't worry, mother and father. This is not your concern. We can handle our own affairs. Mother, keep the money. We'll work hard to finish building the house. When it rains, it will delay things, Shinmeng said. But this was exactly the problem. Just a few days ago, it was cloudy, which scared them. The house had just been dismantled, and if it rained, how could the whole family get through it? When they mentioned this, everyone in the Shin family looked at Yutian.
It's all because of this guy.
When he said he wanted to build a house, he was so happy, jumping 3 feet high. Before the bricks and tiles arrived, he had already built a simple shelter. The family decided that since they were going to build a house anyway, they might as well lay the foundation together and finish building it all at once. Lu Zhenping was very strong. At noon, Shinmeng was cooking a big pot of stew in a simple kitchen. She reheated the sesame leaf dumplings she brought and shared them with a few children, Xin Fugui and Wang Guizhi. They used a bucket of soybean oil for cooking. The oil was already cooked soybean oil. After heating the pot, she added the oil, then put in sliced pork and stir-fried it until fragrant, making everyone hungry. Next, she added chopped green onions and for flavor, then put in autumn cabbage, potato slices, tofu, mushrooms, and soaked wild vegetables. After pouring in soy sauce and stir-frying a few times, she added water. Finally, she put in rice noodles, steamed them in a bamboo basket, and placed the grain-based steamed bread on top to steam together. After about 10 minutes, the aroma spread far and wide. Neighbors nearby, who weren't working, started to peek over. Wang Guizhi saw that the older folks were all watching them, so she quickly carried the large bucket of soybean oil into the shelter and locked it in the cabinet by the Kong heated bed. She was so upset that her daughter was taking out such good things openly, and she had given so much at once. It broke her heart. After cooking, Zhenping, Wang Guizhi, Lu Qinlan, Su Xiaomei, and other women sat inside the shelter talking. Wang Guizhi whispered to Zhenping, "Mom has something to tell you." "Haha, your younger brother said he has a fiancée now. They've met, and both kids are happy. They're just waiting to discuss the engagement later. Thanks to everyone who listened to my story. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly votes." Zhenping was happy and replied, "That's great news. Yes, the girl's family and your sister-in-law have all met her. She's tall, quick, good at work, and most importantly, she's small, pretty, and sweet-talking. She's a perfect match for your younger brother. The kids like her too. They're just waiting to finish building the house before getting engaged. Mother said so." Xiaomei and I also went along. Xiaobin and that girl looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. She's a very honest girl. Lu Qinlan also felt genuinely happy. Now that the house was built, they could settle Xiaobin's marriage, work hard to earn more work points, pay off the family's debts, and then live a peaceful life. If the Shen family could have a good life, Zhenping would be very happy. Lunch was simple. Lu Qinlan used a spoon to serve food, and Su Xiaomei made steamed buns. They shared a simple pot of stew, eating until they were sweaty and feeling satisfied. Today, the most important thing for the Shen family was to deliver the money for bricks and tiles. Wang Guizhi saw Lu Zhenping helping Shen's family with work and felt very sad. Her son-in-law had been in the army for many years. Now that he was finally home, they should spend good time together. It would be best if this visit helped Xiaoming get pregnant again so they could have more children. Shen's family was building a house. Their daughter and son-in-law paid and worked hard. If others did the same, they would be very happy. But Wang Guizhi and Shen Fugue felt ashamed. Their own house was being built, but they felt they had caused trouble for others. Not long after eating, they hurried the family to leave. The house was messy, and there was nowhere for them to take a nap. When the family got home, it was only 2 o'clock. Zhenping washed her hands and face, then prepared to hold her little son to sleep. Lu Zhenping wanted to go too, but before he could follow his wife, Lu Jiaxing came carrying a. He looked eager and approached Lu Zhenping with a friendly face. "Big brother, the land is full of weeds. Let's clean it up together. Once we lay the foundation, we can build the house quickly." "Oh, I heard the village broadcast. The weather has been sunny, so it won't delay building the house." Lu Zhenping. Zhenping, holding Minkai, turned around and looked at him. She snorted and went back inside. They worked until evening. Lu Jiaxing found a cigarette from somewhere and handed it to Lu Zhenping. "Brother, go home. I can handle the rest myself. It's getting late. You should go back and eat." Lu Zhenping took the cigarette but didn't light it. He glared at him and threw the into his arms. "Coward."
Hee hee.
Lu Zhenping ignored him and didn't go home. Instead, he went to a hillside under an old tree. He wiped his hands and sat down. He took the cigarette from his ear, lit it with a match, and started smoking slowly. Cough, cough. Maybe the cigarette had been sitting too long and was damp. He took a big puff and choked badly, tears coming to his eyes. Lu Zhenping sat under the old tree, watching the moon rise in the distance. This time back, he felt that much of the sadness in his heart had been washed away. When he was older, he finally understood who the woman he saw at age 5 was. He realized why his parents were always so cold to him. Even though they smiled, he couldn't feel any warmth. The only place that made him feel motivated and eager to live was the army. It was the right place for him. He always thought of himself as a lonely wolf, but finally found his pack. He loved his days in the army and became friends with squad leader Zhou, who cared for and helped him. He told himself that on the battlefield, bullets would block for him, and as long as he didn't walk ahead, he would be safe. That was the advice from experienced soldiers to new recruits. War is cruel. Squad leader Zhou died in front of him. His lover couldn't handle the shock and also died, leaving behind 2 lives. The poor Mingyang was sent to his uncle and aunt's care, then later moved to relatives and finally ended up in an orphanage. There, many children of fallen soldiers lived. When he went to pick up Mingyang, the boy didn't want to leave and clung tightly to Mingliang and Mingfang. He couldn't let go of their hands, so he took all of them home. Mingliang, Mingfang, and Mingyang were all children of martyrs. They were respected, but at first, the children were too young for him to care for properly. He often had to go on missions. The wife of a soldier in the camp helped take care of the children for a while. But gradually, he felt it wasn't sustainable, so he decided to send the children back home. He promised that as long as they were well cared for, he would give them a pension. Over time, he still felt uneasy. Ma Xiang said he should find a wife because children would be better with a mother. When Shen Meng married him, he immediately saw that she had her own hopes. He thought that was good. He didn't mind giving her his allowance as long as she took care of the children. He felt he didn't deserve a warm family. He was a product of confusion and desire. By Xu Yun, who claimed to be his mother, he couldn't understand her actions, and even her decision to have him seemed ridiculous. But this girl, who had her own hopes, suddenly changed her attitude, making him a bit puzzled. He hadn't been back long, but he felt like he'd known her forever. That feeling of mutual respect seemed like something from a past life. He was irresistibly drawn to her and wanted her. This love grew quickly, unlike anything before. Yesterday, he saw Shen Meng's intentions but didn't act. He wanted to wait and see how he felt inside. The moon rose higher and higher. Lu Zhenping finished his cigarette and patted the tree, which he considered an old friend. He used to come here whenever he was unhappy. Now he thought he probably wouldn't come again. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard a rustling sound. He stopped abruptly. Shen Meng had been waiting at home for Lu Zhenping, but he didn't come. So she cooked a pot of noodles, comforted the children to eat, and after they finished washing up and doing their homework, she went into the space. While the children were inside and Lu Zhenping hadn't returned, she quickly entered the space. She found a steak and poured a glass of Bordeaux red wine. She turned on the TV, watching a movie while thinking about delicious food. After eating and drinking enough, she sighed happily, feeling truly satisfied. Just after she finished washing up and left the space, the courtyard gate was pushed open. Lu Zhenping came in, dragging a large object with one hand. Shen Meng hurried to sit down. "What's that?" she asked. It was too dark to see clearly. Lu Zhenping hushed her, signaling her not to speak. After he entered the yard, she quickly closed the gate. When they reached the main hall, she saw clearly they were 2 goats. "Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets." Shen Meng looked at the lifeless goat and then at the strong and capable Lu Zhenping. He had dragged 2 goats home, showing how powerful he was. Curious, she reached out to touch one. It was solid and hard. "Don't come closer. I smell blood on myself. We'll keep 1 goat at home, and later I'll prepare to send half to your family, give some to the old courtyard, and the rest will belong to us. The other one will be handed over to the production team to watch over the village." Shen Meng nodded. After she finished cleaning the goats, the smell of blood and the goat's strong scent would likely spread. If they didn't give away one, someone might suspect something had happened at home. "Didn't you go help Jiaxing with work? Why did you come back with 2 goats? Lu Zhenping, feeling happy from her gaze, chuckled softly. "Nothing much, just went for a quick run. I met them on the way down the mountain. Unfortunately, I only caught 2, the others ran away. Luckily, these 2 goats are a bit slow and simple, or I wouldn't have caught them all." Shen Meng, honestly, that sounds a bit boastful. The children inside, doing homework, heard the noise outside and came out to see. When they saw the 2 dead goats, they cheered and marveled. They used to not be very close to Lu Zhenping, but now, looking at him, Their admiration was almost overflowing. First, don't rush to clean the sheep. You haven't eaten yet, right? There's ready-made soup in the pot. I'll serve you a bowl of noodles. Eat first, then do the cleaning. Okay. Shenmeng was a bit dazzled by Lu Zhenping's recent smile. She couldn't understand why. After working all day and going up the mountain again, his eyes seemed to sparkle like little stars when he looked at her. The large bowl of noodle soup was quickly finished. Lu Zhenping was outside in the yard, cleaning wild goats with a kitchen knife. The two silly goats were quite big, probably around 50 or 60 pounds, with shiny fur. The kids weren't afraid, and just watched around. The smell was too strong for Shenmeng. She couldn't stand it. Before going inside, she pointed at the fur on the ground and said, "Keep this fur. If that goat is given to the production team, the fur should come to us. When it gets cold, we can make jackets for the kids. If there's not enough fur, we can make shoes. We definitely won't let others benefit from it." "Oh, the smell is too strong. I'm going back inside. Mingyang, you guys shouldn't watch for too long. Sleep early." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lu Zhenping didn't stop working. He carefully cleaned one sheep, using a basin for the water. He divided the meat and then took the kids inside to sleep. He cut over 5 jean of meat, along with a piece of sheep fat, tied it with grass rope, and carried it to the old house. Zhou Jiao and Lu Jiaxuan returned from outside. When they passed by Shenmeng's house, they caught a strong smell of blood and sheep. Both paused. "Jiaxuan, do you smell that? Is it from Big Brother's house? Did he slaughter a sheep? That can't be. Maybe he bought a sheep and slaughtered it at home. Wait, no, could it be that Big Brother caught some wild game in the mountain? Last winter, whenever he was home, he would go wandering in the mountain and often bring back wild birds or rabbits. Maybe he brought back a sheep this time?" Zhou Jiao's eyes lit up. Now that it was getting colder, if they could enjoy some sheep soup, it would warm them all over. Plus, women found lamb very nourishing. "Jiaxuan, why don't we go see if Big Brother is home?" Lu Jiaxuan hesitated and snorted. "No, I'll get my salary this month. If you want to eat lamb, I'll buy it for you. You're pregnant now, and we shouldn't stay out too long. Let's go home." Zhou Jiao knew Lu Jiaxuan still remembered when Lu Zhenping had publicly scolded him last time. But her big brother had paid the money, and the two kids had apologized to her. She thought as long as Lu Jiaxuan's salary wasn't lost, she could tolerate some small grievances. "Jiaxuan, what are you doing? Do you want lamb? I just want to take this chance to make peace between you and Big Brother. Brothers have old grudges, but remember, Big Brother never hit you when you were young. Now that you both have families, you're still brothers. As the old saying goes, even a tiger's brother can be close, and fathers and sons fight in the army. Your own big brother, there's no need to be shy about it. Just talk and laugh, and the problem will be solved." Lu Jiaxuan turned around, holding Zhou Jiao's shoulders with both hands, sighing helplessly. "I'm just worried about you being upset, Jiao. Look at your once shiny black hair and thick, long braids. Now, those two little rascals have spoiled it all. If it happens again, I'll still give them a good scolding. They are born by their mother but not raised by her. There's no need to argue with them. I don't feel wronged. Why should you? The most important thing is to get along well with Big Brother. He has friends in the committee, and you don't want to get promoted or transfer jobs. Don't be stubborn, okay?" After hearing this, even though Lu Jiaxuan was angry inside, he was willing to endure for his wife and children. Although he relied on Big Brother's influence, he also had real skills. "All right, Jiao, wait for me. One day, I will rely on my own ability to give you a bright future. Then you can stay at home with the kids and enjoy life." "Okay, I'll wait." This talk touched Zhou Jiao's heart. Since she married in, she had been very diligent, just to earn the respect of the Lu family. They couldn't find any fault with her. If Lu Jiaxuan can make the family proud in the future, she will share that honor too. The two of them stayed close for a while before heading to Shenmeng's house. Just as they were about to knock, the door opened from inside. Lu Zhenping almost dropped the meat he was holding on Zhou Jiao's face. "Oh, you scared me to death. Big Brother, take it slow. You scared Jiao Jiao. Lu Zhenping said, "Why are you standing at my door like a gatekeeper late at night?" Zhou Jiao Jiao's eyes fixed on the lamb in Lu Zhenping's hand. There was a big piece and some fat, and she was so greedy she wanted to eat it right away. "No, big brother. Joshua and I just smelled the blood, and we're worried something was wrong at your place, so we came to check. Why do you have such old meat?" "I'm taking it to my parents. I caught a goat on the mountain, cleaned it, and cut some meat to keep for ourselves. The rest will be sent to the production team later." When Zhou Jiao Jiao heard this, she looked worried. Such a precious thing. How could it be given to the production team? The team has so many people. When it's time to share meat, there wouldn't be much for the family. Whatever she caught should naturally be for the Lu family to eat. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, favorites, and monthly tickets. Thank you so much. Lu Zhenping closed the door tightly and carried the lamb meat as he headed to the old courtyard. Zhou Jiao Jiao just peeked inside and only saw a puddle of water on the ground. She didn't see much else. When she saw Lu Zhenping was about to leave, she quickly turned around and stopped him. "Big brother, how much did you give to our parents? Did you leave any meat for the production team? How many sheep did you catch?" Lu Jiaxuan also followed and listened. He didn't object to Lu Zhenping's words, so when Zhou Jiao Jiao asked, he stayed silent.
Can't you see?
That's all. If we don't give any to the production team, we can keep it ourselves. Just go home quickly. No, big brother. I think one sheep doesn't have much meat. If we give it to the team, it's hard to share. It's better to keep some for ourselves. Our two families can split it, and the rest can be sold. There are so many people in the village. Even if we share, each family wouldn't get much meat. It's better not to give it away. These days, wild game from the mountain is usually for our own use. Everyone understands this, without saying, "Why are you so stubborn, big brother?" According to Zhou Jiao Jiao, the meat should be shared between the two families. It would be best if the Lu family could get more since they have more people. In this weather, the lamb meat won't last long before it spoils. It would be a waste. This wasn't a big issue. It was a common practice in the village, an unspoken rule. When a family didn't have much grain, everyone would think about hunting wild game or gathering wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. When they caught wild animals, they would hide them away. No one would be like Lu Zhenping, rushing to give it away. To be a good person, shouldn't you first take care of your own family? Lu Zhenping turned around and looked coldly at Zhou Jiao Jiao from head to toe. She was right. Almost everyone in the village did the same. But this is the countryside. When your family is in trouble, others help. Over the years, the villagers don't keep track of how much help they've received or given. You are right. A goat doesn't have much meat to begin with, and sharing it with one person doesn't make much difference. It might be better not to share at all. I understand your point now. You all be busy, I'll go home. Later, Little Dream will cook the meat and bring some ready-made for you. After saying this, Lu Zhenping picked up the meat and went straight back home, closing the door with a loud bang. Big brother, what do you mean? Jiao Jiao didn't say anything wrong. Everyone is like this. The family is about to run out of money. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Lu Jiaxuan angrily pushed open the courtyard gate. Behind him, Zhou Jiao Jiao's face was pale. She didn't understand what she said wrong that made her brother so stingy. He took the meat back. Let Shenmeng prepare the meat to send over. Shenmeng is so kind to give them ready food. Even if she's doing this out of kindness, how much meat can there be? And that piece of mutton fat, such a good thing, rendered into oil, whether for cooking or making soup, it's very fresh, like eating meat every day. But now it's gone just like that. Zhou Jiao Jiao straightened her neck, quickly walked up to Lu Jiaxuan, and tugged at his arm. Jiaxuan, let's go. I really didn't expect Big Brother to be so petty. He used to suffer so much at home. As the eldest brother, he only cares about his wife and kids, not brotherly love. If he doesn't care, we don't need to keep trying to please him. It's just some lamb meat. We don't eat it. When you get promoted, we'll split the family and live our own good lives. Jiao Jiao is right. Big brother is really disappointing more and more. Let's go back.
Don't worry, wife.
I will work hard so that you and our children can have a good life. After they finished talking, they both glared angrily at Lu Zhenping, who had closed the big courtyard gate, then turned and went home. Zhenming saw Lu Zhenping carry the meat and fat back, then take it out again. She looked at him with confusion. There's not much meat. It's better not to share it. Later, I'll cook more and send over a bowl. These leftovers are better for us to keep and eat ourselves. You rest first. I'll take this unskinned sheep to the village chief's house. Okay. Zhenming looked at him for a while, thinking he probably met someone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought it back again. But it's good he did. On the Lu family side, she only wanted to let Xie Jinghao and the children eat the lamb. She didn't want anyone else to eat it. Lu Zhenping carefully prepared the lamb with a kitchen knife, keeping half for himself. He took off one front leg and packed the rest into a burlap bag, planning to ride his bike to his mother-in-law's house later. After finishing, Lu Zhenping left with a front leg and a whole sheep. He delivered the complete sheep to the village chief's house. Since there wasn't much meat, he suggested that the village's experienced cook make lamb soup the next day so everyone could share a big bowl of hot soup and meat. Lu Bongda was so happy he almost forgot his own name. During the day, he had talked with Secretary Zhang Hongfa about when he could invite Lu Zhenping for a drink and see if there was a way to send his family to the army. Unexpectedly, that night, someone came to the door and brought a big mountain goat, so everyone in the village could enjoy meat and soup.
Such kind people.
After finishing his chores and washing up, Lu Zhenping returned to his room around 10 o'clock. He thought Zhenming had already gone to bed with the children. But as soon as he pushed open the door, he was pulled inside by someone. That person blew out the kerosene lamp, and the room suddenly went dark. Through the moonlight, he could only see the woman pushing him against the door and holding him there. She was wearing thin clothes, her hair flowing like a waterfall, brushing his fingertips. A pleasant scent drifted into his nose, making his heart tighten for no clear reason. What are you doing? Pretending? I don't believe you don't know what I want. Isn't this what you want? Zhenming moved closer, leaning in and blowing softly into his ear. The man's body tensed up from her teasing. He slightly turned his head away. She smiled triumphantly and started to gently explore downward, finally stopping at the abs she had always wanted to touch. Lu Zhenping didn't resist at all, seeming to let her do as she pleased. But when Zhenming kept touching only small areas, he couldn't hold back anymore. He turned and pressed her against the door, taking control of the situation. How does it feel? Zhenming raised her hand to wrap around his neck, swallowed hard, and said, Very good. People are even better. Want to try? Zhenming's fingers trembled nervously. She just wanted to eat meat, but she didn't expect him to become so assertive after being teased. She instinctively moved back slightly. Before she could finish, Lu Zhenping suddenly bit her lips hard. Thanks to everyone who listens to my work. New updates every night at 10 p.m. Please recommend, collect, and vote for me. Zhenming slept until about 11 the next morning. When she woke up, Lu Zhenping wasn't beside her. There was a cup of warm water within reach. She tried to sit up but felt a sharp pain in her waist and quickly lay back down. Zhenming didn't dare move again. She felt as if her body had been run over by a truck, so sore and painful. Last night, Lu Zhenping was really frightening. Her waist, her legs, her strength. Oh my. Though very tired, Zhenming felt very happy to have finally eaten some meat. She wasn't surprised she had rummaged through her space to find a modest yet charming dress. Shivering, she got up and drank the warm water on the table. Then she took a big meat-filled bun from her space and ate it. She was too exhausted to get out of bed without eating something first. Zhenming went to the yard. Ming Lang and Ming Kop hurried over to her, noticing her trembling. Mom, are you still tired? Dad said you were too exhausted last night after sharing the meat with him, so he told us not to bother you. There's rice left in the pot. I'll bring some to you. After saying that, Ming Lang quickly ran to the kitchen. Zhenming looked around and saw that Ming Yang and Ming Fong weren't there. She rubbed Mingkada's head. Little guy, where did your dad, big brother, and sister go? Shenmeng froze at her words. Her voice was hoarse and barely understandable. She swallowed hard. Was last night's sleep so exhausting for her voice? They went outside. Mom, do you want to rest? Why can't you speak clearly? Are you sick? Mom, maybe I have a sore throat. It's nothing serious, really. Don't worry, son. After saying that, she quickly shut her mouth, not wanting to speak anymore.
Mom, squat down.
Little cut on Mom, and she'll feel better. The little guy tugged at her clothes and climbed onto her. Shenmeng had no choice but to squat down. The little boy leaned close and blew on her neck twice. Just as she thought he was finished, Lu Mingkara's small hand reached for her neck and pressed on her collarbone. It's red. A bug bit Mom. Baby, breathe. Cough, 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 cough. It's okay, it's okay. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Mom will rest in the main room. You keep poking at the ants. It's not poking ants. Baby is doing surgery on the ants. Shenmeng. All right, you go ahead. As soon as she sat down in the main hall, she remembered the red mark on her collarbone. She quickly changed into a new outfit, buttoned her collar tightly, looked in the mirror to make sure everything was okay, and then left the room. Mom, I've placed the food on the table. I'm going to call Dad. Today, our village is having a sheep roast and soup. Everyone can go get some. Dad went to help out. Brother and sister are waiting because they're worried someone might take the sheepskin. Shao Kai, and I also want to go see. Is that okay, Mom? Go ahead, but walk slowly and don't run. Be careful not to bump into anything. Okay. Shen watched the two kids leave the house, then looked down at the bowl of rice on the table. Shenmeng. Lu Zhenping, that man, left her a bowl of kidney soup. What does that mean? The workers in the village are very energetic. Early in the morning, when the work bell rang, the village chief announced that there would be goat meat today. Lu Zhenping caught the goats last night on the mountain. Hearing this, no one could be happy. As soon as Lu Zhenping returned, he gave the village some favors. When he joins the army, the villagers will take care of his wife and children. That's what the village chief conveyed, and everyone responded. Now they are working hard, just waiting for work to end so they can enjoy the goat soup. They might even get to eat it twice. Early in the morning, Lu Sanjin already heard Zhou Jiaojiao and Lu Jiaxuan talking about this. Seeing so many people praising Lu Zhenping in front of her, she smiled outwardly, but felt sick inside. Such a big sheep, weighing dozens of jin, and he's so generous. Doesn't he think about how much his parents can eat? When they brought the sheep to the village, they didn't bother to hide their intentions. They took the sheep's head and split it between two families. What's wrong with that? The village chief wouldn't say anything. Now everyone in the village can enjoy a meal, even those who usually don't care about each other. People are even bringing bowls to share the leftovers from Lu's family. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. The beggar's wife had just picked a little grass in front of her and sat down heavily on the ground. She looked at Zhou Jiaojiao working hard and sneered sarcastically. Jiaojiao, today we really owe your uncle's kindness. Thanks to him, we can have goat soup twice. Tell me, your uncle caught such a big mountain goat. Why didn't he give you some meat? If not, at least leave some goat fat. He gave it all away and your family didn't get anything? Hey. What do you mean, beggar's wife? The Lu family took out the sheep for everyone to eat, and you're complaining? If you don't want to eat, then don't take your basin over there. Nobody's forcing you. Don't even mention goats. If someone catches a wild rabbit or pheasant, they would hide it tightly, not letting anyone see even a feather. You're just stirring trouble. Jiao, don't mind her. She's just jealous of your Lu family. Several women working together spoke up for Jiao, teasing the lazy daughter-in-law. The lazy daughter-in-law was thick-skinned and didn't react to their words, only sitting on the ground to rest. After they finished talking, Jiao and the others looked at the lazy daughter-in-law. Sister-in-law, my older brother is doing a good deed. He has good things to share with everyone. That's a good thing. Our family has no objections and supports him. Life is hard for everyone, and it's rare to have a sheep to add some meat. Naturally, we should all eat together. Oh, really? The lazy daughter-in-law didn't pay much attention to her reply. She rested for a while and then started weeding with a shovel. Jiao Jiao secretly glanced at her, feeling disgusted by her behavior. A decent person with a proper appearance, good looks, and a neat figure. How could she be so lazy? But this didn't concern her much. Since the family wouldn't get any sheep meat, they had to share the good reputation. It would also help with Liu Jiaxuan's future work. Liu Zhenping returned home and saw Zhenming looking upset. Feeling guilty, he rubbed his nose, cleared his throat, and walked over to Zhenming. "Little Meng, did you drink the soup I left for you? You woke up late, so have some soup to settle your stomach. You ate well at noon." If he hadn't mentioned it, Zhenming wouldn't be so angry. When he did, Zhenming reached out and pinched the soft flesh on his waist. "Why did you leave me kidney soup? I don't want to drink that. Your strength isn't good. You need to recover properly, or next time you'll faint halfway again." Zhenming. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. Updates are every night at 10 p.m. Please support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. I initially thought Zhenping's wife was just joking, but because of Liu Zhenping's face, he decided to try it. Surprisingly, it worked. Chopped autumn cabbage, radish, and vermicelli were all put into the pot. Finally, he threw in slices of lamb. Once the pot boiled, he thickened the sauce, poured in a spoonful of sesame oil, and the aroma of lamb soup filled the air, spreading for miles. This large iron pot was used during communal meals before. It was big enough for everyone in the village to eat from, but he couldn't guarantee how much meat was in each person's bowl. This noon, the news about going to the threshing ground to drink lamb soup was announced early. After work, everyone took their bowls and basins to the threshing ground. The master chef saw everything was ready and poured chopped garlic sprouts into the pot. "Lamb soup is ready. Everyone, line up for your meal." Early arrivals looked at the iron pot eagerly, then excitedly turned to tell those behind. You can see at a glance that it's all meat, and it's thick and rich. If you add some vegetables at home, you can have a filling meal. When the front people shouted, those waiting behind became even more anxious. They all wanted to take a look, but since they arrived late, they could only queue at the back. When Liu Zhenping and Zhenming arrived, the master chef called out to them. "Zhenping is here. Come over. We've left a bowl of blanched lamb for your family. It's all good. Later, you can have a couple more meals."
Huh?
Before Liu Zhenping could speak, the man at the front, who was known as a troublemaker, directly blocked Liu Zhenping.
Hey, what are you saying?
"The things given to the production team are collective property. How can you take them back? Isn't that going against socialism? Troublemaker, get out of the way. The lamb was given by Zhenping. What's wrong with taking a little home? You ate someone else's stuff, and now you're criticizing them?
Can't you see?
It's just jealousy. He's a lazy guy, always lying around at home. He's never worked the land. But Zhenping is capable, and he's just envious."
Exactly.
"How can you talk about him like that? And he didn't take much. If I were him, I'd take some home too. Giving away such old meat for nothing. How could he feel good about it?" While the words are somewhat true, the fool's reasoning isn't entirely wrong. The mutton has already been given to the collective team, so it belongs to everyone. Taking some home would be inappropriate. "Zhenping, maybe you shouldn't take it. Just pour the meat into the pot directly, so others won't gossip." The master chef also looked serious. Those people gossiping just want to pressure Liu Zhenping into pouring the meat into the pot, so they can have more. Haha, he needs to watch carefully. When they make mutton soup later, they won't get any meat. He's been in charge of serving rice for many years, and is very skilled at it. If he gives some extra meat to certain bowls, those people will get more. If he doesn't, they won't get a single piece. Shen Mengqiao rolled his eyes silently at the person who was pouring the meat into the pot. He thought, isn't this just a way to provoke him? Everyone be quiet. Whoever is talking nonsense here, this bowl of meat is reserved by me for Master Chef. It's specifically for Zhenping's family. Haha, he just came home for a few days and already gets to eat meat. On this cold day, drinking a bowl of mutton soup makes you warm all over. After eating, you can lie down comfortably. Isn't it better to work hard this afternoon and earn some points? Why cause trouble? If anyone disagrees, then don't eat. Just leave your bowl aside and go away. Humph. Those gossipers should think carefully. If they get upset over a bowl of meat, how can there be any future? Next time, if they get something good, will they still think of you? It's like a bad mouse ruining a good pot of soup. If you don't want to eat, just leave quickly, fool. Lu Debong was very angry. He had just come from Zhang Hongfa and heard the noise on the threshing floor. He thought everyone was grateful to Zhenping for his selfless help, but instead, he heard such sarcastic remarks. Seeing it was the village chief and the secretary, Lizzie quickly shrank back and stepped aside, but his eyes kept staring at Lu Zhenping and his wife. They didn't even look at him. Instead, the wife took a basin and stood at the front. After the master chef filled her bowl with mutton soup, she signaled Shinmeng Chow. She carried her bowl of meat and left quietly. The couple didn't say a word from start to finish and left gracefully. Some of the people looked at each other in confusion. Zhang Hongfa snorted and waved his hand at the master chef. The chef, holding a large spoon, started serving rice to the line of people waiting. The person with more meat in their bowl feels very happy and joyfully carries their bowl or basin home. As for those who didn't get any meat, naturally they feel upset and go straight to the chef. The chef finally has a place to vent his anger. Why are you shouting? This big pot of mutton soup, I serve it spoon by spoon. Do I know who has meat and who doesn't? When I serve a soup, I don't shake the spoon. You all understand that. The person shouting feels a lump in their heart, but isn't that how it is? Seeing others' bowls with more meat, how can they feel comfortable? The chef doesn't care about their feelings. He's sure that no matter how hard they try, they won't think of the special skill of flipping the rice bowl. Lu Zhenping and Shinming arrive at the door and see the Lu family heading toward the threshing ground with bowls and basins. Lu Jiaxing happily greets them. Lu Sanjin doesn't look at them. She's upset inside. She thinks, even if they give the sheep to others, why can't they leave some for the family? They don't think about their parents at all. Mingyang Mingliang and the 4 children are waiting in the main room, with a basket of sesame pancakes that smell amazing. They haven't touched anything yet, just waiting for the mutton soup. Shinmeng first takes a spoonful to taste, then frowns. The flavor is bland and slightly fishy, not very good. Wait a moment, I'll go to the kitchen to get some seasoning. She slowly walks toward the kitchen. Mingliang looks at her back for a while before saying, Is your leg hurt? Why does it look awkward when you walk? Shinmeng's face reddens and she stumbles, almost falling. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please give me some votes, favorites, and monthly tickets. She really didn't want to walk anymore, worried that the children would stare at her legs and make her feel embarrassed as an old mother. She lowered her head and ate her food. As for Lu Mingkai, he was definitely being fed by Lu Zhenping. The little guy was now very attached to his father and didn't want to be apart for a moment. Shinmeng added a big spoonful of chili oil, sweating heavily while eating. She also ate 2 sesame pancakes. As she ate, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked up and saw everyone at the table watching her. What's wrong? Mom, what did you do last night? Why are you so hungry today? Yeah, Mom, this is the first time I've seen you eat so fiercely, like you want to swallow the bowl. The bowl isn't enough for you, Mom. There's still a big bowl of lamb soup in the basin. The rest of it, my brother, and I don't want. You can have it. Shinmeng was speechless. Why was everyone exaggerating? Hadn't her appetite always been like this? Lu Zhenping looked at his somewhat confused wife and felt amused inside. Last night, she was brave, but today she seemed shy. He lowered his head and chuckled softly, saying, Your mom went to work in the private land last night. She was pretty tired, so eating more is fine. Now you guys eat quickly so you can go play. Shinmeng was speechless again. Such nonsense. After finishing the meal, Lu Zhenping sent the children out to play. He pressed Shinmeng onto the bed, and after some tender affection, he let her go. Just as Shinmeng was about to lift a leg to pull him back, he gently patted her. Rest at home properly. I'm going to help Jiaxing build a house. Don't worry, the kids won't bother you this afternoon. Rest peacefully at home. Zhenping, and wait for me to come back. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he turned and left. Zhenping felt confused and unsure of what to do. He had left, but what did he mean by rest peacefully and wait for me? Why did his words seem to hide something? Thanks to the village chief and the secretary making arrangements, no one dared to gossip after eating the lamb soup. Since there was another meal in the evening, when Lu Zhenping left, almost everyone greeted him. More workers than usual came to work at Lu Jiaxing's place. He paid wages, but the work involved building a simple mud house, which didn't pay much. It wasn't harvest season, so earning anything was already good. No one cared whether the money was more or less. Over a few days, Lu Jiaxing's mud brick house was almost finished. After having the main beam installed, Lu Zhenping helped bring a cart of black tiles. His house was built very brightly and neatly. Originally, he only had a few dozen yuan. When they divided the family, Lu Zhenping went to Lu Changzhu, who generously gave his third son some money. He gave him 120 yuan openly and secretly added another 300 yuan. Lu Jiaxing was so touched that he almost knelt down to thank him and Lu Zhenping. In his heart, he knew that the son of the Lu family was good, even if he was not very useful. Because of Bai Shuyu, he felt he owed Lu Sanjin. Usually, he turned a blind eye to her support for her family. He never took the allowances from Lu Zhenping, but all the money Bai Shuyu gave was in his hands. Lu Changzhu originally kept this money to give to his eldest son when Lu Zhenping was promoted further. After all, the child was born of his beloved woman. Even though he hated that woman for not being with him, he still had high hopes for Lu Zhenping. After Lu Jiaxing's house was built, Xie Jinghao prepared a big meal, inviting the workers and everyone from the Lu family. They had 2 tables of food. Their family was holding a celebration. Zhenping went early to help, mainly to see what was missing at home, so she could prepare. Since Lu Jiaxing and Xie Jinghao had little savings and 2 children to care for, they needed help at this time. After cooking, Zhenping went back home briefly and returned just before the meal started. She asked Lu Zhenping to hold a thick 8-jean quilt and carried 2 warm water bottles. The two happily went to Lu Jiaxing's house. At the table, Zhou Jiao, Wu Xianglan, and others saw Zhenping's actions, and their eyelids twitched sharply. What's she doing? What's my sister-in-law doing? Why did she bring so many things? Xie Jinghao was also surprised to see Zhenping. She only said she was going back to get a few things, but this was clearly a lot more than a few. It was a big load. Jinghao, Jiaxing, you're about to move to a new house. These quilts and 2 warm water bottles are a gift from your eldest brother and sister-in-law. A small token of good wishes. Wishing you a happy and prosperous life after dividing the family. Xie Jinghao and Lu Jiaxing looked at each other, both surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. This won't do, big brother and sister-in-law. There are so many things, and the gift is too heavy. We really can't accept it. There's nothing to be afraid of. Soon, you'll need to stand on your own and take care of 2 children. This is the time to become full adults. Besides, our parents, Jiao, and Xianglan have probably prepared more for you. Look, they just started eating, and they hurried over. They probably forgot to bring something. It's okay, they'll send it later. Lu Sanjin. Zhou Jiao. Wu Xianglan. She kept talking nonsense. Why did she say they shouldn't come over just to eat? How could she talk about giving gifts? Although brothers are supposed to give money when they split the family, they really didn't prepare anything. Lu Sanjin felt very headache. She looked at Lu Changzhu. Her 4 sons had already been divided into 2. Jia Xian was still insisting on splitting the family. Soon, only Lu Jiahe would be left with her and her husband. That was no different from being alone. Thinking about how she had worked so hard to build a good reputation, now it was all gone. It made her so angry. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with recommendation votes, collections, and monthly votes. Lu Jiaxing wanted to say more, but Xie Jinghao quickly pushed him aside. She used to not understand, but now she knew her sister-in-law was finding ways to ask for things. Big sister-in-law, I'll accept the things. Thank you so much for your effort, and big brother too. Our yard can be built up now, and big brother has contributed a lot. Jia Sheng bought some old white wine, so he should drink more tonight. It's nothing. It's just what we should do. Your big brother has so much strength but nowhere to use it. Doing more work helps him sleep better at night. Shenmeng was talking nonsense seriously, not noticing Lu Zhenping's expression darkening beside her. After Xie Jinghao and Shenmeng sat down, both of them looked at Lu Sanjin and the others. The rest didn't need to be said. When the Lu family's third son split the family, the relatives nearby also gave some help. The young couple was starting their new life on their own, mainly relying on neighbors for help, some grain from the east, some tools from the west. They managed to get by. If even close relatives are like this, how can other family members be? Lu Sanjin forced a stiff smile as she looked at Xie Jinghao, but her eyes carried a rare sense of resentment. I've prepared some things. My wife has given San's family 20 jin of grain coupons and 10 yuan. Also, there are 2 jin of red cloth. Old people forget things easily, so I hurried over. Later, Jia Sheng will go back with mother to pick up some more, and after dividing the household, we want to live well. If there's anything uncertain, come back and talk to us. Although they are old, they can still work for a couple more years. Most importantly, I want to see Xiao Gang and Xiao Yao often. I really can't bear to be apart from these 2 children. Lu Zhenping glanced at her. It seemed Lu Sanjin had learned these manners from Bai Shiyu, always making everything sound perfect, earning only good reputation. As she spoke, everyone present kept praising her. Look at how good sister-in-law San is, such a kind mother-in-law. Jinghao, you're really lucky. A good mother-in-law and sister-in-law. You can't find such a harmonious family in 10 miles around. No wonder sister-in-law San's 3 sons are all capable men. Zhenping, Jia Sheng, Jia He, you must respect third brother and third sister-in-law well in the future. Today Jia Xian isn't here, but if he were, I'd say the same. Even though I'm just a cousin, I have to say it. And Xiao Meng, Jiao Jiao, and Xiang Lan, you must respect your mother-in-law. If you treat her badly, I won't agree. Shenmeng rolled her eyes silently.
Who are you?
If you don't agree here, take her home and respect her there. Why do you boast so much to pressure us? Zhou Jiao Jiao had some nice things. Since Lu Sanjin had paid the money, she thought for a moment and decided to give 2 old pillowcases from the bed cabinet that she had never used. Only Wu Xianglan kept her head down the whole time. She truly had nothing good. The last time they divided the household money, Lu Jiahe said it was for buying new clothes for her and the children. But once she got it, she changed her mind and took it all herself. She still hasn't told her where the money went. All the hard-earned money she saved was lost to Xie Jinghao. Now, even if she were sold, she wouldn't have anything decent to give Xie Jinghao. Xianglan, last year you bought a red silk scarf. I think that's just right. Jinghao just had a baby this year. When it gets cold, she can't afford to catch a cold. Why not give that to Jinghao? Shenmeng smiled softly and said, Wu Xianglan is not a bad person, but not a good one either. In the original story, she often bullied Mingyang's children while clinging to Zhou Jiaojiao. But now, her life is quite lively and interesting. Zhou Jiaojiao didn't suddenly become super powerful like in the book. She is busy with her own things and naturally can't help Wu Xianglan. If you want a heroine to have a hard time, you first need to remove her helpers. Wu Xianglan's face turned pale when she heard this. She suddenly looked at her. She only wore that red silk scarf once, on the first day of the new year. Since then, it has been kept safely in the bed cabinet and never taken out again. This year, she even thought about trading that scarf for something, at least to buy new shoes for her children during the new year. She looked around at the people, but no one spoke to help her. Even Zhou Jiaojiao, who was usually her best friend, kept her head down. Wu Xianglan felt cold inside, thinking she was all alone. She had just heard that someone was coming to the feast and ran away quickly. Now she just looked like a big fool. Big sister-in-law said that as long as everything is peaceful and no one dislikes it, that's enough. Even though she didn't want to, what could she do? Her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law had all taken their shares. If she didn't, she would lose face completely.
No dislike, no dislike.
Thank you. Second sister-in-law. Xie Jinghao, facing her mother-in-law and other sisters-in-law's unfriendly looks, still felt a bit nervous, but tried to stay calm. Her big sister-in-law was right beside her, so what was there to be afraid of? Since Lu Zhenping had completely taken everything from Mingyang's children, they hadn't eaten breakfast made by Zhenping again. She was waking up later and later each day. That night, after dinner, Mingyang's children didn't rush back to do their homework. Instead, they gathered around Zhenping, asking if she still wanted to work tonight. Zhenping's face turned red. "Mother, if you have any work, tell me. I'll do it. I want to eat your steamed buns. I miss them so much. Spicy soup, buns too. Mother, don't let Dad cook breakfast anymore. He makes us drink sweet potato tea every day, and we can't properly. It hurts. Second brother, I haven't finished my meal yet. Don't talk about." Lu Mingkai held his small bowl, looking unhappy at Lu Mingliang. The latter grinned and chuckled, then looked at his mother. Zhenping's teeth clenched tightly, and she glared at the man who was trying not to laugh. She kicked him hard under the table. "Mother won't be busy tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll make you all delicious food. I'll soak the vermicelli and dried mushrooms now, and tomorrow morning, I'll cook for you."
Really?
Great, Mother.
Hee hee.
We don't have to eat Dad's cooking anymore. That's so good. I don't want to eat the food my dad makes. The quiet murmurs of the children finally made the man, who had been holding back his laughter, look upset. He gets up very early every day just to make sure the children can have food, but these ungrateful kids still complain that his cooking isn't good enough. If he had time to make breakfast, he might as well stay in bed cuddling with his wife. The next day, Zhenping cooked a pot of mushroom, vegetable, and lamb buns, along with some pan-fried buns. She used a cast-iron pan she brought from her space, which had been kept in the cupboard. Before, Lu Zhenping asked her about it, and she said she paid a lot of money to have it specially made. After sleeping in late for many days, Zhenping was not used to waking up early. It was very cold that morning, and the yard was filled with fog. She planned to go to the county town to buy some things, take out the coal stove and charcoal from the space, because winter cooking is really hard without them. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Zhenping woke up early, and Lu Zhenping, who also didn't like to sleep in, went to the mountain with a cart to chop firewood. There wasn't much usable firewood left at home. Since he was there, he needed to stock up more for the winter. Besides firewood, there were some dried leaves, which are good for starting fires. Lu Zhenping spent the whole morning hauling 2 carts of firewood back home. He laid the damp firewood in the yard to dry in the sun for a couple of days before storing it in the woodshed. When Zhenping's second trip came back, she filled a basin with hot water for washing her face.
Don't go out now.
Hurry up and wash your hands so we can eat. I've already called the kids to get up for school. I want to go to the county town to buy some things. If you're free today, go visit my parents' house and see if the construction is finished. When you come back, gather some cedar branches, lamb, and some older meat to make smoked meat. Just leave it as it is. The rest of the meat can be smoked too, and you can eat it whenever you want. Lu Zhenping hung the lamb on a beam in the kitchen. It was cold, but it wouldn't spoil quickly. Still, it's better to eat it soon. When Mingyang and the other children got up, they immediately smelled the familiar aroma. They hurried out of their warm beds much faster than usual. There were steaming lamb-filled buns and a pot of pan-fried buns, along with a spicy hot soup. On such a chilly autumn morning, having such a breakfast was truly wonderful. Mingyang, Mingliang, and Mingfang's 3 children didn't lift their heads while eating. Zhenping, please take some buns to Jinghao and the others. I made a lot, let them try some. Okay. Zhenping took 5 buns, wrapped them in a cloth, and handed them to Lu Zhenping. When he left, he still held one in his hand, quickly eating it. After eating, some went to school, some visited relatives, and Zhenping locked the door before heading to the county town on her bicycle. On the way, she saw Zhou Jiao riding an ox cart. Everyone on the cart wore headscarves, but Zhenping recognized Zhou Jiao immediately. The reason was simple. Others had their hands behind their backs and hunched over, but she stood straight, wearing a beautiful green striped rough cloth jacket that looked very nice. Wow, the main character is truly different. In the county town, she didn't go anywhere special. Instead, she found a quiet place, entered her space, and pedaled her old bicycle for nearly an hour. She was exhausted. Once inside her space, she quickly took off her heavy clothes and went into the living room, lying on the sofa for a while. After resting, she brought out a pot of broth and enjoyed a delicious Sichuan hot pot, followed by a bowl of ice cream. She relaxed and slept peacefully for over 2 hours. When she felt refreshed, she went to the warehouse, found a large stainless steel coal stove, and pasted yellow peony wallpaper she bought at the small commodities market onto it. The stove, which looked a bit high-end before, now appeared understated yet luxurious, with a nostalgic feel from the past. After finishing, she packed 100 coal balls into 2 bamboo baskets and placed them on either side of her bicycle. Mingyang's 4 children hadn't bathed in several days. She rummaged through her belongings and found 2 red bath covers. She had forgotten what they were called when she bought them and had to describe them carefully to the vendor before purchasing. She also packed some ripe pears, apples, and winter jujubes from the farm, along with milk powder, malt extract, orange-flavored vitamin C powder, cashmere yarn, several sets of old granny-style striped thermal underwear for adults and children, and some socks for Zhenping, including a pair of thin, old-fashioned liberation shoes. She filled the burlap sack completely and tied everything onto her bicycle. She sighed. If she rode back with this load, it would be very tiring, but she had no choice. Things weren't like before these past 2 years. There were so many people on the road. If she rode back empty-handed and suddenly a pile of things appeared on her bike, people might think she was a strange creature. Finally, she tied the coal stove securely, pushed her bicycle out of the space, and turned through winding alleys. Just as she was about to get on her bike and leave for Wangjia, she saw Zhou Jiao supporting a pale-faced pregnant woman and calling for help. However, the alley was a bit remote, and no one passed by despite her shouting for a long time. Zhenping's eyes lit up. The pregnant woman seemed to be the daughter-in-law of the textile factory director. Because her belly was big, she often went for walks near her due date to help with delivery. Today, her belly suddenly started hurting, and the only person passing by was Zhou Jiao. She saved both mother and child, and the factory director naturally wanted to thank her. But Zhou Jiao refused. After many days, the factory had a vacancy, and it was only after the director's daughter-in-law personally came to persuade her that Zhou Jiao agreed to work at the factory. From then on, it was like she was climbing higher every time she went out. Whether good or bad, every encounter became a reason to help her and Lu Jiaqian move upward. But since she had met this good thing, she couldn't let Zhou Jiao take all the credit. She turned around, pushed her bicycle back into the alley, stored it in the space, and took out another bike. She hurried over to the 2 people. Jiao, what's wrong with you? Oh my, this young lady looks like she's about to give birth. Zhou Jiao was very anxious. When she saw Zhenping, her brows furrowed. She noticed the woman lying on the ground was dressed quite well. She hurried over to help. She wouldn't interfere otherwise. If something went wrong, it would fall on her. Big sister-in-law, what are you doing here? This comrade says her stomach hurts, and she needs to go to the hospital quickly. Big sister-in-law, you should shout for help nearby. I'll watch over this lady. She didn't want to drive her away. Jiao, you're pregnant too. You're a pregnant woman yourself. I know more about this. Don't worry, I have a bicycle here. I'll check your condition first. When it's time to give birth, you can't just move immediately. Don't be afraid. Li Qianqian was in terrible pain. She leaned on Zhou Jiao's embrace, looking at the woman who suddenly appeared. She seemed to have grabbed a lifeline. Since she said she had given birth before, she probably was more reliable than the person shouting for help just now. She first took off her coat and covered Li Qianqian's body. I will first check if you are bleeding or if your water has broken. If your water has broken, we should quickly go to the hospital to wait for the baby to be born. Within 2 hours, there's no problem. The hospital isn't far from here, so don't worry. Zhenping untied Li Qianqian's waistband and looked down at her. When she took her hand back, it was covered in blood. Startled, Zhou Jiao exclaimed, nearly knocking Li Qianqian, who was leaning on her, to the ground.
Quiet.
Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please give me your support with votes, collections, and monthly votes. Li Qianqian had just felt embarrassed when Zhenping untied her pants and looked down, her face turning red. But when she saw the blood on Zhenping's finger, her face turned pale instantly. She covered her belly with her hands and looked at Zhenping with pleading eyes. Comrade, please save my baby. Please help me. My family works at a local textile factory. If you save me, we will be very grateful. Comrade. Hearing this, Zhou Jiao also stopped being afraid. She held Li Qianqian tightly.
Don't worry, comrade.
We will definitely save you. Sister-in-law, what are you standing there for? Hurry and call someone. You've had a baby before, but you're not a doctor. You don't understand. If we delay saving her, can you take responsibility for that? Li Qianqian was stunned by Zhou Jiao's words. Yes, she had given birth before, but she wasn't a doctor. The only person who could save her now was the hospital. Suddenly, she broke out in cold sweat. She remembered her family's textile factory and wondered if these two people might try to take credit for saving her just for their own benefit. She looked around, hoping someone would come and take her to the hospital quickly. She deeply regretted not listening to her mother-in-law's advice and arguing with her. If she hadn't done that, she wouldn't be out wandering in the middle of the day. Zhenping looked at Zhou Jiao with a dumbfounded expression, then quickly tidied up Li Qianqian's pants and casually wiped her hand on her. Don't be afraid, comrade. You're bleeding a little now, probably, because the baby can't wait to see his parents. Are your contractions coming in waves? I see you're wearing a watch. Try to remember the pain. It's about every 5 minutes. Comrade, don't be scared or nervous. Listen to me. Take deep breaths and slowly exhale.
Keep doing this.
The baby won't come out so quickly. I know Dr. Chung from the county hospital's obstetrics department. We should go to the hospital right now. Li Qianqian initially felt a bit doubtful, but when she heard Dr. Chung, her eyes brightened. Her family worked in a textile factory, but this time she wasn't assigned to Dr. Chung. She didn't care about background or gifts, only about the patient. Even if her husband brought many gifts, he didn't get to work with Dr. Chung. Unexpectedly, a woman on the street recognized Dr. Chung. All right, comrade, I trust you, she said. After speaking, she clenched her teeth tightly. It was as if her baby disliked her not being careful enough, and she pressed her hand her belly. She tried to stay calm, glanced at her watch, and then stood up, holding onto Zhou Jiao and Zhenping's arms. Zhenping pushed a bicycle over and helped Li Qianqian sit on it. Comrade, you're about to become a mother. For the sake of the baby, please hold on. Once you get to the hospital, you'll see your child soon. He'll be very obedient and sensible. In a year or so, he might even call you mom. Li Qianqian was a delicate young lady. Hearing Zhenping's words, her eyes became misty and tears covered her face. Okay, I will definitely hold on, she said. Zhou Jiao saw that both women were about to leave and felt anxious. She quickly took a few steps forward, supporting the trembling Li Qianqian. Comrade, I'll help you. Li Qianqian really wanted to thank her, but right now, her most important task was to get to the hospital and have the baby safely. Don't help me anymore. I need to go to the hospital quickly. If you're kind, someone will come to find me later and just tell them I went to the hospital. Thank you, comrade, she said. Zhenping helped Li Qianqian hold the bicycle. She pushed off her feet and rode away quickly, disappearing into the distance. Zhou Jiao tried to chase but couldn't catch up. Zhenping also ran hard, even though she was pregnant. She stomped her feet in frustration and gave up chasing. She looked back once, thought for a moment, and decided to wait here. Zhenping pedaled hard while shouting to the crowd, Make way, make way. Going to the hospital. Thank you, everyone. People on the busy street saw a weak young woman, sweating heavily while riding a bicycle with a crying pregnant woman sitting behind her. They immediately made way. When they reached a slightly open area, Shenmeng got off the bike. As Li Qianqian looked at her suspiciously, Shenmeng took a ginseng root from her pocket, which was actually from her space, and plucked a few roots from it. Chewing in the mouth, this is ginseng, to boost energy.
I picked it from the mountain by chance.
I was thinking of selling it at the market later. Now you and the baby are more important. Li Qianqian was very touched. She took it and quickly put it in her mouth. While doing so, she also glanced at her watch. Meeting you is fate. This is for you. When you're resting after giving birth, your family can cut 2 slices each day to make soup. It's good for your health. My sister-in-law was just here, so I didn't dare take it out or else. Shenmeng hesitated and stopped mid-sentence, feeling both helpless and reluctant to speak further. She believed Li Qianqian could understand what she hadn't said. After convincing her, Shenmeng rode her bike toward the hospital. About 10 minutes later, she arrived. She loudly called out, startling the doctors and nurses. Dr. Chung was on ward rounds. Seeing Shenmeng hurriedly supporting a pregnant woman, he quickly approached. Comrade Shen, what happened? Dr. Chung, I was shopping in the county town and met her. She's bleeding from below and is about to give birth. Push the bed over and take her for an examination. Is the attending physician here? If not, arrange for surgery immediately. Yes. The nurse hurried to push the bed. Li Qianqian told Dr. Chung everything Shenmeng had given her. As she was taken for the checkup, she cast a deep look at Shenmeng, who was sweating profusely. Dr. Chung looked at Shenmeng, wiping her sweat, and smiled helplessly. Comrade Shen, you really are a military family member. Every time I see you, you're doing good deeds. Shenmeng chuckled softly.
She was almost exhausted.
Encountered her, I can't just ignore it. If I can help, I will. I'll pay some medical expenses first, then head back. Qin Yufeng was surprised for a moment. Won't her family come? No, they won't. She said her family works at a textile factory nearby, so they'll come soon. I have other things at home too. The kid finished school, and we might not have dinner later. Shenmeng finished speaking and didn't wait for Qin Yufeng to reply. She turned and ran. She thought for a moment, paid 7 yuan at the payment office, neither too much nor too little. She didn't care if Zhou Jiajiao would speak badly of her. She preferred that she did. After settling the bill, she took the receipt and left. She changed to another bike in the alley and saw Zhou Jiajiao and a group of people hurriedly entering the hospital. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. Updates are every night at 10 p.m. Please support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. When Shenmeng arrived home, Lu Zhenping hadn't returned yet. She quickly stacked the coal briquettes in the tool shed and tidied up the items she took from her space, placing them in the cabinet. When Lu Mingyang and the others pushed open the courtyard gate, they saw Shenmeng taking out one piece of autumn clothing after another from a basin. Mom, you bought such old clothes? When did you wash them? Been back for a while. Why are you all so late? Are you hungry? I'll go cook. Lu Mingyang scratched his head. When he got home, he just pushed the door open and found no one inside. Luckily, his father told his third uncle and aunt that if they returned late, they could eat at their house. Otherwise, he would have gone hungry at noon. But when he pushed the door, his mother was clearly not home. It hadn't been long since then. His eyes scanned the clothes hanging on the rope, and he had to comment, Mom is getting faster at doing chores. We ate at Auntie's house. Auntie even fried eggs today, worried we'd be hungry in the afternoon. She also made pancakes with lots of sesame seeds. That's good. Mom had some trouble in the county town today, so she was delayed. As long as you've eaten, it's fine. Today, I was lucky and found a shower curtain at the supply and marketing cooperative. Tonight, you can take a good bath. Mingyang, tonight your dad will help you scrub off the dirt, and Mingfang, I'll wash you. Seeing the smile on her face, the 3 children forced a stiff smile. They weren't very eager to take a bath and scrub off the dirt. Although they didn't smell bad, having their dad help wash was too painful, like slaughtering a pig. Mom, Teacher Zheng said there's an exam in a few days.
You should come to school with us then.
You need to review carefully tonight. Zhenping. She scolded him for being fat and panting, yet she still put on an attitude in front of her mother. Lu Mingyang didn't notice his mother's expression and was walking around in front of her with his hands behind his back.
We're going to school now, Mom.
We'll be late if we don't leave soon. Lu Mingfang pulled Lu Mingyang back, thinking that her mother's fleeting smile was probably a scheme against her second brother. Looking at her clueless second brother, who was still smiling foolishly, she knew he was about to get into big trouble. After the children left for school, Zhenping didn't feel hungry anymore. She looked at the sheep's head hanging from the beam, thought for a moment, and took out some pig's trotters, cleaned pig offal, pig ears, pig tails, and pig head from her space. After boiling all these ingredients, I rinsed them with clean water and put them back in the pot. I added a few packets of seasoning and some thick firewood to the stove. I turned up the heat to start cooking. Once the pot boiled, a delicious smell spread far away. People passing by her house would stop and lean in to take a look. They were drooling with hunger. Every day, the Zhenping family ate meat, so how come their conditions were so good? Soldiers are usually poor, so how could they have so much money? Everyone says soldiers are poor, right? Lu Jiahe just came out of a peaceful moment, feeling very happy. But when he turned a corner and smelled the tasty aroma from Lu Zhenping's house, he glared at the gate and spat on the ground angrily. He knew they would just stay inside eating and drinking, not caring about his parents and brothers. Such a couple wouldn't have a good ending. He muttered to himself for a moment and then turned back home. At the hospital, Li Qianqian, after 5 hours of effort, finally gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Hu Biao looked at the wrinkled little baby and tears suddenly fell down his face. Before he could get too emotional, Lin Rong quickly took the baby and said, "Let me see my grandson." "Such a good boy. I am your grandma." "Mom, be careful. The baby is so small. Don't hold him too tightly. I've held many babies before. I know how to do it. Go away." Hu Jinbu looked at his wife and son, then turned to Zhou Jiao and said, "Comrade Zhou, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know that Qianqian was in the hospital. Thank you for saving my daughter-in-law and grandson. If you ever need help, just say the word. Our whole family will support you." Zhou Jiao was also surprised. She didn't expect that the person she casually helped was the daughter-in-law of the textile factory director. She thought it was just an ordinary worker's family. She looked around and heard the nurse say that the person who brought Li Qianqian here had left early due to family matters. She rolled her eyes and thought, sister-in-law isn't very sharp usually. She should get the biggest credit for saving the person, but she left before Li Qianqian's family arrived. Since that's the case, she could only accept this credit and hope it will help Jiaxuan in the future. My father is right, Comrade Zhou. You saved my wife and my son's lives. It's just a pity that the comrade who brought Qianqian to the hospital doesn't know where he went. Otherwise, he would definitely deserve a good thank you. Zhou Jiao's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Li Qianqian on the hospital bed. After thinking for a moment, she said, "It was my sister-in-law who brought Comrade Li here. Sorry, I didn't dare to say earlier. It was because my sister-in-law insisted on doing things her way, and since Comrade Li was pregnant for the first time, she couldn't refuse. I was worried something might go wrong, so I didn't say anything."
"I'm really sorry."
Fortunately, both Li and the baby are fine. Lin Rong's face darkened. She huffed and said, "This has nothing to do with you. You're just being kind. In this cold weather, if you hadn't been waiting somewhere, I wouldn't have known that Qianqian was about to give birth. This child is really stubborn. I only said a few words to her, and she argued with me. She insisted on going out in the middle of the day. Look, not listening to elders' advice leads to trouble. From now on, I won't let my eldest grandson inherit her temper. Otherwise, things won't be good. I'll raise the children myself and won't let Qianqian touch them." "Mother." Zhou Jiao just smiled awkwardly when she heard this. She didn't want to say anything, but since Shinmeng was the one who brought Li Qianqian here, even if she didn't say it, Li Qianqian would. It was better for her to speak directly. Ever since Shinmeng was hit by the cow that time, she hadn't had a good day. She'd been unlucky until today. It was really frustrating. Even a rabbit bites when it's cornered. Zhou Jiao wasn't a saint. She couldn't have no temper at all.
Mother, what do you mean by that?
I worked hard to give birth to this child, and I still can't raise him? I can give him to you. I divorced Hu Biao, and the child will be yours immediately. When he grows up, if he resents me, just tell him what you said earlier. See if he blames me or hates you. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. Updates are every night at 10 p.m. Please recommend votes, collections, and monthly votes. Please keep supporting. Li Qianqian did not want to give up. When she was on the brink of life and death, only Shinmeng was by her side, encouraging and helping her. The family, she thought she had wanted to protect her, but right after she gave birth, they tried to take the baby away. How could she not be angry? Hu Biao, this is all because of your mother forcing me. I suddenly went into labor not because of me, but because your mother was so angry with me. She kept making me drink soup and various strange herbal remedies. I endured it for you. She also made me stay in bed all day, not letting me move, constantly talking about grandchildren. I'm going crazy. Qianqian, what you're saying. My grandson is also your son. I do all this for your good. Look, if I didn't help you with these supplements every day, how could you have such a healthy, chubby baby? Being a mother-in-law is hard, not understanding good intentions. Lin Rong, feeling guilty from her words, suddenly gained confidence when talking about feeding and caring for the baby. Without saying more, she looked at her grandson, who was born healthy and rosy. Li Qianqian's fingers, gripping the blanket, turned white. She was so angry that her wound started to hurt. Good intentions, huh? When I suddenly went into labor, I thought you were being kind. I even regretted not listening to you and staying home to rest. But the doctor said I went into labor because I ate those strange things which irritated the baby inside my belly. The umbilical cord was wrapped around the neck, and the baby almost died. Li Qianqian shouted at Lin Rong, recounting what she heard from the doctor. Seeing her still holding her baby made her even angrier, causing her stomach to cramp with pain.
What?
Mother, didn't I tell you not to give her those things? Are you hoping I won't have a good life and just want to cause trouble for us? Lin Rong, being scolded in front of so many people by her son, felt ashamed. She took a breath and tugged at her child's neck, noticing the red ring around it. Even though she knew she was wrong, admitting it was impossible, she also believed that her granddaughter's birth was thanks to her special herbal remedies. Enough. Why are you yelling at me? Your wife and child are fine, aren't they? Besides, if it weren't for my remedies, how could you have such a healthy, chubby son? Even Andy said that after taking her remedies, even if you were pregnant with a girl, it could turn into a boy. Qianqian, I'm not blaming you. You're just too delicate. Luckily, you gave us a son to continue the family line. Just stay at home, take care of the children, and serve Biao well. Li Qianqian no longer wanted to speak. She felt she couldn't communicate with the old lady at all. She pointed at Hu Biao, who immediately understood, walked over to Lin Rong, and gently took the child, placing him directly into Li Qianqian's arms. Although the doctor said it was best not to hold the baby right now, seeing her mother-in-law's expression, if she didn't hold the child, she was afraid she might never see him again. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't held him enough yet. Stinky kid. Always siding with your wife. Lin Rong glanced at the young couple, then turned to Zhou Jiao with a smile, grabbing her hand. Daughter, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness today. Where are you from? Our family will come to thank you properly later. No need. I just did what I should. I'm a member of Lu Village. Seeing Comrade Li fall to the ground, I couldn't help but lend a hand. Since your family is talking, I'll go now. But Lin Rong refused to let her go. She pulled Zhou Jiao back, insisting on knowing where her family was and what the situation was. Just then, Hu Jinbu, who had received a call at the nurse's station, walked over. Thinking Lin Rong was making things difficult, he strode quickly to the two. "What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of her. What kind of behavior is this?" "Old Hu, this child refuses to say where his family is. She helped us so much today, we should thank her." Hearing that she wasn't causing trouble, Hu Jinbu relaxed. "All right, even if you want to thank her, you shouldn't pull and tug like this in public. What kind of scene is this? Comrade Zhou, I really feel sorry for you. My wife is like this, but she's right. Look at your family's situation. As long as you tell us, the Hu family will do everything to help you." Zhou Jiao was startled inside, but kept her composure on her face. She had just calmed down and was about to politely share her thoughts when she suddenly heard Li Qianqian snort. "If we're talking about saving someone, the ones who truly saved me and the child should be acknowledged. Yes, Comrade Zhou was the first to find me, and I should thank him. But Comrade Shen not only worked hard to bring me to the hospital, but also gave me a precious ginseng. If it weren't for that ginseng, I wouldn't have the strength to give birth." Li Qianqian took out the ginseng from under her pillow and showed it to everyone. "How is that possible? A ginseng costs over 100 yuan. She can casually give you one? You're not being fooled, are you?" Zhou Jiao just said her sister-in-law doesn't know anything. Maybe she's just worried you might get into trouble and took the root from somewhere. Lin Rong looked upset. Her daughter-in-law always argued with her. She wondered who she was doing all this for. There's a good ginseng root just sitting here. I couldn't be lying about it. Who knows, maybe no one would notice. Zhou Jiao watched the two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law argue and felt anxious. Li Qianqian, why did she have to speak up now? "Mom, please don't argue with Qianqian. She just had a baby and needs to rest to recover. Why argue about this now? Both comrades Zhou and Shun are her lifesavers. We should be thankful." As soon as she finished, Li Qianqian pinched her. That troublemaker was trying to smooth things over, but she had to prioritize and show gratitude properly. She couldn't let Shen comrades suffer unfairness. Chung Yufin happened to come to check on the patient and understood what was happening. "How is Li comrade? Are your wounds still hurting?" Li Qianqian saw Dr. Chung and felt very grateful. She looked at the baby in her arms. "I'm feeling better. Thank you, Dr. Chung." Hu Jinbu and Hu Biao were familiar with Dr. Chung. They had brought gifts before, hoping she would help deliver the baby. Although she didn't agree at the time, it was fate that brought them together. "Why thank me? The real person to thank is Shun comrade. If she hadn't worked so hard racing against time, your problem would still be serious. And that ginseng root was what kept you going. Oh, and you probably don't know, but she paid the hospital bill too." When they heard this, the Hu family members were all surprised. Yes, they had been so happy about the baby that they forgot the surgery cost money. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. Updates are every night at 10 p.m. Please support me with votes, favorites, and monthly tickets. Lu Zhenping rode his bike home with Lu Mingkai. The little guy's face was scrunched up like a bitter melon. As they approached home, he hurriedly tugged at the man riding in front. "Dad, should I tell Mom?" "Yes, tell her. There's nothing wrong with it. If you don't say now, she'll find out later, and we'll be in trouble." Hearing this, Lu Mingkai looked even worse. In early winter, as afternoon approached, it got dark very quickly. Shenmeng yawned, lifted the lid of the pot, and saw that the meat was very tender and falling apart. She turned down the fire on the stove. On the coal stove, there were steamed buns with mixed fillings, and underneath, sweet potatoes were boiling for tea. Dinner was prepared simply. She didn't have time to make special sauces, so everything was taken from the storage space. She scooped out some lamb intestines and pork large intestines from the pot, cut them into pieces, added a bit of pork face, seasoned them, and placed them into 3 bowls. The portions weren't large, but they were enough for guests. When Lu Zhenping was leading the drooling Lu Mingkai into the yard, he suddenly remembered that Shenmeng had asked him to bring back some cedar branches when she went to the county this morning. He was busy with Shen family's affairs and had completely forgotten about the cedar branches. "Why are you standing around? Perfect timing, you came back. Help me deliver these vegetables from the basket." Give Jinghao a bowl, Changhong a bowl, and one each to Uncle Gua and Aunt Juing. These are my pickled offal, freshly seasoned. When you return, Mingyang and the others should be home soon, and it's time to eat. Okay. Lu Zhenping sighed in relief as he carried the basket away, seeming to think Shinmeng had also forgotten about the cedar branches. Bring some cedar branches back on your way home. They're for smoking meat. Looks like you forgot, even after just a few days. I speak, but it doesn't seem to matter. I told you in the morning, and by the afternoon, you forget. What can I still count on you for? Lu Zhenping. I'm really not doing it on purpose. Your words should be effective. After Lu Zhenping left, Lu Mingkai walked over to Shinmeng, swallowing hard. Mom, what delicious food did we make? Shinmeng hugged the child and gave him a quick kiss on his little face. Mom's pickled offal smells good, right? Do you want to eat some? Yes, yes. The little boy awkwardly slid down from his mother's arms and quickly sat on a small stool by the kitchen table, placing his hands on his knees, waiting patiently for food. Shinmeng couldn't help but laugh at him. She scooped a piece of pork face with both fat and lean meat from the pot, placed it in a small bowl, and poured a little of the seasoned broth on top. Xiao Kai, try this pickled meat. If it's too salty, tell Mom, and she'll give you a bun to eat. Okay. Ming Kai clumsily pinched a piece of meat and took a bite. The aroma filled his mouth, and his eyes squinted happily. After a moment, the yard gate suddenly swung open, and Ming Yang and Ming Fong, along with the 3 children, ran into the kitchen. Seeing Ming Kai stuffing meat into his mouth, their hearts immediately sank with envy. Mom, I want to eat too. I want to eat the same kind of meat as my brother. I also want to eat meat. What did Mom do? It smells so good. I can smell it from far away. When I just got back, I saw 2 people sitting at the street corner eating. Maybe they want to smell our meat and think it's delicious. The children have all gone home. Shinmeng opened the pot directly, found a basin, and took out all the marinated dishes inside. They weren't expensive, so throwing them away would be a pity. Mom used spices to make the marinated dishes. She first served some for you to taste. Later, she will mix the sauce, and then we will have dinner. Okay. The 3 children each held a bowl, waiting in front of the stove. Shinmeng grabbed some chopsticks and served each of them some meat. She added a little marinade, worried that the kids might find it too salty, so she didn't add much salt. She mixed a plate of non-spicy lamb and pork intestines and a spicier one with pig ears and pig head meat. There was also a plate of stir-fried bok choy in the coal stove to help with digestion. She picked out the steamed buns from the basket and started preparing to eat. When Lu Zhenping returned carrying a bunch of pine branches, Shinmeng and the others had already started to get ready for dinner. He clicked his tongue, put down the branches, and carried his basket into the house.
Try this.
Today you helped me go to my parents' house. Thank you. I made a bottle of wine for you. Tonight you can relax and enjoy it. Lu Mingkai, hearing this, immediately looked at his father with big eyes. The father calmly nodded and handed the basket to Shinmeng. There are 11 eggs and a bunch of golden silk monkey's milk here. Chong Hong's wife gave 5, Uncle Gui's group gave 6, and Jinghao's wife gave the milk. I didn't want to refuse, so I just took it. No problem. Come often. By the way, how is the house at my parents' place? And what about Xiaobin and his wife? How are things going? Lu Zhenping looked at her, took a sip of white wine, and ate some food before speaking. The house is mostly finished. The weather has been good these past few days, so it's almost dried. Mom and Dad, older brother and second brother have already moved in. Only Xiaobin's room isn't built yet.
Huh?
What do you mean? There's no half-built house. Xiaobin's room is the biggest in the family. He's already proposed, so why not finish the house? Next year, he might get married. Lu Zhenping took a bun and bit into it hard.
He didn't speak.
Lu Mingkai, who had been quietly eating, muttered softly, "Can't get married now. Dad messed up Xiao Jin's marriage." Shinmeng looked at Lu Zhenping with a full face of questions. This girl can't get married. Today, Xiao Kai and I went by chance. Xiao Bin and that girl are about to get engaged. Her parents want Xiao Bin to split the family. They want to set aside a separate room that hasn't been built yet. After they get married, They will earn their own money, and they can't use the house-building funds to pay for it. Besides that, for the wedding, they need 166 yuan in bride price, a bicycle, a Shanghai brand watch, and all the furniture must be prepared in advance. That's not all. Today, the 20-something relatives at Shun's house each had to pay 50 cents for travel expenses. During the wedding, they also need to give each of the girls' nephews and nieces a pair of liberated shoes. Zhenping. You think that's all? There's more. Xiaobin's sister and brother-in-law, that is us, need to arrange a job for her brother, and her younger brother should join the army with me. Only after all this can they get married. Zhenping. Isn't the girl said to be quite nice? Yes, she's a well-behaved girl. I asked her what she thought, and she said she's a girl and can't decide, so she listens to her parents. Zhenping. Thanks to my friends for listening to my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Please, please, please. This demand is very bold, even in the entire 1970s matchmaking scene. Her family doesn't want their newly married daughter to help with the famine relief efforts, which is understandable. They want to give their daughter more security, so they ask for a higher bride price, which is normal. Also, buying shoes and things for her nephews and nieces, and Xiaobin becoming her brother-in-law, showing some respect isn't a problem. But asking all the relatives to pay for travel expenses? I don't understand that, but since they asked if Xiaobin really wants to marry her, he can pay a little. As long as they live happily afterward, her parents might agree. But asking her sister and brother-in-law to help arrange jobs and get her brother into the army? What kind of request is that? Can't we just discuss it? Isn't it true that Xiaobin and that girl like each other? They're going to get engaged when they meet again. Since that's the case, can't we negotiate? Marrying into a family shouldn't be like making enemies. Negotiations are possible. The shoes for the kids can be cancelled, but other things can't. Especially the jobs for her older brother and her brother-in-law joining the army. Lu Zhenping frowned deeply when he said this, thinking about that girl and her family's attitude.
He still felt annoyed about it.
Xiaobin. What did he say? No parent can control their child completely. Just look at Uncle Guai's family, Lu Xingchang and Huang Maochun. They are good lessons. Zhenping wanted to let things go easily. There are many good girls out there, but Xiaobin has to agree. If he insists on marrying someone, it's better to do it after the wedding, and they keep clear boundaries. Otherwise, there will be endless problems later. The girl is pretty, and Xiaobin does like her. But when the proposal was made, he first refused. At that time, he almost chased her out with a broom. I didn't let him. So many people came over, and I asked my parents to prepare food and drinks to entertain them. After they left, I told the matchmaker that the marriage couldn't happen. If my parents had been willing to borrow money and empty our savings to meet her demands, we might have managed. But then, the rest of the work would fall on us. I can't help arrange jobs or get him into the army. The army is a serious place. It wouldn't tolerate someone like him causing trouble. All right, don't be upset. Xiaobin just doesn't want it. Let's forget about it for now. Later, when we see a good girl, we can introduce her to Xiaobin. He's still young and not in a rush to marry. I think about finding someone for him to learn a skill. And Xiaolong is not small anymore. He can learn too. Lu Zhenping paused his eating, thinking that learning a skill wasn't so hard. Xiaobin is already too old to just learn a skill. Xiaolong is fine. I think he should learn carpentry with Jia Sheng. During the off-season, he can also work part-time at the mine and earn some money. Why didn't I think of that? Good. I'll tell my elder brother and sister-in-law about it later. The braised meat was so fragrant and chewy. Lu Zhenping finished the meat from both plates and ate 4 steamed buns. He didn't even leave any of the small side dishes. He drank quite a bit of wine and didn't easily let Zhenping go that night, which caused her not to get up the next morning. Luckily, there was plenty of braised meat, and he warmed it up so she could eat some early. Ming Yang and the other kids went to school full and satisfied. After finishing his meal, Ming Kai held a piece of good meat he had grabbed but didn't want to eat, keeping it in his bowl. Is this for Dad? No, not for Dad. Ming Kai didn't want to give it to him and even moved his hand back to hide the meat. Lu Zhenping originally just wanted to tease him. Now, seeing his small appearance, he squatted right in front of him. The meat was probably meant for his wife. That's for your mother. Why don't you give it to your dad? He can take it to your mother and let her enjoy it. Lu Mingkai shook his head, not daring to speak, afraid that his father would take the meat away.
This was strange.
Although the boy was young, he was clever. If he had something good, he always kept it for Shenmeng. No one else could get it. This was the first time he saw him so stingy. Lu Zhenping decided not to bother him and went straight back to the main hall, where he washed the water away and moved to the east room. Seeing his father go inside, Lu Mingkai hesitated for a moment, then ran outside on his little legs. Lu Zhenping, who was waiting at the door of the main hall, saw him leave and followed. He was a former scout, and this boy still thought he could trick him. Lu Mingkai ran all the way to the broken house at the south end of the village. He was exhausted and panting, but he still tightly held the meat in his hand. After a while, a few slightly older boys gathered around him. Have you brought what I asked for? Don't disobey us, or we'll go after your brother and sister. If they get into trouble, don't blame us. Lu Mingkai was very scared. He handed the meat out, a little over 3 years old, speaking awkwardly but very convincing. The leader was Dazi, the eldest son of the beggar, and he mimicked him. Dazi had a lazy air, learned from his father, and had bullied many of the village kids, including Mingyang, Mingliang, and Mingfang, because they weren't loved. Lu Mingkai was afraid because, when the original owner was alive, he often scolded and hit Mingyang and the others. Dazi knew they weren't loved and had bullied them outside. Lu Mingkai remembered this well. He was worried his brother and sister might still get hurt like before. So, when Dazi came to him in the morning, he just nodded obediently. That's all? Are you stupid? Can't you take more? I heard your mother made a lot of delicious food. You're just giving me this little? If I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know how powerful I am. Dazi tore the meat into several pieces, keeping the biggest for himself and giving the rest to 2 smaller kids behind him. After eating the meat, he looked at Lu Mingkai with a fierce expression. Lu Mingkai shrank back and looked at Dazi rolling up his sleeves. He was even more scared, tears slipping down his face as he whimpered like a small animal. Lu Zhenping suddenly appeared just as Detzi was about to hit Lu Mingkai. He quickly grabbed Detzi and the other children, seeing an adult, hurriedly ran outside. Dad, boo-hoo, Dad, he's going to hit me.
Boo-hoo, I'm scared.
You little brat, now you're crying? Why didn't you do that earlier? Come here, Dad will hug you. Lu Mingkai walked over crying, hugging Lu Zhenping's leg, with tears and snot all over his pants. Although he was the biological child, at this moment, Lu Zhenping couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. You coward. You told the grown-ups at home that I looked down on you.
Bah.
I don't want to eat your family's meat. It's not tasty at all. Detzi spat harshly on the ground, looking at Lu Zhenping with defiance. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Lu Zhenping looked at him with contempt and said, if you don't like it, just spit it out. I saw how you wolfed down your food. Haven't you eaten meat in years? Even my little dog eats better than you. You're grown up, but you still bully kids just to get a bite of meat. That's really sad. Detzi, who usually ruled the house, had never been mocked like this before. Plus, Lu Zhenping was tall and looked fierce. He pouted and started crying loudly. Lu Zhenping didn't hold back. He grabbed Detzi and, carrying Lu Mingkai, went straight to the beggar's house. Early in the morning, before work, the beggar's wife was feeding her little daughter with a bowl. Her eldest daughter, taking advantage of the family eating, secretly scooped some food into her bowl, planning to save it for her mother. Eat, eat. All you do is eat. When will my grandson come back? Big girl, stop eating and go look for your brother. And you good for nothing. What's so good about feeding you? You're so old, yet you still can't feed yourself. Hurry up and help Bao Zhen have a boy. That's what's important. The beggar's wife ignored her daughter's words. The beggar looked at his wife with annoyance, then kicked her. She fell to the ground, and her bowl tilted, spilling soup all over the little girl. Ah, boo-hoo, it's hot.
Boo-hoo, Mom. Mom.
Big sister watched her mother get hit again, feeling very scared. She quickly rushed over and grabbed little sister. She looked her over carefully to make sure she wasn't burned or hurt, then finally relaxed. She then pulled big sister behind her. Don't be afraid. Mom is fine, she said. The woman holding the bowl slammed it loudly onto the table and strode quickly to her husband's side. Her parents looked at her without trying to stop her. Her mother even spat angrily onto the ground. Hit her hard, beat her well. That ungrateful girl. She hasn't said a word, not even a sound. And big sister, that stubborn girl. Son, you hit her as hard as you can. Don't hold back. If you beat her to death, Mom will find another wife. The Su family is from Chao village, a newcomer family. Only he, the son, is left now. His parents spoil him a lot. When he was looking for a wife, he saw many women. He liked Yu Shueli right away and did everything he could to marry her. But even the most beautiful woman gets used to things after a while. After she came home, she lost her spirit and became lazier. He started to get annoyed. The first time he hit her, it was mild. Now, he hits her harder each time. If he's upset, he just hits her. Yu Shueli seems to have gotten used to it. Only when Lizzie's foot is about to kick big sister or little sister does she try to resist a little. Lu Zhenping came in, kicking open the door with a foot, carrying Detzi. When he entered the yard, he saw Yu Shueli holding two children and hitting them badly. He put Detzi on the ground and glanced at the three women hugging each other without saying a word. When the Su family saw Lu Zhenping, the chaos stopped. Lizzie quickly pulled back his foot. Hey, Zhenping, why are you here at my house? Where's Detzi? Grandma has been looking for you all morning. Are you hungry, good grandson? Grandma, that little brat is going to hit me. Help me fight him. Help me beat him. Teach him a good lesson so he knows how tough our family is. Lizzie's mother was furious when she heard this. She turned to look at Lu Zhenping. Zhenping, what are you doing? Detzi is just a kid. Why are you bullying him? Now you even came here to cause trouble. Go home and show off somewhere else. Why are you showing off here? She said as she hugged Detzi close, holding him like a treasure. This morning, your good grandson and a few children blocked my son, making him sneak out of the house to steal food. When he refused, they went to beat Mingyang. Ming Liang and Ming Fong happened to catch them in the act. Tell me, what do you plan to do about this? Laozi's mother heard this and relaxed her face. From his words, she knew her grandson hadn't been wronged. Oh, I thought something serious happened. Kids just play around. What's the big deal? You really took it seriously, Zhenping. For such a small matter. You even came knocking on the door. You're making a fuss over nothing. Haha, it's no big deal. The two kids didn't fight and no one got hurt. That's all. Anyway, work will start soon. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Lu Zhenping raised an eyebrow and asked again, Are you sure this is just kids' play? Can adults step in and handle it?
Kids are just playing.
You're a grown man, and you still take it seriously? If people hear about this, they'll laugh at you. Laozi's mother said this with a laugh, shooing Lu Zhenping and his son out the door. She never asked Yu Shueli to get up or for Detzi to apologize. Detzi felt wronged and unhappy. He went over to Yu Shueli and the two little girls, kicked them a few times, then cursed and ran off, making Laozi's parents feel distressed. Laozi looked at Lu Zhenping's back and spat at Yu Shueli. Then he turned around and went back inside to sleep. His body was very sore. The two little girls petted his face with concern. Lu Zhenping carried Lu Mingkai out the door. Father and son didn't speak along the way. When they were close to home, the little guy couldn't hold it anymore. He frowned, then angrily leaned on Lu Zhenping's shoulder. Dad, why didn't you hit Detzi? Why didn't you hit him? He even cursed at you. It's just kid stuff.
I don't need to get involved.
When your older brother and sister finish school, tell them to come home and help you get revenge. Hit him hard. If anything happens, Dad will cover for you. Lu Mingkai's eyes lit up, and a big smile appeared on his face. But what if Detzi's grandma comes to scold us? Detsy has grandparents, and you have grandparents too. Don't be afraid of him. But listen, next time something like this happens, tell us first, okay? Your parents will handle it. You can't go alone. It's too dangerous.
You almost got beaten up just now.
If that happened, your face would be all bruised. Your mom would be very worried. Understand? I won't let it happen again. I'll tell mom and dad next time. Lu Zhenping gently nudged Ming Kai, feeling soft-hearted and full of regret and shame. During the years he was away, he didn't know how many such scenes the children had faced. In the past, Lu Sanjin might not have cared, but now she definitely would. For the sake of money, she would stand up for Ming Kai and the children. As for the matter of the beggar hitting his wife, many villagers knew about it and had been warned. No matter what was said, he still did as he pleased. Now, no one wanted to interfere anymore, especially because Yushi was not a good person herself. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. After Shinming woke up and saw no one at home, she went straight into her space and ate a big bowl of fermented rice with eggs. She kept pushing herself. She needed to restore her energy. She thought she couldn't let Lu Zhenping touch her these days. She was walking unsteadily. When the two old men entered the house, they saw Shinming sitting at the door of the main hall, knitting a sweater. It was morning, and the sunlight shone on her, creating a warm and peaceful feeling. Where did you go? Lu Zhenping wanted to brush off the morning's events, but saw Ming Kai in his arms, struggling and shaking him off. Ming Kai then reluctantly ran into Shinmeng's arms. Someone hit my ball, precious child. Dizzy from the beggar's family hit me.
What?
He hit you? Where did he hit you? Does it hurt? Ming Kai buried his head in Shinmeng's embrace again, pointing to his head with his little hand. My head hurts a lot. I want my mom to hug me. Hug our bao is so cute. How could anyone hit our baby's head? Wait, I'll teach him a good lesson later. Shinmeng finished speaking and looked at Lu Zhenping, signaling him to also show some attitude. Lu Zhenping was speechless. He had just told the children to speak up if they were wronged, but not like this. You can tell the facts, but you shouldn't lie. When he arrived, he was very timely. He didn't even touch Ming Kai's head, let alone hit him, so why was he saying his head hurt and wanted a hug?
There's no such thing.
Dizzy was just greedy for meat. When he knew he had cooked meat, he bullied Ming Kai and made him steal meat from our house. Otherwise, he would beat Ming Yang and the others. I already took Ming Kai to Dizzy's house. Shinmeng's face changed color. If Ming Kai was just playing with other children, she would at most just teach her own kids a little. After all, children in this era are not as precious as those in later generations. Life is already hard, and minor scuffles are normal. She thought it was no big deal. But Detsy's behavior clearly was bullying. If their family didn't show some attitude, her children might be bullied again in the future. Then you went there, and what did they say? What could they say?
Just kids playing around.
Adults shouldn't take it seriously. I only went to Detsy's house to ask about it. Did you just ask and come back?
No scolding?
No verbal warning? Shinmeng looked at Lu Zhenping in disbelief and nodded. Oh, my quick temper. It's over now. How could you be a father? This is your own son. You just watch him get bullied? And Ming Yang and the others, you always tell them to take care of each other. Why are you suddenly so timid? Are you joking? You've been in the army for so many years. Have you lost your mind? People are bullying our children, and you just nod your head? I'm so angry. Lu Zhenping, you're making me furious. After venting her anger, Shinmeng looked at Lu Zhenping, who remained silent, her brows slightly furrowed. Are you thinking of some sneaky plan? Lu Zhenping raised an eyebrow slightly, looking innocent. What sneaky plan? Don't wrongly accuse me. The Su family said it was just a kid's matter. Let the children handle it. Ming Yang, Ming Liang, and Ming Fong are grown up now. They should get some exercise. I haven't followed the military routine since I came back these days. Starting tomorrow, I plan to train the kids' bodies. Shinmeng understood, placing the yarn and wooden needles into the basket. She reached out and hugged Lu Mingkai, thinking for a moment before saying, yes, it's for training. These kids have gained some weight now. Later, we'll arrange military exercises, martial arts, fights, whatever it takes.
Got it?
Lu Zhenping nodded. You really understand a lot. Today, Zhou Jiao didn't go to work, nor did Lu Jiaxuan. She told him about the rescue yesterday, mainly to prepare for Hu's family's visit today. Hu Jinchao is the factory director of the textile factory in the county town with many connections and resources. Although neither of them went to work today, they were still busy at home. They didn't want their family to think they were just waiting around here. Indeed, during noon, the Hu family arrived at the door. There were quite a few people. At lunchtime, 2 small cars came into Lu village. The elderly and children followed curiously to see what was happening. When the 2 cars stopped at Lu's house, everyone was surprised and started talking excitedly. At first, they thought it was county officials visiting the village chief for guidance. What's happening with the old Lu family? Do they know some important leaders who came in cars?
Exactly.
Look at those cars, so grand. They must be here to see Zhenping. Our village's Zhenping is the most capable. And Shenming too. She's so lucky to marry such a good man like Zhenping. Everyone's jealous. When Zhou Jiao and Lu Jiaxuan heard the noise outside, they both trembled inside. They looked at each other and thought they're here. Hu Jinbu and Lin Rong got out of the car. Behind them, the driver carried big bags and small packages. Seeing the neighbors' envy, Lin Rong felt very proud. But before she could say anything, more people got out of the car behind. Hu Biao respectfully stood aside. Li Chuan, the father of Li Qianqian, stepped out of the car. His secretary opened the trunk, and they took out the prepared items. Seeing her son's timid look, she felt angry inside. No matter how noble the Li family was, Li Qianqian was now married to the Hu family and had their child. If they wanted Li Qianqian to have a good life with the Hu family, they should flatter their son. Since ancient times, in-laws usually treated their sons-in-law this way. Dad, I already found out. Comrade Shun lives nearby. The yard over there belongs to Comrade Zhou.
See?
Li Chuan and Qianing already knew what had happened to their daughter. When they went to see the child, their daughter kept urging them to thank Comrade Shun properly. She was busy most days, and she had been neglected. Now that she had suffered so much, they naturally listened to her. Don't you remember what Qianqian said in the hospital? Of course, we should go to Shun's house first. Hey, dear in-laws, Lin Rong hadn't spoken yet. Hu Jinbu quickly grabbed her. Usually, he acted arrogantly at home, but he shouldn't think the Li family was afraid of the Hu family. He knew that Li Chuan was in front of him, not Li Qianqian. He could imagine what the Li family had said behind closed doors in the hospital. But his wife, this old woman, didn't see the situation clearly. Yes, of course I will listen to Qianqian. Secretary Li, Comrade Shun is Qianqian and Baogua's lifesaver. Naturally, I should go see her first. We can meet with Comrade Zhou later, it's not too late. Li Chuan nodded and raised his hand to let Hu Biao go and knock on the door. Meanwhile, Ming Yang and the children had just finished school and returned home. Seeing so many people standing at the door, they initially thought something was wrong at home and hurriedly ran inside. Thank you to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with recommendation votes, collections, and monthly votes. Please keep supporting me. Li Chuan's secretary hadn't reached the door when a child pushed him, causing him to stumble. What are you doing?
Who are you?
Why are you here at my house? What are you here for? Mingfeng didn't speak, but stood nervously beside her 2 brothers. Kids, don't be afraid. We're here to see Comrade Shenmeng. Yesterday, she bravely saved someone, saving our secretary, Li's daughter. We're here to thank her, not to cause trouble. The secretary patiently explained to the 3 children. When he heard it was a misunderstanding, Mingyan quickly cleared his throat, then pushed the door open. The story of saving someone had been mentioned by his mother last night. Sorry, I didn't know. I thought you were some kind of troublemakers. Come in, I'll call my parents. After saying that, Mingyang ran into the yard, and Mingliang followed to greet them. Come in, my parents might be working. Working? Mingfeng said, glancing at Mingliang. Their mother and father usually sleep until late in the morning. Now, They weren't sure if she was still lying in bed. With so many people at the door, they couldn't let others think their mother was just a wife. They needed to fix their image a bit. Lu Zhenping and Shenmeng listened to the commotion outside. As they stepped out of the main room, they almost bumped into Mingyang rushing in. "Dad, Mom, there are 2 cars at the door. They say they're here to see Mom and thank her." "Lu Zhenping, is that you?" Li Chuan looked at the man in front of him, eyes widening instantly. When he was on a business trip to visit his son at the army unit, he had coincidentally seen the vice regiment commander. It was none other than Lu Zhenping. He had learned that Lu Zhenping took good care of his son, Li Heping, and because they were from the same county, Li Chuan's good impression of him grew quickly. "Uncle Li, what brings you here?" "I came to see Shenmeng." "Comrade Shen, who are you?" "Oh, I see now, no wonder Dr. Chung said Shenmeng is a military family member." "So, she's your wife? What a coincidence." At this moment, Shenmeng also came out. She had just taken a nap inside, feeling lazy from the sun. She couldn't help but speak up. "What's wrong?" Li Chuan looked at Shenmeng and then at Lu Zhenping, and he burst into loud laughter. "Zhenping, you're really something. Not only are you excellent in the army, but your wife is also very impressive. You probably don't know, but your wife heroically saved a pregnant woman yesterday and even gave her a ginseng. That pregnant woman is my daughter, and my sister in peace." Lu Zhenping knew Shenmeng had saved someone, but he didn't expect it to be so lucky. She saved Li's secretary's daughter. "That's really a coincidence. Uncle Li, come in and sit. Everyone else, come in too," he called out to the others. Shenmeng looked at Li Chuan's demeanor and speech and understood that his identity was probably not simple. She quickly turned to pour water. Lin Rong entered the yard and started looking around. After entering the house, she saw that the family lived in a spacious brick house with good furniture. She sneered slightly. The secretary placed all the items he brought on the table. Li Chuan then took out a red envelope from one of the bags. "Comrade Shen, this is the money for the ginseng to save Qian's life. I checked it. If this item was sold at a pawn shop, it would be worth over 320 yuan. Since she ate it as her father, I naturally have to pay for it."
Hu Biao's face changed.
He quickly stopped Li Chuan from handing out the money. He had already prepared for this at home. Whether he paid himself or his parents, it was fine, but he absolutely couldn't let the Li family pay. Otherwise, how could he face Li Qian and his son Baobo in the future? "Dad, how can you pay for this? Since Qian ate the ginseng, I, as her husband, will pay." "Comrade Shen, I am Hu Biao, Li Qian's husband. I really appreciate your heroic act yesterday and giving such a good ginseng. This is the money for the ginseng, and these are our feelings, mine and Qian's. I hope you can accept it. Please really accept it." He was sweating all over. When he married Li Qian, his father-in-law and older brothers strongly disagreed. Now, his father-in-law's attitude had changed. If his older brother in the army found out, he might lose his leg. Hu Biao gave a red envelope that was thicker than Li Chuan's. Seeing this, Lin Rong's eyelids kept twitching. Although she already knew the price of the ginseng, she still felt heartache when it came to money. She looked at Shenmeng, who was dressed plainly, and her mind was full of suspicion. This woman probably made up her mind long ago. That ginseng is worth over 300, and such a family could hardly afford to buy it. Moreover, Jiao had already said that Qian was from a textile factory family. She had worked her way up from a farming background and naturally understood the habits of rural folks. Some women look harmless, but are actually quite cunning. "Comrade Shen, please see our sincerity, from the Hu family. It's quite a bit of money. It would take 3 or 5 years of work in the countryside to earn this much. Oh, and you don't need to rush to accept these things. Not everything is for you. After all, Jiao is also a benefactor to our Hu family. Naturally, we should thank her together." Lin Rong's words made the lively atmosphere suddenly stiffen. Li Chuan frowned as he looked at Hu Jinbu and then at Hu Biao. He had opposed this marriage from the start because he disliked Lin Rong's narrow-minded and stubborn attitude. This look frightened Hu Jinbu so much that he hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Ha! Biao Biao's mother spoke a bit bluntly. Comrade Shen, please don't mind. We also prepared a separate gift for Comrade Zhou. These are for you. Please kindly accept and stay. As a factory director of a textile plant, this was the first time he spoke so directly to someone. Of course, if Li Chuan weren't there, he would have said something different. Shenmeng originally didn't plan to accept these things or money, but since the old lady dared to mock her, she decided not to be polite. Then, thank you very much. Since you've spoken, I will accept this face. Lin Rong's face darkened, and she opened her mouth to curse. Li Chuan cleared his throat and pointed at Lu Zhenping. Compared to the in-laws Hu Biao, you probably don't know him. This is Deputy Commander Lu, my family's leader. In southern Yunnan, he's a top figure. Although these gifts look valuable, do they compare to the contributions of our family? Are they as important as my daughter Qian Qian or Baogua? His words made Lin Rong open her mouth but couldn't speak. Her stomach was full of words, but she couldn't say them. She had thought he was just a poor soldier, but it turned out he held a high position in the army, even his son-in-law's boss. Hu Biao's leg twitched, and he cried out inwardly, fearing he might not be able to save his leg. What's wrong with my mother? Didn't we agree not to speak today? How dare she act so boldly in front of my father-in-law? I don't understand, really don't understand. Hu Jinbu's eyelid twitched as he looked at Lu Zhenping. Since he entered, he felt a strong aura from this man, not an ordinary person. Sure enough, Zhou Jiao and Lu Jiaxuan stood at home, eager to go out and look, but hesitated and didn't open the door. They were suspicious. Why hasn't anyone knocked for so long? Did they get the wrong house? Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, favorites, and monthly tickets. Wu Xianglan, Lu Jiahe, and Lu Changzhu returned home from work and saw several cars parked near Lu Zhenping's house, with many people gathered around. Lu Changzhu's heart sank. When Bai Shuyu returned to the village, she drove a small car. Now, seeing these cars at Lu Zhenping's house, he couldn't calm his nerves. He threw down the on his shoulder and was about to go to Lu Zhenping's house. Just then, the crowd saw them leaving work and quickly waved to them. Hey, Uncle Changzhu, your eldest daughter-in-law is doing well. She went to the county town and saved a noble person. They came to thank her, carrying things. Look at this fancy car. Your family is getting rich. Their loud voices reached the courtyard, and Zhou Jiao and Lu Jiaxuan, hearing this, looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on? Why did they go to the older brother and sister-in-law's house? Didn't you say you were the one who saved the person? Did the older sister just take the person to the hospital? Can't they tell the difference? Saving lives is the same. Why do they only look at the older sister? Just look at you. Not only was Lu Jiaxuan angry and annoyed, but Zhou Jiao also felt resentful. However, she still believed Lin Rong. That woman clearly had a bad relationship with Li Qianqian, the daughter-in-law, and was easy to coax. Besides, she was the one who first saw Li Qianqian and took the person to the hospital herself, so she couldn't be excluded.
Jiaxuan, don't be angry.
No matter why they haven't come to our house now, we can't go out either. Just pretend it's not worth it. It's noon now, go wash the clothes, and I'll cook. Let's do our own things. They will come. Even if they don't, the factory director's wife will come. Trust me. Lu Jiaxuan held Zhou Jiao's hand and said, Okay, Jiao, I'll listen to you. The two of them started working, and Jiao accidentally dirted Lu Jiaxuan's clothes, so she naturally rolled up his sleeves. Wu Xianglan heard someone mention a secretary or leader and felt her heart pounding. How is Shenmeng so lucky? She just went out and happened to save such an important person. She had also been to the county twice, but never met anyone lying on the street. Lu Changzhu was relieved. As long as it wasn't by Shuyu, he was fine. Lu Zhenping's surname was Lu, so it was unlikely that after more than 20 years, she would come back to compete for his son. Li Chuan and Lu Zhenping talked happily. If it weren't for the secretary reminding him, he would have forgotten to thank someone. At this moment, Lin Rong volunteered to stand up. I'll go personally to invite the person here so we can all talk. Li Chuan didn't refuse, but Hu Jinbu didn't dare let her go alone. Knowing her personality, if she met the village's aunts and uncles, she might just sit down with them and chat. I'll go too. Since they saved Qianqian and Baobua, I can't let just a woman go. I'll go with you, and I'll bring some things. Dear family, I've arranged a few tables of food at the state-run restaurant. Let's eat in the county for lunch and also formally thank everyone. Shen Meng's eyes twitched. No wonder he's the factory director. His presentation skills are impressive. Li Chuan nodded and looked at Lu Zhenping and Shen Meng. They were hosting the meal, but they needed to see if the others agreed first. Zhenping, Xiaoming, what do you think? To be honest, Uncle Li, my kids have school this afternoon, so they probably can't go to the county. Besides, since you came all the way here, there's no need to invite us for a meal. Director Hu, you don't need to trouble yourself. How can that be, Comrade Lu? Without Shen's help, my daughter-in-law and grandson might only get a meal. Don't worry about the kids. After eating, I'll have the driver take them straight to school. Is that okay? Li Chuan saw that Lu Zhenping really didn't want to go. He waved his hand. Then forget it. Dear family, you go ahead and invite Comrade Zhou. We'll just talk, and then head back. In the future, we'll visit often, and there will be more chances. Lin Rong wanted to roll her eyes but lacked the courage, so she gave up. After they left, Li Chuan continued chatting with Lu Zhenping and Shen Meng about family matters. He secretly glanced at the children over there. These children are? They are mine. Li Chuan's eyes flickered briefly. As a person in a high position, he understood immediately. His family was also in the military, so he quickly figured out the identities of the children. Xiao Wang, see if there are any simple, straightforward jobs below. Show them to Comrade Shen. Uncle Li, what are you doing? I have a stipend from the army, and Xiao Meng can also work. You don't need to arrange a job for me. Shen Meng also refused strongly. She had no desire to work for money. When she used to work, her emotions and energy were always tense. Since coming here, she's felt much happier. Working is impossible for her now. She just wants to stay lazy like this, which she believes is good for her health and longevity. Yes, Secretary Li, I'm just a rural woman.
I don't know anything.
If I accept the job you arrange and do it poorly, I'll only embarrass you. It's not suitable at all. Their words were heartfelt, but Li Chuan had already made up his mind. Zhenping, I've heard about your situation in the army. If this reorganization happens, you might have to be demobilized. How will your family survive? You have a wife and children to support. Even if the army arranges a job for you, you won't be able to start right away. Don't worry about it. I will handle it. Also, if there are any other difficulties at home in the future, just tell Uncle Li. Shen Meng opened her mouth, looking at Secretary Li's serious expression. She knew he was stubborn and unlikely to change his mind easily. But she forgot there was another stubborn person nearby. Uncle Li, are you worried I can't support my wife and kids? Don't worry, I have it under control. Xiao Meng needs to take care of the children and the family. Going to the county town to work is really inconvenient. Let's forget about this. Don't make it hard for her. She's got a bad temper. You're being kind, but if she offends someone because of her temper, it'll also be embarrassing for you. Goodness, Lu Zhenping, stop talking nonsense. I've arranged this, and I'll see who dares to make things difficult. Xiao Shun, don't worry. Uncle Li will make sure you're well taken care of. You won't suffer any injustice. Humph. You looked good in the army. Why are you so stubborn now? Not to mention Xiao Shen, your savior Qianqian, and just the fact that you're a dedicated military family with great love, county officials should give you a good job. Stop talking, I've already decided. No one can change it. Lu Zhenping. Shen Meng. They were both so praised that they felt a little embarrassed. Thank you to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, favorites, and monthly tickets. My father-in-law has already made his stance clear. Hu Biao also can't stay silent, especially since he is the office director at the textile factory. Although each worker has their own position, the factory has been doing well in the past 2 years, and there is a shortage of frontline workers. He is currently hiring, so he can recommend a few people. Comrade Shen, since my father-in-law has arranged a job for you, I won't interfere. However, our textile factory will be hiring soon and a few spots will be available. Frontline work is tiring, so if anyone is interested, you can recommend 2 people. As for the third, I think Comrade Zhou should be suitable.
Just give it to her then.
Hu Biao said this because his mother already knew about the matter and insisted on reserving a spot for Zhou Jiao. However, he accidentally told Li Qianqian about it. His dear wife also wanted to give Zhenping 2 spots. That's right, his mother wanted 1, and his wife wanted 2. There had to be a distinction, as if having an extra 1 meant winning. All these spots were already reserved. Even if Zhenping's work was arranged by her father-in-law, the spots still needed to be kept. He knew Li Qianqian well. Zhenping might not want them, but he couldn't refuse. How to handle these spots was up to her. Once he gave them out, his dear wife definitely wouldn't be angry.
2?
That's too many. I can't take that. My work is already arranged, so what do I need the spots for? Just give these spots to people who need help and meet the factory's requirements. Zhenping blinked and refused. When Hu Biao mentioned 2 spots, she already had her candidates in mind, but she still politely declined. Perhaps Zhenping's acting was too poor, so Lu Zhenping cleared his throat and drew the attention of Li Chuan and Hu Biao. Regarding these spots, I think we shouldn't take them. My little Meng isn't a centipede. She can't produce so many arms and legs to work. Besides, if this gets out, wouldn't it cause trouble for you all? Hu Biao quickly waved his hand and said, no trouble at all. It would be trouble if you didn't agree. The workers on this line work very hard. As long as they can read a few words and are willing to work hard, they're fine. The temporary contract is for 2 months, paying 18 yuan a month. If they do well, they can become permanent employees, earning 35 yuan, and with more experience, their wages will increase. The factory also provides dormitories, and there are benefits during festivals. They get 1 day off each week. I've reserved 2 spots for Comrade Shen. When the time comes, if there are suitable candidates, just tell me. Please hurry with the nominations. The factory will start accepting workers in March next year. When Lu Zhenping heard Hu Biao say this, he glanced at Li Chuan. He showed no reaction, which meant he already knew about the factory recruitment. These days, getting into a factory and securing a stable job requires connections. Since he didn't show any surprise, Lu Zhenping clapped his hands and said to Zhenping, all right, let Xiaoming see if there's anyone suitable. If anyone needs help, send them over. Okay. Zhenping's heart was jumping with excitement. Zhou Jiao had 1 spot, and she and Lu Jiaqian were both candidates. Later, Secretary Li would also arrange a job for her. Although he didn't say it openly, she already guessed that the job would be late shifts, early finishes, and decent pay, similar to passing the exam for a government position in later years. Soon, Zhou Jiao and Lu Jiaqian came over. Lin Rong was holding Zhou Jiao's hand, and from a distance, they looked like mother and daughter. This made Li Chuan feel very uncomfortable. His wife Qian had married into the Hu family over 2 years ago. Before marriage, Lin Rong doted on her like her precious child, but after marriage, she changed completely and started speaking with a sharp tongue. He had never seen Lin Rong speak so softly and gently to anyone before. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Comrade Zhou was the savior of his daughter's life and grandson. No matter what, he couldn't have any bad feelings toward her. Dear in-laws, this is Zhou Jiao, and this is her husband, Lu Jiaqian, who is now working in the commune. These 2 children are really promising. Haha, Biao. Hurry up and get the things your mother prepared. Her enthusiastic attitude seemed different from her earlier attitude toward Zhenping. Hu Biao looked stiff, pulling out a notice from his pocket. Comrade Zhou, this is the worker notification from our textile factory. Thank you so much for saving my wife and son. Our factory is hiring, and there are a few extra spots. This one is for you. You can start work in March next year. But you need to keep the secret for now. Don't tell anyone, okay? Zhou Jiao and Lu Jiaqian were very excited. Just now, Lin Rong and Hu Jinbu had already given them many gifts and red envelopes. They thought that was enough, but they didn't expect that the others could give more, specifically, a worker quota from the textile factory. Once they got this, it meant becoming part of the working class. They would say goodbye to manual labor and secure a stable job. Zhou Jiaojiao trembled and didn't take the quota immediately. Lu Jiaxian was quick to realize and pulled her back. Only then did she understand. I can't accept this. It's really impossible. I don't understand anything. I don't want to cause trouble for you, she said nervously. Lin Rong shoved the notice into her hand. Don't worry, take it. I'm here. No one will say it's a problem. Besides, we get along well. When you start working in the county town, we can still talk often. Wouldn't that be great? Zhou Jiaojiao frowned, feeling conflicted. I also like chatting with Aunt Lin, but She hesitated. If you listen and behave, just take it quietly. Don't say those things, Lin Rong said, pretending to be angry as she pushed Zhou Jiaojiao's hand. She couldn't refuse anymore and had to accept it. At this moment, Hu Jinbu introduced Li Qianqian's father, Li Chuan, to both of them. He explained that they didn't come immediately because they knew Lu Zhenping, so they talked a bit longer. Only then did Lu Jiaxian and Zhou Jiaojiao realize why they didn't go to their house right away. It turned out that Li Qianqian's older brother was also in the army. Thinking about how they could marry into the family of the factory director and have a son in the army who knew Lu Zhenping, it was clear that Li Chuan's status was not simple. Lu Jiaxian also felt Li Chuan looked familiar. He worked at the commune and often delivered documents to the county town. Looking at Li Chuan, he felt he had seen him somewhere before but couldn't remember where. When the conversation was about to end, Hu Jinbu mentioned again about going to the county town for a meal. However, Lu Zhenping had already refused earlier, so he didn't insist. He only exchanged a few polite words because Lu Jiaxian and Zhou Jiaojiao were present. Although Lu Jiaxian and Zhou Jiaojiao were curious about Li Chuan's identity, they didn't ask openly because there were many people around. Watching the two cars drive away, Lu Jiaxian suddenly had an epiphany. He patted his head nervously and grabbed Zhou Jiaojiao's hand. I just remembered. I finally remember. That Li's secretary, he's Li Chuan, a high-ranking official in our county. Zhou Jiaojiao was stunned and wide-eyed, dropping the notice on the ground. She had just met the most important official in the county. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please give me some votes, favorites, and monthly tickets. Lu Jiaxuan and Zhou Jiaojiao stood outside Shenming's yard for a while before they regained their senses. Thinking about what they just said and did, they were glad they understood. Being able to marry the director of the textile factory meant their family was not ordinary. Otherwise, if they had done anything wrong with the camera earlier, they might have offended the most important person in the county. Zhou Jiaojiao picked up the notice from the ground and held it in her hand. She had earned a spot as a textile worker. Shenming didn't say anything, which was strange. Looking at how Secretary Li and her older brother and sister-in-law talked, it was clear they got along well. From their attitude, it seemed they had promised something else. Jiaxuan, let's go home. When such an important person like Secretary Li visits our house, our older brother and sister-in-law didn't even tell us. What does that mean? What if we accidentally offend them? They're obviously trying to hide something about Secretary Li. If I discovered that Li Qianqian was involved, my sister-in-law is just a peach picker, but she's more grateful than me. Jiao, you're right. I also think our older brother and sister-in-law are wrong. If knowing Secretary Li could bring us anything, it wouldn't matter. But the real issue is they're just trying to take credit for you, Jiao. We came late, so who knows what they said about us earlier. They were initially very happy about the textile worker spot, but not meeting Secretary Li made them feel a huge gap. They lost their ability to think clearly. Anger took over their reason, and they both turned around and stormed into Lu Zhenping's house. Nearby villagers watching the scene said several things, but they ignored them and directly went back into the yard, looking unhappy. Look at them, they're so proud now. They met a big leader, and even us common folks can't compare. I always thought Zhou Jiaojiao was too fake. Everything about her seemed too perfect, like she had no temper. She's become the village's good person. But that person can't be without temper. She's just pretending. Exactly. Hey, The wife of the beggar. You often work with her in the same group, right? You know her well. Tell us what she's really like. The lazy wife rolled her eyes. These people often mocked her, and now someone else was gossiping and coming to ask about her. A group of gossiping women.
Tell me, tell me.
What do you want to know?
Do you want me to tell you?
It's noon, and there's time for gossip. You'd better go home quickly to cook, entertain the kids, and serve the men. Go away, all of you. What's wrong with Zhou Jiao Jiao? If you're jealous, just say so. Why are you scheming against her? Disapproving of Zhou Jiao Jiao and her supporters, they immediately started arguing. The lazy wife stepped back. She didn't want to get involved in these matters. She had disliked Zhou Jiao Jiao from the start, but back then, if she said anything unpleasant, something bad would happen to her. That woman was very tricky. Oh my heavens! Old Feng's wife, you've got bird droppings on your head. The lazy wife snorted and chuckled. She grabbed a little girl sitting nearby, hugged her, then turned around and went home. Zhenping and Zhenping packed up the big and small items at home. They put all the valuables in the wardrobe. When she took out a metal box of biscuits given by Li Chuan, a red envelope suddenly fell out. She immediately saw that it was the money for the ginseng that the person had wanted to give her earlier. This is from Secretary Li. I didn't see him put the red envelope inside just now. With so much money, even a great favor should be enough. Besides, the more they ask for, the more trouble they might cause later. What should I do? Zhenping looked at her with a raised eyebrow, noticing her cautious attitude. She seemed less lively than when she wanted to work at the textile factory earlier. It's fine, keep it. Since he said it was okay, Zhenping didn't argue. She put the envelope in her pocket and opened the biscuit box. The biscuits smelled sweet and milky, just like cookies. Ming Yang and his younger siblings are coming over. You can take these biscuits to fill your stomach. Mom will go cook now. It's almost time for school, and the guest brought a lot of meat. We'll have shredded pork noodles for lunch. Ming Yang and a few others quickly gathered around. They had been watching the gifts brought by today's visitors: canned food, biscuits, peach pastries, egg cakes, milk powder, meat, grains, and many sweet boxes. They were drooling with hunger. Mom, this looks expensive. Are we really going to eat it? Mom has already opened it, so why not? Eat up. Zhenping, give them some orange powder to mix with their drinks. Zhenping Lu nodded, but first walked over to the metal box of cookies. He took a heart-shaped cookie from the middle and gently placed it near Zhenping's lips. She looked at it, pursed her lips, and ate it. These treats were brought by Secretary Li and Factory Director Hu. They were good things, meant for children and his wife, not for anyone else. Seeing that his mother had already eaten, Mingkai didn't wait. He picked up a cookie and put it in his mouth. The rich milk flavor filled his mouth, and he found it very delicious. Zhou Jiao Jiao and Lu Jiaxuan rushed into the main hall, watching the children eat the cookies happily. They were very surprised. Especially Lu Jiaxuan, who was still a temporary worker at the commune. He had just seen many gifts on the table and wanted to borrow some cookies to give as gifts. But in a moment, his older brother had already given the cookies to the children. As a man who had served in the army for many years, Lu Jiaxuan didn't understand much about social manners. He sighed deeply. Big brother, such good things. Why did you open them so easily? Do you know that a box of mooncakes costs more than meat? If you give these as gifts, it shows a lot of face. I was thinking of borrowing some from you to give away. I didn't expect you to give them to the kids directly. Someone also gave you a box. If you want to borrow from my family, what about yours? Are you just keeping them to feed mice? Lu Jiaxuan's face warmed, but he still held his head high and said, My family will definitely give the cookies to Jiao Jiao and Mom. Jiao Jiao is pregnant, and Mom is older. Shouldn't they eat better things? Zhenping Lu placed a glass of orange juice heavily on the table. It startled Mingkai, who choked and coughed. He quickly patted Mingkai on the back. The little boy's eyes filled with tears as he drank large gulps of orange juice. Your child is delicate, but our child isn't. The cookies are already eaten, so I can't borrow anymore. Lu Jiaxuan wanted to say more, but Zhou Jiao Jiao quickly pulled him back. Although he always thought of her in everything he did, and she was touched by that, Now is not the time to talk about it. Big brother, Joshua, and I came here to ask if you and sister-in-law know whether Secretary Li is the county's high-ranking official, Li Chuan? Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 p.m. Please give me your support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Zhou Jiao tilts her head back confidently. She's sure Zhenping and Lu Zhenping won't admit the truth. She's already thought about how to respond and refute them. But unexpectedly, Lu Zhenping's face remains calm as he simply says yes. Zhou Jiao's carefully planned expression stiffens. Next to her, Lu Jiaxuan frowns tightly. Big brother, you know I work at the commune and haven't been promoted yet. Why didn't you tell me his identity? Don't you realize how important this is to me? If I could meet Secretary Li and gain his favor, it would be like climbing straight to the top. You've been in the army for years and don't understand how frustrating work can be sometimes. Zhenping opens her mouth, thinking to herself, why is Zhou Jiao working as a female worker at the textile factory and later helping the male lead start a business and grow it? She suspects that the Hu family and Li family must be helping behind the scenes. She used to only think about how to take credit for Zhou Jiao's achievements. Now she realizes it's more than just taking credit. It's like stealing a lucky advantage. Lu Zhenping raises his head slightly at Zhenping, signaling her to mind her own business. There's no need for her to worry about what's happening here. After Zhenping leaves, he glances at the two of them and heads straight to the yard. He takes a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lights one. Zhou Jiao and Lu Jiaxuan exchange glances and follow him. Big brother, Jiaxuan asked you, and I want to ask you too. You know, I was the first to find Qianli. I was the first to go help her. If my sister-in-law hadn't had a bicycle and taken her to the hospital first, this whole thing wouldn't have anything to do with her. This is what Zhou Jiao truly cares about. She feels something is wrong. The place was completely empty when she arrived. She only got lost because she didn't go to the county often. So, what was her sister-in-law doing there? And how did she happen to meet them by chance? If you say you were the first to meet Qianli, what did you do first? Did you help her check her condition, comfort her, or find someone to take her to the hospital? Besides meeting her, did you notify her family? What else did you do? Zhou Jiao hesitates. These things are very important. Zhou Jiao, but he was the first person she met, isn't that enough? There's no denying you are also Li Qian's savior. The Li family and the Hu family brought us some things, and they also gave you a share, favoring you all. As for what's Secretary Li's matter that Jia Xian mentioned, just look at what's in your wife's hands. Zhou Jiao tightened her grip on the notice, not understanding what it meant. Lu Jiaxian was equally confused, looking at Lu Zhenping with suspicion. Secretary Li always keeps his personal and official matters separate and makes decisions quickly. Just now, the Hu family openly gave your textile factory workers quotas in front of him. If I introduce someone around him now, does he agree or not? Did you notice? When the Hu family introduced him to you, they only said he was Secretary Li. It's funny, you came to ask why he wasn't introduced to you properly. What does it matter if you know him? Using his name to do things for yourself, are you afraid he'll find out? If he does, he might question or even arrest you. Are you just his pawns deliberately framing him? Both Zhou Jiao and Lu Jiaxian turned pale. They had never thought about this before. But sister-in-law, doesn't the factory worker quota matter? Can Secretary Li just ignore it? Just then, Zhenping came out to wash the dishes. She couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. She carried a basin over to the two of them, sneered, and pointed at Lu Zhenping. His status is a deputy regiment commander in the army. And what about me? I'm a military family caring for 4 children alone. According to military rules, I should follow him with the children. Do we have a separate house or yard? These children also need to attend military school. Now, I'm alone in the countryside raising the kids. Lu Zhenping has given up all his benefits and privileges to his comrades. If the government finds out, they'll still take care of us 4 women. I didn't even ask for help. If I had the commune, the county government, even Secretary Li would support me. What do you have to compare with us? Our situation alone makes a factory quota a special government favor. Just enjoy the free quota you got. Zhou Jiaojiao and Lu Jia weren't unaffected. They were shocked. They had only been focused on missing the chance to meet Secretary Li and had forgotten their brother-in-law and sister-in-law's status. Moreover, from the information Lin Rong had leaked, Secretary Li's son was a battalion commander under their brother's command. From any angle, he would naturally have a good impression of their brother and sister-in-law. If it is true that Li Chuan's identity has been revealed, then this worker's notice probably cannot be issued. Zhou Jiaojiao withdrew her hand holding the notice behind her back. Both of them felt mixed emotions but understood that they shouldn't offend the older brother and sister-in-law, as they might need their help later. Big brother, big sister-in-law, sorry, we didn't think of this. We don't have children, so we don't need many things. We'll send some over to you soon, Zhou Jiaojiao said, casually putting the notice into her pocket. Zhenping didn't speak, carrying a basin back to the kitchen. Lu Zhenping also didn't say anything, thinking that the old couple probably needed supplies. It's cold outside, so they should help them strengthen their health. Lu Jiaxuan saw that the older brother and sister-in-law didn't speak and worried they might still be angry. He quickly pulled Zhou Jiaojiao out the door. Soon, their table was piled with canned food, milk powder, and 5 pounds of pork. As for other valuable items and the expensive iron box of cookies, Zhou Jiaojiao and Lu Jiaxuan didn't take them. Having so many things, Zhenping already found it incredible. After all, these were gifts from the main characters, and being able to make them feel defeated made her very happy. A simple bowl of shredded pork noodles warmed the whole family. When Lu Mingyang went to school, Zhenping gave him a handful of fruit and a box of peach cookies. Later, give these to Diqing, Erqing, and Gao Gao. If they can't finish them, let them take some home for their mother.
Got it.
Besides these, Zhenping also gathered a box of honey sugar, a jar of orange slices, and a pound of red beans. She took them to Uncle Gui's house. Whenever she had something to do, she would bother Uncle Gui and Aunt Juing. These items might seem valuable to others, but to Zhenping, they were just ordinary things. They wouldn't be finished even if kept at home, so she preferred to give them to people who helped her and thought of her well. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Such a big person, and when they have a headache or fever, they don't go to work. Do they think they're some big boss's daughter? Acting so recklessly. I think they should marry early. Not only would it save the family some grain, but they could also ask for more bride price to make their brothers' lives better. Zhu Juing ran out of the house, looking angry as she stared at Huang Maochun. What are you causing again? Xiangxiang still has a fever and has already asked for leave from the team. What's there not to rest about? Besides, such a good marriage was arranged before, but you insisted on ruining it. Now you're making Xiangxiang marry someone else. What are you really thinking? Huang Maochun threw away the freshly cooked food in the basket, placed her son on the sewing basket, and, straightening her waist, started arguing with Zhu Juing. What am I thinking? I am thinking kindly, and with good intentions. The last in-laws weren't good at all. I see no benefit in them. They don't give anything, and the bride price is only a few dozen yuan. Not a single big gift, and your daughter is so cheap, rushing to become someone's wife, yet she doesn't want anything. Zhu Juing's head was buzzing with anger. The bride price Xiangxiang's in-laws gave was already more than what most girls get when they marry. As for the 3 big gifts, neither rural folks nor city people could afford them easily. If city folks wanted to buy even one of those big gifts, they'd have to ask around. They are all people earning just enough to get by. She and her husband didn't dare ask for so many things. Her daughter Xiangxiang isn't a fairy. She just wants a simple, honest life after marriage. We don't care about so much. As long as the in-laws treat Xiangxiang well and the couple can live peacefully, I don't mind the rest. You don't care?
Ikare.
I'll tell you. I've promised to introduce Xiangxiang to a boy working at the blacksmith shop in the county town. He earns that much a month. They will give 80 yuan in bride price and a butterfly brand bicycle. That's all settled. They'll come over soon. Huang Mao-chun said this without noticing Zhu Juiying's increasingly displeased face. Her mind was full of the bride price money, thinking about how to use it once she got it. Her cousin may have a physical defect, but he has a stable job. She doesn't have that luck. If she could marry into the city and if the man was good at earning money, she'd be dreaming happily. Thinking of Lu Xingcheng, she frowned. She shouldn't have agreed to marry, just because he looked good. I tell you, Xiangxiang's marriage is only decided by me and her father. You, as a sister-in-law, should stay out of it. When the time comes, don't let your aunt come over, or I'll send her away. Don't blame me for losing face. How dare you? Do you think I wouldn't dare? Huang Mao-chun was so angry she grabbed scissors from the basket, ready to stab Zhu Juiying. The door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Xiangxiang, too weak to stand, leaned on the doorframe, trembling as she pointed at Huang Mao-chun. Spring Huang Mao, if you dare to hurt my mother even a little, I will fight you to the end. Huang Mao's hand holding the scissors paused. Zhu Juiying was not afraid of her. She thought it would be good to her. Then she could either leave the family or let her son divorce her. She really wanted to stay away from this frightening daughter-in-law. The two stared at each other fiercely. Xiangxiang supported the doorframe and coughed repeatedly. She looked at her trembling little nephew with sadness. If she hadn't had children, her second brother might have left, but now with this little nephew, they could only back down. They couldn't let the child lose his mother. The sound of knocking on the courtyard door interrupted the tense standoff. Zhenping carried a basket covered with a blue cloth. She knocked on the door again. Is Aunt Juiying at home?
I'm Zhenping.
Aunt? Huang Mao responded quickly. She yanked her hair and turned to open the courtyard door. Seeing Zhenping with the basket, her eyes brightened a little, but her face showed clear frustration. Sister-in-law is here? Look at this, the family is arguing. Come in quickly. What are you holding? Maybe I should hold it for you. Zhenping didn't hesitate and handed the basket directly to her. But at that moment, she secretly stored all the good things from the dried vegetables into her space. Oh, dear, what's going on? Why are you arguing? Aunt, help Xiangxiang. She's about to fall.
Is she sick?
There's no sickness. It's just that she's worried about the cold and doesn't want to work. She's being lazy. Sister-in-law, do you want to come to my house and chat? Huang Mao spoke first when Zhu Juiying hadn't said anything. She was unafraid of losing face as she opened Zhenping's basket and looked inside. It was just some dried vegetables. Her face darkened. She lost interest in inviting Zhenping to talk. She knew 2 cars had gone to Zhenping's house today. Seeing all those packages, she was envious. She thought Zhenping might bring some valuable things, but it was only these cheap dried vegetables, things every family had. No, I just need to see Aunt Juiying about something. This basket here, take it. I'm going back to soothe the kids. They're making a fuss, and I probably won't have time to chat with you. She pushed the basket into Zhenping's arms and turned back into her house. Zhu Juiying looked embarrassed and blushed. Zhenping was a guest at her home, but she had no manners. Xiaoming, come inside and talk, she said. Zhenping smiled, and when she and Zhu Juiying entered the house, she put the items from the space back into the basket. Lu Xiangxiang looked very weak, her cheeks flushed, breathing heavily and roughly. Xiangxiang is quite sick. Have you taken your medicine? No, I haven't. I thought I could just cover up and it would get better. It's okay, sister-in-law. I'll wait and see. If I don't get better tonight, I'll ask my dad to find Brother Chonghong. Zhenping glanced at the door and nudged Zhu Juiying with her elbow. Annie, I still have some fever medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine at home. Later, you can ask Uncle Guai to come over and give Xiangxiang some tonight. She raised her voice a bit when she said this, and handed the basket to Zhu Juiying. Zhu hesitated for a moment before accepting it. She looked inside and saw dried vegetables on top, and underneath, a jar of canned food, a box of honey snacks, and a pound of red fruit. How can this be? This is too valuable. I can't take it. Auntie, please take it. Xiangxiang is sick, and she needs medicine. These dried vegetables can be soaked and used to make dumplings or buns later. Xiangxiang was feeling dizzy, but she understood in her heart that her sister-in-law had probably brought more good things again. Her mother was so worried because of this. Since she and her sister-in-law had become close, she had received real, solid gifts. She only helped out in small ways when they were in trouble. It was really nothing much. Their family had truly gained a lot. Thanks to everyone who reads my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with recommendation tickets, collections, and monthly votes. Please keep voting. Zhenping looked at the door, signaling Zhu Juiying to hide the good things well. Otherwise, they wouldn't last through the night. Everything would be taken away. No amount of noise would help.
Thank you so much, Xiaoming.
You've given us so many good things. We feel so guilty taking so much.
Annie, you shouldn't say that.
During the days I was sick, the children were grateful for your and Xiangxiang's care. Uncle Guai also helped out when Brother Zhenping was not home. I really appreciate it. These things were given to us just today at noon. There are too many, and we can't finish them all. Xiangxiang is sick, and canned food is the best for her. Zhu Juiying had just argued with Mao Chun and felt a lot of frustration release. Such a good girl, she was truly lucky. She inwardly felt grateful to Lu Sanjing. By the way, Annie, I just heard Mao Chun say you were arguing. What was it about? It's all because of Xiangxiang's marriage. Earlier, Uncle Guai and I told Xiangxiang about a match, which you already know. Both families were satisfied. The young man is honest, and the in-laws are also straightforward people. Their family isn't very wealthy, but they live harmoniously. When a few sisters-in-law visited, they brought small gifts for Xiangxiang, and the bride price was quite generous. Such a good match was suddenly spoiled by Xingchang's wife. The in-laws just want a hard-working girl who can settle down peacefully. With such a troublesome mother-in-law, how can they ever have peace? So, the marriage was called off.
Sigh.
Even though a long time has passed, Zhu Juiying still feels sad and regretful about this marriage. It was a rare match that's hard to find, and it was all messed up by Huang Mao Chun. That woman probably brought bad luck to their family. Even though the marriage was just called off, it should have been kept quiet. But Xingchang's wife went around talking everywhere. At the village entrance, the women kept gossiping about Xiangxiang. She's a good girl, and they're worried we'll have trouble. She doesn't say much and works honestly. Today, Xingchang's wife said she introduced Xiangxiang to a match, her cousin's son. I've seen him once. He's so ugly it makes you sad, and he's very short. When you pass by him, you might even kick him by mistake. Good heavens, how could someone like him marry Xiangxiang? Xiangxiang felt terrible hearing this. Her eyes welled with tears as she listened to Zhu Juiying. Zhu Juiying also sniffled a little, but her words were quite amusing. Zhenping almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at Zhu Juiying with bright eyes. Annie, about the matchmaker, I actually have someone in mind. He's a year younger than Xiangxiang, but he's handsome and tall. His family just built a brick house. His sisters-in-law get along well, and his parents are honest. I can guarantee that his eldest sister-in-law isn't a troublemaker. Mother and daughter both stared wide-eyed at Zhenping. They were just talking, so why did it turn to matchmaking? But anyway, Zhenping and Huang Mao Chun are not the same. Zhenping seems more reliable. Zhu Juiying rubbed her hands and glanced at Xiangxiang before saying, that family from the village, how many people are there? How old are the parents? Little Meng, tell me more. All right, but Auntie, Xiangxiang is feeling unwell. You should give her some water. Open that canned food for her, let her eat a little. It might make her feel better. Okay, I'll open it right away. Zhu Juiying took out an orange can from the cabinet, just about to turn and go to the kitchen for a knife, but she stopped at the door. She couldn't take a kitchen knife, or Huang Mao Chun would find out, and Xiangxiang could still eat it. Zhenping received it in her hand, patted it a few times, and tightly twisted the lid, opening it with a pop sound. Xiangxiang, you should drink some of the canned soup first. It might make you feel better. Also, don't cover yourself so thickly. Auntie will bring a basin and a towel, and also grab some chopsticks. Zhu Juiying was quick-witted and reacted immediately. Soon, She brought a basin of water to wipe Xiang Xiang's face and neck. She leaned against the cabinet, holding chopsticks and eating a few orange segments. Xiaomeng, quickly tell me, whose family is this? It's the Shun family in Jiji, my maternal brother Shin Xiaobin. My parents are honest people, and the two sisters-in-law are easy to get along with. Not long ago, my mother introduced a match, and everyone was satisfied. But then the girl's family found out that Zhenping was in the army and started asking Zhenping to help arrange a job or get her brother into the army. They had many demands. My brother saw it wasn't okay and told the matchmaker he wasn't interested. When Shen Meng said the first sentence, Zhu Juing felt very pleased. Shen Meng is a good girl, knowing proper manners, kind-hearted, and considerate. Her family's brothers wouldn't be bad either. But hearing that she just refused a marriage proposal, and it was from a meddlesome family, made her heart sink. Xiaomeng, not just your brother, but even you standing here, I know your brother isn't bad. But you also know our family situation. If Xiang marries into your family, it might cause trouble for your family too. Sister-in-law, I know you mean well. With me here as your sister-in-law, I fear I won't marry into a good family in this life. Shenming shook her head and said, You're still young and worried about these things. I know you're afraid that your own affairs will cause trouble between your brother and sister-in-law. But Xiang, this is your lifelong matter. If you really listen to Huang Mao Chun and marry her cousin's son, your parents will be heartbroken forever. So in a few days, once you're better, Uncle Guai, Annie, and Xiang come with me to my family to see Xiaobin. If you like him, we can talk about the future. If not, there's no point in discussing it here. Juju Ing hesitated briefly but quickly agreed, without hesitation. Shin Meng was right. Her daughter was doing this for her brother and nephew, not for herself. But now she no longer cared. She planned to talk to the village leaders about dividing the land. Everything would be split up. As long as Xiang married well, she was willing to do anything. Moreover, Huang Mao Chun's cousin's daughter, Wugua Xiang, had met her before. If she met Shinmeng's brother again and compared them, she would definitely choose the better one. Xiang also didn't want to go along with Huang Mao Chun's wishes. She wanted to find a kind and understanding man to spend her life with. When Shen Meng got home, she told Lu Zhenping about this. He also thought it was a good idea. Both Lu Xiang and Shin Xiaobin were good people. If they liked each other, both families would be happy. Seeing that Lu Zhenping was pleased, she immediately sent someone home to give the news. 3 days later, Shen Meng and Lu Zhenping, along with a group of children, rode on Uncle Gua's ox cart. Also with them were Aunt Zhu Ying and the pretty, well-dressed Lu Xiang. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please give me your support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Thank you so much. Shin Fuguei and Wang Guizhi early in the morning asked Shin Shaotian to go to the commune and buy 3.5 pounds of meat. They also went through some trouble to buy a hen from the village. Lu Qinlan and Su Xiaomei didn't go to work today. They stayed home cleaning and washing everything. The old hen was also cooked early, waiting for their sister-in-law to bring the people over. Uncle Gua was driving the cart ahead. From afar, he saw a new-looking blue brick house standing there. The yard didn't look big from the gate, but if he looked inside, he could tell the yard was quite large, and the house was beautifully built. He guessed it was the new house Shinmeng's family was building, which he had heard about before. Juju Ing also noticed the new house. As she got closer, she became more nervous. She held Lu Xiang's hand tightly. But Xiang was much more relaxed. It was just an arranged marriage. When her second sister-in-law brought her cousin's son over when she was sick, she almost cried when she saw him. That person was not even as tall as her leg and worked at a blacksmith shop. She wondered if he was just a stove burner or something. Shen Fuguei and Wang Guizhi were both very nervous, but they believed in their daughter and son-in-law. They thought their daughter was a good girl, otherwise, she wouldn't have been introduced to their family. However, hearing that there was a troublesome sister-in-law at home, they still felt a bit worried. Here they come. Isn't that little Meng? Look at me in this cold weather. Qinlan is here. Quick, pour some hot water and also bring out some cakes and snacks. LV Qinlan untied her apron and stretched it tightly.
Mom, don't worry.
When they come inside, we'll pour water and serve food, showing how much we care. Since they haven't arrived yet, I already brought things out in advance. It makes it look like we're just having a family meal, and it's easier to greet guests. Yes, yes, yes. I'm just worried. LV Qinlan and Su Xiaomei, who was busy lighting the stove in the kitchen, exchanged smiles. Living in this big house, everyone felt much more at ease. Just talking about the kitchen before, it was old and drafty. Sometimes, when it rained, water would drip through the thatched roof into the pots. Even having a clean meal was a luxury. Now the kitchen is spacious, with 2 pots, both brought over by the younger sister-in-law. Life here is better than living like a landlord. Parents, Grandpa and Grandma are waiting at the gate. Mom, look, Grandma is wearing new clothes. Does she know we're coming? Zhenping smiled indifferently. Uncle Gui and Zhu Juiying also looked over. The elderly couple standing at the gate was indeed dressed in new clothes, showing they valued this matchmaking. Their hearts eased a lot. A bullock cart arrived at the door. Ming Yangming and Ming Fong, 3 children, jumped off first. Lu Zhenping carried Lu Mingkai in his arms. The little boy had fallen asleep on the way, wrapped in a small blanket. Oh, my good grandson. Has Ming Kai fallen asleep? Let's take him inside. Wang Guizhi first touched each child's head and face, then looked at Lu Zhenping holding Lu Mingkai. Her eyes then shifted to Uncle Gui's family, carefully observing Lu Xiangxiang. She saw that Xiangxiang was standing obediently, with a pretty face and a tall, elegant figure in a green checkered coat. Good, really good. Come on, come inside. Have some hot water and warm up. It's cold, right? Brothers and sisters, hurry inside and get warm. I'm not cold. I brought a blanket, and there's no wind. Shen Fugui greeted Uncle Gui and Zhu Juiying. Wang Guizhi, however, grabbed Lu Xiangxiang's hand happily, very pleased. Zhenping looked a bit speechless. Her mother was too anxious. Mom, what about Xiaobin? Is he at home? No, when he heard you were coming, he grabbed a bucket and ran out early. He said he wanted to catch a couple of fish in the river. Your older brothers have gone to work, but they'll be back soon. Although she was talking, her eyes kept looking at Lu Xiangxiang. The latter blushed again under her gaze and looked at Zhenping for help. Mom, don't scare Xiangxiang. We're all here, and we won't suddenly run away. Don't be so nervous. Yes, come, daughter.
Sit down.
Qinlan and Xiaomei, stop working and come talk with us. All right. Lu Qinlan and Su Xiaomei, who had been secretly glancing when people entered, now looked more closely at Lu Xiangxiang. They felt pleased. Although she wasn't as striking as the previous girl, she had her own kind of beauty. Everything was good. Uncle, Auntie, have some hot water. Xiangxiang, this is jujube tea. It's been brewed since early morning. Drinking it is good for your health. Come, this is the fruit cake your older brother bought at the commune this morning.
Try some.
Uncle Gui and Aunt Juiying held enamel cups, feeling warm inside. Xiangxiang's mood also changed a lot. At first, she was afraid that her second sister-in-law would cause trouble again and make things difficult for the family. But she couldn't refuse Zhenping. She just braced herself and came over. In her heart, she had lost hope for the marriage, but she didn't expect Zhenping's family to be so kind. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the courtyard gate was pushed open, interrupting the lively chatter inside. Everyone looked toward the door. Xiaobin, holding a water bucket with his shorts still wet, saw the ox cart at the door and knew his sister and brother-in-law had returned. He was so happy that he ran straight into the main hall with the bucket. Big sister, brother-in-law, you're here. Look, I just caught several big fish from the river, and there's a firehead fish too.
See?
Seeing so many people inside and a few strangers, he suddenly remembered the matchmaking today. His eyes scanned around and landed on Xiangxiang. They looked at each other, both blushing and quickly turning their heads away. Stinky kid, Mom told you 1,000 times to come back early, but you made it so late. Look at yourself. Hurry up and change your clothes. Okay. Xiaobin replied blankly, then turned to run. After a few steps, he came back, took the bucket and left. Wang Guizhi felt very embarrassed and worried that Xiangxiang's family might look down on her silly son. This kid is so happy to see his sister and brother-in-law. Girls, don't be offended. Zhu Juing, like Lu Xiangxiang, saw Huang Mao Chun's son. Now, looking at the tall and handsome Shen Xiaobin, she was quite pleased. She also glanced at Shen Xiaobin's house, which had a bigger door than the others, and felt even more satisfied. Why would I be offended? No, I'm just happy to see my sister and brother-in-law. I understand. Wang Guizhi looked at her and felt relieved. Xin Meng and Lu Zhenping didn't say much, letting their elders ask questions and chat. They brought them here, but they weren't responsible for what happened next. Xin Meng kicked Lu Zhenping lightly. Go ahead and tidy up the fish. I'll stew it later. I saw it was a pretty big one. Okay. After a while, Shen Xiaobin finished his chores and came over. If you ignored his clumsy walk and blushing face, he actually looked quite imposing. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Zhu Juing and Uncle Guai exchanged glances and nodded with satisfaction. The kid looked like Xinmeng, though he was a year younger than Xiangxiang. They looked quite similar. Plus, with Shen Meng as the big sister-in-law, her daughter wouldn't suffer any wrongs. They talked while glancing back and forth at the two children. Xiangxiang's face turned red from being watched. She kept looking at Shen Meng, hoping she could help her. Luckily, Lu Zhenping finished cleaning the two fish. He waved at Shen Meng. Xiangxiang took the opportunity, stood up when Shen Meng did, and linked arms with her as they left the main hall. Jia, I'll go with you. Shen Meng looked back and whispered, look at you. Even if you're not here to see the match, you're still Lu Zhenping's sister. Just stay and rest at my house. No need to work. I feel uncomfortable, sister-in-law. Didn't you see my parents' looks? I'm scared just looking at them. LV Qinlan and Su Xiaomei also greeted and followed out, calling Shen Xiaobin to come along. Xiaobin, go help sister-in-law fetch 2 buckets of water and wash the vegetables. Your brothers will be back soon, and it's time to eat. Okay. He nodded and then turned to Uncle Guai and Zhu Juing, saying, Uncle, Auntie, I'll go out first. Parents, you can talk more. Okay. Uncle Guai agreed first. The 4 elders looked at each other, understanding in their minds. They weren't just satisfied. They wanted the 2 young ones to talk and get to know each other better before deciding if the marriage could happen. After Shen Xiaobin left, he went to the kitchen to fetch a bucket. Seeing 2 full buckets of water, he looked at Lu Qinlan with a questioning expression. Foolish girl, you thought sister-in-law really asked you to carry water? Go get some potatoes. Xiangxiang is washing scallions and it's a good chance for you to help out. Men and women working together makes it easier. Shen Xiaobin. No need to work together. Doing this alone isn't tiring. Lu Zhenping finished cleaning the fish and left the house. Little Tiger took some children out to play. He needed to quickly bring the children back home because dinner was almost ready. Lu Qinlan was tending the stove, watching Shen Meng cook. She poured rapeseed oil into the pot, heated it, and fried fish coated with egg and flour. Without adding any seasoning, the smell was already mouth-watering. I told you Xiaobin went fishing. He probably saw Xiaoming come back and wanted to enjoy a good meal, haha.
Exactly.
Xiaoming came to visit relatives, so she shouldn't have to work hard. We should cook the food, but look at this aroma. I can't make this myself. Su Xiaomei was kneading steamed buns with 3-in-1 flour on the chopping board, chatting about family. Shen Meng finished frying the fish and kneaded scallions and potatoes. But Shen Xiaobin kept not coming over. Lu Qinlan chuckled and said, Don't wait anymore. There's already prepared, sliced ingredients in that small basket ready to use. Is the eldest sister-in-law already aware that this silly guy won't come back? Of course. Xiangxiang looks like she likes it, and Xiaobin is a steady girl. She's definitely one of us. If this marriage works out, our parents will finally be free of worries. Shen Meng sprinkled scallions and into the pot, then added chopped red chili and potatoes. She added some salt and soy sauce, stirred a few times, then put the fried fish into the pot. She added 2 ladles of water, threw in soaked dried mushrooms, covered the pot, and looked at Lu Qinlan. Elder sister-in-law, I don't know if our parents can really be free of worries, but today I think I can help ease your worries. Lu Qinlan was stunned for a moment, looking at Shen Meng with confusion. Zhenping's younger brother, Jiaxing, is a carpenter. His master is old and hasn't worked much in the past 2 years. When he does work, he usually refers jobs to Jiaxing. The village's collective also finds him for carpentry work. During the off-season, he sometimes works at the mine and earns a good income. Before the family split, all the money was given to my parents-in-law. Now that we have split, we keep most of what we earn ourselves. Zhenping and I think Xiaolong is at the right age to learn a skill. We already talked to Jiaxing about it. He said that the apprentice would stay and work at his house for 3 years, and all the wages he earns would go to him. This is the rule in their trade. After finishing, Xiaolong would keep his earnings. Jiaxing is skilled, and since we are relatives, he promised to teach Xiaolong well. Lu Qinlan was happy to hear such good news today. Our family plans to send our little one to school next year. The only thing she worries about is Xiaolong, who is already about 10 years old. Her sister-in-law once suggested that Xiaolong learn a craft, and she was hopeful about it, but her sister-in-law is busy with her own family, so she didn't dare to bring it up. Unexpectedly, everything was arranged perfectly, and she was so excited she couldn't hold back. Xiaoming, I didn't expect you to already find a teacher for Xiaolong. Really, I don't know how to thank you. It's nothing. Jiaxing's house is just a few steps from ours. He can come to eat at my house often and bring Mingyang and the other kids out to play. Good. With you as his aunt, I'm not worried about him being treated unfairly. But 3 years of eating and living there, Xiaolong is only about 1.5 years old. He eats a lot. Isn't that taking advantage of them? Our own child is already over 10. If we had enough food, he would eat eagerly. But now our rice supply is barely enough for half a month out of a month. Jiaxing has 2 children at home. Not only can he help with chores, but he can also learn a craft. Besides, Jiaxing is a skilled craftsman. After the family split, he earned quite a lot. If he dares to say so, he must be confident. If he wasn't, he wouldn't do it just to save face for us and Zhenping. Sister-in-law, you can rest assured. With your words, I feel more at ease. The cooked chicken soup was served out of the pot. Shen Meng stir-fried a plate of chives and eggs, made a cabbage stir-fry with cured meat, and prepared a stew with the 5 meats, vermicelli, and old pumpkin. She steamed some mantou bread rolls on top. Su Xiaomei just placed the mantou into the pot when the potatoes and scallions which had been waiting for a meal, were brought back by Shen Xiaobin and Lu Xiangxiang. Seeing the 3 people in the house all look at them, they blushed with embarrassment. Oh, the food is already ready, but you just brought the scallions and now, Xiaobin. In the future, you can't work so slowly. Hearing his sister-in-law teasing, Shen Xiaobin pursed his lips and secretly glanced at Lu Xiangxiang. Seeing her blushing too, he felt happy inside. Sister-in-law, you're getting more and more blunt. Xiangxiang, let's go.
Huh?
Lu Xiangxiang reacted a bit slow. It wasn't until Shen Xiaobin tugged her sleeve and pulled her out of the kitchen, hearing the laughter inside, that she realized what was happening. She exclaimed, "Oh," and covered her face, then ran into the main hall. Shen Xiaobin scratched his head awkwardly. What was I just doing? How could I just pull the girl's arm and run out like that? It's so embarrassing. After dinner, Wang Guizhi took Shen Meng into the house. She and Shen Fugui were very pleased with Lu Xiangxiang. They also liked the matchmakers, Uncle Guai and Zhu Juiying, because they spoke reasonably. Their family also believed in fairness. If their daughter-in-law was chosen, they would support her. They were willing to do anything they could think of to help. Not saying she's better than others, but she definitely won't be worse. If Xiangxiang also likes Xiaobin, we're all willing on our side. Your 2 sisters-in-law are sensible people and wouldn't mind whether Xiaobin's wife is a little more or less. Once the family calms down, her parents will also make up for it. I promise to be fair and just. That's a good way to think. I'll ask Uncle Guai and Andy when we go back. Luckily, Today was just to visit relatives, or Xiangxiang's difficult second sister-in-law would cause trouble again. Wang Guizhi also relaxed. As long as Xiangxiang was willing to marry in, her second sister-in-law's fussing didn't matter. It's none of her business. Once a girl is married out, her own sister-in-law can't control her anymore.
We shouldn't worry about that.
Her second sister-in-law has nothing to do with us. Just focus on living your own life well. Let her cause trouble if she wants. On the way back, Uncle Guai and Aunt Zhuiying kept praising Shen Xiaobin to Shenmeng. They said he was tall, handsome, quick at work, and smart. Seeing him, Lu Xiangxiang blushed deeply. So, Xiangxiang, what do you think of Xiaobin? If you think he's okay, try to get to know him. There's no rush to decide on marriage. You should see if he's someone you like. Lu Xiangxiang pursed her lips and nodded gently. She didn't quite understand what Sister Meng was talking about, but she wasn't in a rush to make a decision. Shen Xiaobin was indeed very good, better than the family he was engaged to before, especially with Sister Meng being such a kind girl. She listened to what Sister Qinlan and Sister Xiaomei had said. Madame Wang is a rare good mother-in-law. After the new year, the old couple still paid for their children's education. Whenever the production team distributed work-red envelopes, she would first give each child 2 cents, then share with her married sons. Most of it was taken, but the money was enough for small things. When visiting relatives at her natal home, she would also help arrange things. Such a family is hard to find, and she was satisfied with that. She didn't ask for much, just for Shenmeng's big sister-in-law. She thought it was worth it. Oh, how can there be no rush? I heard from your mother that the girl Xiaobin was supposed to marry still wants to be with him. She keeps urging the matchmaker to come over often to talk. Xiaobin doesn't seem to have any feelings for her anymore. Can he really forget that girl? There's nothing he can't forget, if he doesn't want to. No one's forcing him. Aunt Zhuiying, not to mention, that girl is even more impressive than Huang Maochun. Your family only has Huang Maochun who's capable, but that girl's family is powerful, except for the girl herself. If Xiaobin still agrees, it would mean he's willing to abandon his own parents and siblings to become a son-in-law elsewhere. My parents wouldn't accept him anymore, and neither would mine. Just looking at the current situation, I can imagine how chaotic the future will be. If he still wants to, then he's really not thinking clearly. Aunt Zhuiying didn't speak. She looked at the distant hill, her thoughts drifting away. When Lu Xingchang and Huang Maochun got engaged, she thought it was good either way, but the engagement was always unlucky. She and her husband went back and forth to Huang Maochun's home 4 or 5 times, each time carrying big and small packages. When they set the wedding date, the fireworks were lit on half the hill.
Sigh.
She thought even heaven was trying to stop them. If heaven had been clearer back then, their family wouldn't have been such a joke every day. After Sister Meng finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Lu Xiangxiang thought for a moment, looked at her mother, and then said to Sister Meng, "Sister Meng, I think you're right. Xiaobin said he has no feelings for that girl. They only met a few times before the engagement, and then things got messy. We both agreed to keep quiet for now and watch carefully, just like you said. All right, here is the improved and simplified version. Well, that's how it should be. Aunt Zhuiying, I shouldn't say this, but for the good of your family, we should split up quickly. This morning, I saw Sister Jinju and Tianmi looking very tired and upset, probably feeling frustrated inside. Honestly, Xiaomeng, I've already told the village chief and the party secretary about this. We'll handle the family split when we go back. No matter what they ask for, as long as we can live separately, we agree." Lu Zhenping looked at Shenmeng, who pretended not to see his suspicious gaze. She had already planned to leave early. Whether Shen Xiaobin and Lu Xiangxiang can be together or not, splitting the family is a good idea. A few days later, at noon, Shenmeng was knitting a scarf at the door of the main hall, occasionally glancing at the children doing their homework. Lu Zhenping was cooking. Suddenly, the door was kicked open loudly, and a rough woman, Li Zinyang, dragged Detzi into the house angrily. "Heartless, wicked little brat, you've blinded your eyes. How dare you bully my precious grandson? You ungrateful thing. Today I will teach you a lesson." Lai Xingyang raised a wooden stick and rushed into the hall, ready to hit Mingyang. The three children quickly stood up and ran outside, moving so fast it surprised Lai Xingyang. Every morning, they trained with Lu Zhenping, and with good food and care at home, they were in great shape.
Run.
I told you to run. Annie, what are you doing? Kids play fight all the time, isn't that normal? Why are you taking it seriously? Last time, my Ming Kai was also bullied by Detzi, but we didn't make a fuss. Why are you so angry now? Shenmeng spread her arms in front of the children. Ming Kai was sitting quietly by the wall, not moving. When Lai Xingyang tried to get closer, he suddenly threw a stone at her, hitting her chin. Oh, my dear. You little rascal.
How dare you hit me?
I'll beat your face. Ah, you ghost. You're making me suffer alone. I don't want to live anymore. I'm going to the underworld. You won't have peace. Lu Mingkai sat on the ground, patting his thighs and crying loudly, waving a torn cloth in his hand. Shenmeng. The three little ones. The beggar's wife was stunned by his words. It's also her fault. A few days ago, an old man died in Lajiakan. His family hired a Swana band. Shenmeng was curious and took Lu Mingkai there. The little boy not only remembered the novelty of the Swana band, but also remembered the old lady's sad singing. One day, Shenmeng was sleeping peacefully when suddenly her nose itched. She opened her eyes and saw a white scene before her, with her dear big brother crying sadly nearby. That day's sun was especially fierce. Lu Zhenping's force on Lu Mingkai's bottom was particularly strong, and Lu Mingkai's crying was very loud. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please give me your support with votes, favorites, and monthly tickets.
Please, please, please.
The beggar's wife was very angry. Dizzy, with a swollen face, stood openly in the yard. When he saw Lu Mingyang looking at him, he was so scared he turned around and tried to run. When his parents arrived at the door, he straightened up again. Lu Zhenping came out of the kitchen holding a shiny, bright kitchen knife. The beggar's wife couldn't keep hitting with the stick anymore. Lu Mingkai also stopped crying, sticking out his tongue to lick his nose. His disgusting behavior almost made his parents and older siblings. The little boy, still unaware, happily smiled at Shenmeng. A drop of nasal mucus almost went into his mouth, but he quickly inhaled it back into his nose. It was too painful to watch, so Shenmeng turned her head away. What are you doing, Andy? You came to my house with a stick to hit my child? That's not right. And those words you spat out today, how could you say them? How could you swallow them back? Otherwise, I won't agree. What's wrong? What can you do if I don't agree? Are you going to kill me or what? I tell you, your kid bullied my grandson. You have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I won't leave. Lu Zhenping looked at the beggar holding the knife, sneered coldly, and said, My wife just said that kids play rough sometimes. Didn't you tell me that last time? Now it's your turn. This isn't a small matter anymore. The beggar's wife hesitated for a moment before finally smiling understandingly at Lu Zhenping. Oh, I knew it. Why does your wife say such things? You say the same. Clearly, the issue from last time hasn't been resolved. Maybe she's just looking for a chance to make your child hit my grandson. Otherwise, why was my Detzi beaten up and his stones and chamber pot also attacked? It seems she was waiting for this all along. Let me tell you, boy, my wife is not afraid. If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter won't be settled easily. Laozi's father rolled his eyes and sat down heavily on the ground. That's right. My wife is right. Look at my grandson. All bruised and swollen. We need compensation, food, or we won't stop until our family is safe. Laozi looked happy, watching Yu Xueli, who was bowing her head politely, and her two big and small daughters. He pushed her lightly. Speak up. Your son has been beaten so badly. You're silent. You won't say a word. Go over there. Laozi's wife almost fell when she staggered, and her two daughters hurriedly hid behind her, scared. She led her two children to Detzi's side, said nothing, and didn't comfort him. She just stood there expressionless, which made Laozi so angry he almost kicked her. Lu Zhenping raised an eyebrow, but ignored their arguing and cursing. He followed them back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Shenmeng finally found some cloth to wipe away the tears and runny nose on Lu Mingkai's face. Lu Mingliang took advantage of the standoff and ran outside. Soon, he brought Lu Sanjin and Lu Changjue over. Behind them, Wu Xianglan and Lu Jiehua followed. Lu Changjue just wanted to come and get Laozi's family out so they wouldn't bother his son's family. Now, his relationship with Lu Zhenping is quite distant. Lu Sanjin and the others just didn't want to lose their monthly pension, which meant they could sometimes eat meat at the table. Shenmeng held Lu Mingkai and watched both sides argue loudly. Lu Sanjin didn't even enter the yard. She was leaning on her cane, and no one saw her. She threw her cane aside and started yelling at the door, pounding her thigh. Wu Xianglan pulled Laozi's wife and the two girls out of the yard. Lu Jiehua faced Laozi, and they quickly started fighting. Since Lu Jiehua often did heavy work, Laozi was no match for him. Lu Changjue grabbed Laozi's father's collar and dragged him out. In just a short time, only Laozi's mother and Detzi were left in the yard. Detzi ran out immediately, afraid he would also get beaten before Lu Mingyang could act. Lu Sanjin is a talented singer and songwriter. She cried as she told about the bad actions of the Lotzi family. Naturally, it wasn't only Lu Zhenping's family who suffered. Others did too. Before long, their family quietly left. Lu Sanjin wiped her tears and wanted to go inside to thank Lu Zhenping, but she was quickly pulled away by Lu Changju. Wu Xianglan hesitated at the door and didn't leave. She used to have a bad relationship with Shenmeng, fights and arguments, but now Shenmeng was different. She heard from Jiao Jiao that Shenmeng had a chance to work at a textile factory. With Lu Zhenping, who was like a lucky star, Shenmeng never lacked money. The entire Lu family was just herself. Nothing she wanted was missing. Wu Xianglan started to think, wanting to talk to Shenmeng. She also felt she had helped Shenmeng's family today, so she deserved some gratitude. She waited a long time, but saw no one coming. She finally approached Shenmeng. "Big sister-in-law, you're busy." "Oh, Xianglan, thank you so much today. Otherwise, the Lotzi family wouldn't have left so quickly." Wu Xianglan sat beside her, smiling politely. "It's nothing. We're all family. It's only natural. The Lotzi family always causes trouble. Today, they probably came hoping to extort money. It's good that your family is safe." Shenmeng played with Lu Mingkai's fingers and told Mingyang and the other children to go outside. She sensed Wu Xianglan had something to say. "Big sister-in-law, I heard you have a spot for a textile factory worker. Could you give it to me? I won't ask for it for free. I'll give you half of my monthly salary. Or just a little bit, whatever is left I'll give to you. From now on, just tell me what to do. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have argued with you. It's my fault. My husband isn't doing well. He only cares about money. My parents are like that. My two children are really pitiful. Big sister-in-law, could you please be kind and give me the spot? My older brother is in the army and has money. You can stay at home comfortably without working, right? That must be Jiao Jiao teaching you, Xianglan. As sisters-in-law, I really don't want you to be tricked. The fourth sister-in-law asked you to find me because she also has a textile factory spot. If you don't believe me, ask your older brother. He's in the army and wouldn't lie." Hearing Shenmeng say this, Wu Xianglan was stunned. When she asked Zhou Jiao Jiao before, she didn't tell her that she also had a spot. There are no explicit or inappropriate scenes in this text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. That notice doesn't have real names. You all live together, so maybe you can find out more. Also, I just found out about this myself. Jaha, he seems to have someone outside.
Jingjiao told me about it.
I was worried you couldn't handle it, so I didn't tell you before. But seeing how you helped me today, I really don't want you to be hurt or tricked. Xianglan, please don't tell anyone I told you. Otherwise, Jingjiao might stop talking to me. Especially since that woman is a good friend of Jingjiao's from our village, Lu Suqin. Wu Xianglan suddenly stood up, her face pale and full of disbelief as she looked at Shenmeng. "Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 p.m. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Thank you so much. Zhenping watched Wu Xianglan stumble out of the house. She just snorted coldly, waiting eagerly for them to turn against each other. There was a commotion at home. Ming Yang grabbed a broom and swept the yard. Ming Liang brought a basin of water, and together with Ming Fong, they sprinkled water in the yard. It was obvious they didn't like the Lizy family. For lunch, Lu Zhenping prepared the meal. He somehow got some eel and offered to make eel noodles. Zhenping didn't like these dishes, so Lu Zhenping cooked a separate dish for her. He warmed 2 steamed buns and made a radish and meatball soup. Before finishing her meal, she heard more noise outside. Zhenping knew what was happening. She happily held Lu Mingkai and went outside to watch. When the little boy was taken away, he looked confused, with food still in his mouth. His hands were greasy, and he rested on Zhenping's shoulder, making her clothes dirty. She didn't want to care about these details amid the excitement. Over there, a fight was going on. Wu Xianglan was riding on Lu Suqin, hitting her face with both hands. Thinking about how all her savings over the years had gone into this woman's pocket, she felt furious. Jaha was a hard-working farmer. She worried about him eating well and sleeping well. She even kept good things meant for the children for her husband. Her sincere heart was being wasted, and she felt like crying. Trash. Scoundrel. You think you can ride on thousands of people? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. If you dare to flirt with my man, I won't hold back. Wu Xianglan, you shameless woman. How dare you hit me? I have a family and children.
How dare you slander me?
This is unjust.
Help.
Someone's hurt. The daughter-in-law of the Lu family is going to hurt someone. Still dare not admit it? Still dare not admit it? I will call out your lies. When Lu Jiahe ran over and saw Lu Suqin's swollen face and nose, he felt a bit sad. But there were too many people watching, so even if he wanted to do something, he couldn't. He quickly pulled Wu Xianglan away. He turned and looked fiercely at her, giving her a sharp slap. Oh, you hit so hard.
Hey.
God, it looks so painful. Everyone was talking quietly, but no one stepped in to stop it. They all knew what was happening. They had seen enough fights before, but they never made a big scene. You hit me? I was hitting you. You didn't come home for lunch, and went to someone else's house to cause trouble. Lu Suqin and her husband are living happily. Why did you go there and cause trouble? And you even beat her up. How can you say those things? How can you say such things? Lu Jiahe almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. He also looked at Wu Xianglan with a warning glare, telling her to go back quickly. He cared a lot about his reputation. Now that this woman was insulting him in front of so many people, he felt embarrassed. How could he face others later?
Fine.
So this woman is flirting with you. You two are sleeping together and messing around, and now you're taking your anger out on me. Lu Jiahe, I've given you children, cooked, washed clothes. Our family has always been simple. Even if someone gave us a piece of bread, I would give it to you first. Yongqiang and Yongli have never worn new clothes or shoes. They only wear leftovers from others. When my sister-in-law's family split up, she gave 5 yuan. I wanted to make some clothes for the children with that money. I gave everything to you without hesitation. Over the years, I've sacrificed a lot for you and the children. But you secretly gave all the money and good things to this woman. Lu Jiahe, do you still have a heart? They had been married for many years. Although she tolerated Lu Jiahe's feelings for Wu Xianglan, she couldn't help but feel guilty when she heard this. Her attitude softened. She reached out to pull Wu Xianglan, but Wu Xianglan pushed her away directly. Enough, Xianglan. Don't make trouble. This is someone else's house. If you're unhappy with me, that's our family matter. But Lu Suqin and her husband have nothing to do with us. Why do you have to cause trouble in front of them? This was a rare moment of Lu Jiahe showing a good attitude, but to Wu Xianglan, it sounded very sarcastic. Why are you making such a fuss? It's not that serious. Lu Suqin has been sneaking around with my husband and has taken all our belongings. And you're still asking if I care? I feel so foolish. I'm too stingy to eat or wear nice clothes, and I've been wronged for so many years. Who has really benefited from this?
Boo-hoo.
Lu Jiehua, how can you be so unkind to our family of 3? Aren't you afraid of heaven punishing you for this? Stop talking nonsense. Your husband has ruined your family. That's your business, not mine. If you want to fight, go back to your own bed. If you hurt someone, it's on you. Don't cause trouble here, or I won't forgive you. Also, Wu Xianglan, you broke my things today and hurt me. You need to pay for that. I won't pay you a dime. You shameless person. Wu Xianglan tried to attack her, but Lu Jiehua held her back and pulled her away. Meanwhile, Lu Chongzhu and Lu Sanjin rushed over, followed by Shou Jiao. They had already been told what happened here. The elderly couple looked embarrassed and didn't want to come, but they were afraid of something worse happening. Liang Monsong used to be tough to deal with. If their second son really slept with someone's wife, he might get beaten badly. Zhou Jiao was also surprised. Lu Suqin is a village sister a few years older than her. After she married in, she took good care of Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao also found out about Lu Suqin and Lu Jiehua's affair by accident. She had warned them already. Could they really have been caught in bed together in broad daylight? Wu Xianglan usually gets along well with Shou Jiao. In the original story, after Zhou Jiao became successful, she brought Lu Jiehua and Wu Xianglan along to get rich too. Once they had money, Lu Suqin and Wu Xianglan became even more reckless. Whenever Wu Xianglan felt wronged or challenged, she would go to Zhou Jiao to complain. Little did she know, Lu Suqin's status in Zhou Jiao's heart was much more important than hers, her own useless, brainless second sister-in-law. Zhenping happily held the children. Why was she holding Lu Mingkai to watch? She wanted him to see clearly that this scene was carefully planned by her, his mother. Her little one had suffered so much injustice from both families in his past life, and now she was paying back a little of that. Second sister-in-law, what are you doing? This is so embarrassing. If you say such things about second brother and sister Suqin, how will Yongqiang, Yongli, and the 2 children from Suqin's family survive? Listen to me, go back quickly, okay? Second sister-in-law, what are you causing? You're bringing shame to our old Lu family. Hurry up and go home, or you won't be allowed to enter the house anymore. What's all this fuss about? Second sister-in-law, what are you standing there for? Take your wife home. Usually, whenever Zhou Jiao and Wu Xianglan spoke, she would listen. But today, Wu Xianglan kept thinking about Zhenping's words whenever she saw Zhou Jiao. Jiao had known from the start, but she didn't tell herself. Since Zhou Jiao married into the family, she had always been kind to her, defending her everywhere. But she never expected that this person was ungrateful, a backstabber. It was a harsh, bloody, and cruel. Yesterday, she caught a cold and took a day off. Sorry for the delay in updates today. Thank you to everyone who reads my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please give me your support with votes, collections, and monthly votes. I am embarrassing myself? How am I embarrassing? The ones who are embarrassing are him, Lu Jiahe, and Lu Suqin, those 2 shameless people. Don't say I'm talking nonsense. Look at this. This is my thermos. I was worried someone at home might mistake it, so I specifically engraved a stone on the base. My brother from my family gave it to me. Back then, what did you say, Lu Jiahe? If it got broken or lost, where did it go? Did it end up in my mother's bed? Wu Xianglan pushed past everyone and stormed into Lu Suqin's house, holding up a green thermos to show everyone. Sure enough, there was a small, ugly dent on it. This made it impossible to deny. Lu Suqin's face went pale for a moment, but then quickly steadied herself. The scoundrel daughter-in-law was watching and sneered. Her own family was causing trouble too. Afraid her older and younger sisters would get beaten, she took the children and slipped out the door. She didn't notice Zhenping giving her a side glance. The theft of reputation was unpleasant. Zhou Jiao begged Lu Sanjin softly in her ear, "Mom, hurry and get the second sister-in-law to leave. If this keeps up and Jia Xian's boss finds out, how will she stay at her job?" Worried about her younger son's work, Lu Sanjin suddenly felt a shock and grabbed Wu Xianglan to go outside. Lu Jia, he was pulling her arm to drag her out. Yong Chang and Yong Li also ran over, crying as they saw their mother being treated like that. The children pushed Lu Jiahe, begging him to let go of Wu Xianglan. Feeling upset, embarrassed, and angry, along with the strange looks from others, Lu Jiahe lost his temper. He stepped forward and kicked Yongqiang. The kick was too strong, and Yongqiang lost his balance, falling to the ground and hitting his forehead on a stone. Blood immediately started to flow. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Even Lu Jiahe was shocked. That was his own son, and he felt heartbroken. But before he could run over, Wu Xianglan broke free from him. She ran a few steps to Yongqiang, hugged him, and cried loudly. Zhou Jiao went over, trying to get her to hold the child and leave quickly or see a doctor. Anyway, she just wanted her to stop causing trouble here. Second sister-in-law, Yongqiang is hurt. Let's go home quickly and get a doctor to see him. Yes, my dear grandson, let's go home right away. Lu Sanjin looked at Yongqiang's forehead wound with great concern. He reached out to pick him up, but Yongqiang kept crying loudly and kept trying to crawl into Wu Xianglan's arms.
Get lost.
Don't touch my son. Second sister-in-law, don't be upset. First, we need to see the child and get a doctor for him. That's the most important thing.
Slap.
Before Zhou Jiao finished speaking, her face was slapped to the side. Don't pretend to be kind. You've known about their dirty secrets for a long time. I've been good to you, helping you whenever you wanted something for my wife. And this is how you repay me? Zhou Jiao, compared to Lu Jiahe and Lu Suqin, you're the most disgusting person. Wu Xianglan hugged Yongqiang and ran away, with Yongli crying loudly behind her. Zhou Jiao felt wronged and covered her face, sobbing as she argued. Sniff, second sister-in-law, what are you talking about?
I don't know anything.
I didn't do anything. What do you think I am? Second sister-in-law. She covered her face with one hand and ran toward home. People who saw her just thought she was unlucky and approached Wu Xianglan. Lu Jiahe also felt ashamed and quickly ran back. Inside, he was still worried about Yongqiang. Lu Suqin saw the Lu family was about to leave and hurriedly stopped them. Hey, don't go. After causing so much trouble at my house, you want to leave just like that? No way. You broke so many things here and hurt me. Pay for the damages. If you don't, I will report you to the county government. You wicked woman. You've been scheming with my son, and now you think you're right? Lu Sanjin tremblingly pointed at Lu Suqin's face, wanting to scold her. Over the years, her reputation had always been excellent, but in the past 6 months, everything seemed to go wrong. She was completely downhearted, and all sorts of troubles from her family kept coming up. Who saw what and caught whom? Don't falsely accuse me just because you're talking nonsense. I tell you, I'm not afraid of you. If you don't pay today, don't even think about leaving. Lu Sanjin couldn't compete with someone who didn't care about her pride. She immediately looked at Liang Monsong. Monsong, what are you saying? Are you just going to watch your wife accuse others? Liang Monsong's eyes were very cold. He snorted and dragged his injured leg back into the house. His young son, Liang Ji, reached out to support him. His eldest daughter, Liang Jihong, looked at the people outside with a blank expression. It has nothing to do with my father. Don't ask him. After saying that, she shut the door tightly. The father and son seemed unfamiliar with Lu Suqin. Lu Suqin didn't care about their attitude. She reached out her hand for money. Lu Sanjin, angry and hopping, was worried that this woman might really cause trouble and disturb her younger son's work. She turned away, pulled out a pair of red shorts from her waist, tore a hole in them, and took out 3 yuan, which she threw at Lu Suqin. Then she quickly left. Shenmeng watched this with great interest. She happily hugged Lu Mingkai and headed home. She didn't think that Lu Yongqiang was hurt or that she felt guilty inside. She only remembered the suffering she endured with her pregnant belly, and just letting him bleed a little on the forehead was her kindness. On the way, she also learned about Lu Suqin and Liang Monsong from the gossip of others. It turned out that Liang Montong and Lu Suqin had once lived a good life together. But Lu Suqin was pretty and cheerful, often talking and joking with some men without hiding it. Liang Montong was unhappy but could only endure when he saw his wife upset. Later, when she was pregnant with her second child and demanding to eat meat during a cold winter, there were no meat tickets at home. Liang Montong went up the mountain to hunt, but he was unlucky and didn't catch any game. He also injured his leg, which left him with a lasting injury. He stayed in bed at home for more than half a year. Lu Suqin was disgusted and didn't want to get close to him. During this time, her daughter Jihong, still a small child, took care of him. She wanted a good life, but gradually, she started to associate with some men in the village. There is not really anyone causing trouble, just as Lu Suqin herself said. No one has caught her on the Kong, and without evidence, no one can accuse her. The village chief and the secretary have also come to warn her. Luckily, for the sake of the children, they advised her to be careful about her influence. But Lu Suqin still does as she pleases. Her reputation can't fill her stomach, and she can't buy good fabric or give her money. She believes she should live a good life. Zhenping, the mischievous girl, followed a few older women, eating a lot of melons, and her stomach was round and full. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with votes, collections, and monthly votes. After returning home, Lu Zhenping brought out the hot food from the stove for his mother and sister. He didn't ask about the old courtyard. Zhenping and Lu Mingkai continued eating, while he took some children and went up the mountain with a cart to cut firewood. Mom, I want to go up the mountain too. I want to catch birds. I think you want to fly to the sky. Today has been busy enough. Finish your meal and sleep honestly, or I'll spank you. Lu Mingkai, used to her sharp words but kind heart, wasn't afraid at all. He even pouted at her. Zhenping wanted to go into the space to enjoy hot pot, but since Lu Zhenping made the meal and kept it warm on the stove, she didn't want to waste it and ate some. In the afternoon, a cold north wind blew again. Zhenping didn't let Lu Zhenping take the children out. There was enough coal and charcoal at home to last a long time. She cut a few pears, put them in a kettle, and added some ice. The children sat around the table writing, and she didn't sleep either, carefully knitting with a scarf. Lu Zhenping looked at his book halfway through and then glanced at Zhenping before saying, "In a couple of days, I need to go to the county for a reunion with my comrades. Do you want to come with me?" "No, I won't go. When you meet your comrades, you'll probably be drinking. Besides, if we all go, what about the children? What will they eat at noon?" Mingyang paused his writing, looked up at them, and said, "The teacher said starting next week, children are not allowed to go home for lunch. The weather is too cold and snowy, so they should bring their own food or rice, and the teacher will help heat it at noon." Zhenping looked outside. It hadn't snowed yet, but it had rained several times. As long as she was outside, her hands would tremble from the cold. "All right, later you all take the rice and go. This morning, my mother packed it for you. Zhenping, I will go to the county town with you. We can also buy some raincoats and boots for the children for rain and snow. The kids can wear them when needed. There are umbrellas at home." She had wanted to take them from the space several times, but never had the chance. "Okay, I already asked someone to buy a few pairs of officer boots and thick scarves. They should arrive in a couple of days. Everyone in our family has a pair. My parents also got one. They are warm and sturdy, suitable for any weather." Lu Mingkai, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over and sat up. He looked drowsily at his father, sensing something. "Does the baby have one too?" "Yes, you do. You also have a little black hat." Lu Mingkai hesitated for a moment. "Thanks, Dad." Then he turned back to sleep. Haha, that naughty kid, he's always eager. He dreams about having good stuff. He wants to make sure he's not missing out. Who he follows is a mystery. When Lu Zhenping said this, he glanced at Zhenping, who smiled shyly, feeling guilty. She thought no one could be like me. "Thank you." Mingyang and Mingliang were already very happy just to have raincoats and boots. Unexpectedly, their father quietly arranged something big, officer boots. Probably very few in the whole commune have them. They felt very proud. Mingfeng saw her two brothers looking a bit distracted and quickly knocked on the table. She reminded them, learning is about focus. Being distracted wastes money. I need to watch over you guys.
All right.
If you're tired, rest for a while. The pear soup in the thermos is almost ready. Drink some and rest before reading again. Mother is so kind. Mother, you should rest too. As soon as she finished speaking, Mingyang put down his pencil and ran to the kitchen without even putting on his coat. Soon, he returned with a few enamel bowls, pouring large bowls for each of them. He then went to get some cold water, poured it into the kettle, and placed it on the coal stove. Some chores at home, they were willing to do themselves. Zhenping never stopped them. She didn't believe children from poor families should start working early, but they were grown up now. Some things needed to be learned from a young age, especially housework. She didn't want her future daughter-in-law to suffer. On the day they went to the county town, Zhenping dressed simply. She heard from Lu Zhenping that besides her, other military wives were also going. She just wanted to enjoy a good meal, let Lu Mingkai meet some people, and maybe take a walk afterward. She didn't want any trouble to happen. In the morning, she packed food for Mingyang's 3 children and, worried they might be hungry in the afternoon, she also put some cookies in their school bags before leaving. The road to the county was muddy and difficult. Neither of them chose to ride bikes. Instead, they sat on Uncle Gui's ox cart. There were others on the cart too. When they saw Zhenping and Lu Zhenping, they greeted them politely, and some even started chatting. They learned they were going to a veterans gathering, and everyone looked at Zhenping with envy. Someone saw Uncle Gui smiling happily and asked curiously, "Uncle Gui, what's so happy about?" Uncle Gui glanced at Lu Zhenping and his wife before replying, "We've separated the family. From now on, we'll live alone. Our sons have moved out. My wife and I will live with Xiang on our own." "Oh, that's good news. But is Xiang's wife willing? Would she be willing?" The 2 big houses now belong to them, and they get half of the food rations. The family's money and tickets are mostly theirs. The oldest and 3rd sons don't mind. They just want to live a good life in the future. In the past, Uncle Gui might have tried to hide this, but not now. His and his wife's only concern now is Xiang's marriage. As for Lu Xingchang and Huang Maochun, how they will live in the future is their own business. They act as if their son is no longer part of the family. He understands that the oldest and 3rd sons are feeling wronged. Luckily, he can still work on the ox cart for a couple more years. His wife has some savings, and this year's red bonus will go to support the oldest and 3rd sons. Life will get better eventually. Zhenping felt it wasn't that simple. Huang Maochun now had money and food tickets, and she was living alone. Things seemed okay now, but she knew that over time, life would be tough, and she'd have to work hard again. But she didn't say anything about this. Now that the family was separated, it was good for Uncle Gui, Auntie Ju, and Xiang. She was just waiting for Xiang and Xiaobin to have a clear outcome. The gathering was at a state-run restaurant. When Lu Zhenping and his wife arrived, 2 tables were already full of people, and the food hadn't been served yet. They were chatting happily. Qin Hao, who had sharp eyes, saw Lu Zhenping and his wife enter the restaurant and quickly stood up, waving to them. "Over here in the peaceful area." "Oh, you brought a little one too. Sister-in-law has also arrived. Come, sit down." He spoke loudly, drawing everyone's attention toward the entrance. At the dining table, a fashionable woman with a charming face and bright eyes looked over, but her gaze flashed with a hint of disdain when she looked at Zhenping. "Captain Lu, it's been so long since I last saw you."
Cheers.
"Captain Lu, is this your young son? He looks lively and just like you. Little one, maybe you should join the army like your dad someday? Let me hold him. He looks so adorable." A group of people chattered excitedly. Lu Mingkai had never seen such a lively scene before and felt a bit uncomfortable, nervously glancing at Zhenping. "Don't be afraid, son. These uncles and aunts like you. Would you like to play with them?"
"Yes."
His sweet voice instantly melted everyone's hearts. Several people eagerly wanted to hold him. Some of the women were fellow military wives who looked at their own husband's behavior with some discomfort. When at home, their children wanted to be held, but they wouldn't move much. Now, outside, they happily fought to hold others' children. Zhenping was a skilled socializer. She had learned early on to read the room. After sitting down, she smiled at the military wives. Since they were all wives of soldiers, she didn't want to offend anyone. Plus, her own husband had mentioned earlier that Lu Zhenping was a leader in the military and took good care of them. The wives also smiled back, so she didn't want to make things awkward. Really, when we're at home, the kids want their dad to hold them, but he never does. Now that we're out, he's so popular. She looked at Lu Zhenping with a hint of envy, and he raised an eyebrow, pretending not to notice. Her words touched a nerve, and soon some of the wives nodded in agreement. Exactly. My girl keeps talking about her dad. Finally, her dad retired and came home, but he's so busy he hardly has time to hold her. It's so sad. Haha, it's clear that she's a good wife and mother, taking care of everything at home. No wonder she can focus on her work outside. While chatting, Zhenping stood up to pour tea from a water jug. When she called herself a girl, the women's faces lit up with happiness. Women always felt young and happy when they heard someone younger and prettier call themselves a girl. Wow, how old are you? Call me sister, I'm already 30.
Huh.
Sister, don't fool me. I look only in my early 20s. Although I've been living in the countryside for years, I still have good eyes. Hearing this, the person was even happier. Others saw that Zhenping had made a small joke and didn't mind. The tense atmosphere just now disappeared, and a few women started talking about children. The men also began reminiscing about the past. Lu Zhenping was worried that Zhenping and the others wouldn't get along, but now he realized he had worried too much. Zhenping and the other military wives were chatting happily. At another table, someone suddenly snorted with laughter. The women dressed more elegantly looked down on the other table's military wives. Some of them had real jobs, and others were studying hard to get into university. Rumors about going to Beijing had already started, and they believed the college entrance exam would be restored soon, with official news coming soon. Most of them were from the city and looked down on the countryside manners and loud voices. Hearing about things like sleeping on a bed or bathroom habits, they felt it was embarrassing. Have you seen the Japanese movie The Glamorous Family? It's amazing. Yes, I've seen it. It's really good. I should watch it again. What do you think about the relationship between Feuerbach, Hegel, Kant's philosophical ideas, and Marx's dialectical materialism? It's hard to explain in one sentence. Are you a reporter? You talk to many scholars. Maybe you can tell us what you think. The military wives at Zhenping's table blushed when they heard the discussion. They knew that the people over there were doing it on purpose. Before, they had been like that, feeling superior just because they had studied a few more years than others. Zhenping also quietly shut her mouth and even loudly asked the waiter, "Hello, comrade. Do you have dumplings or wontons today? If you can't cook yourself, why wait? If you can't afford it, don't come." The waiter was rude and snapped at Zhenping, then turned away. The woman she was chatting with suddenly looked teary. They were all the same kind of people. Why look down on others? The girl who had been staring at Lu Zhenping looked happy. "Captain Lu, your wife looks very hungry. Maybe you should order her some dumplings or wontons first. If she calls the waiter again later, she might start a fight." "No need." Lu Zhenping took Lu Mingkai into his arms and placed him on his lap. He understood that Zhenping wouldn't sit like that without reason. Even if his wife wasn't very educated, she was smart. He wouldn't let her be taken advantage of. The girl felt happier hearing this. Lu Zhenping was good-looking and capable. When she visited her brother in the army, she immediately liked him. After learning he was married, she felt sad for a long time. Luckily, someone told her that Lu Zhenping's wife was just a naive country girl. Not only was she outspoken, but she also didn't get along well with Lu Zhenping. Now, seeing this, she believed it was true. She thought, how could such a good man like Lu Zhenping be desired by a simple rural girl? "Mingkai, I have some here. Do you want to eat? If you do, come to Annie's place, okay?" Lu Mingkai looked at the fruit in her hand and frowned in disgust. The fruits at home were kept in the cupboard by his mother, and he and his siblings were tired of them. Plus, this ugly auntie kept winking at his dad like she was sick. He definitely didn't want to go near her. "No, I won't eat. My mom said not to take things from strangers. They might be poison. Bad people trick kids like that," he said. The girl's face stiffened, and she awkwardly smiled at Lu Zhenping. "Sorry, brother Zhenping. I didn't mean anything bad. I don't understand why Minkai would think that." Lu Zhenping's face darkened. He didn't want to say anything. He couldn't even remember who this person was or why she called him brother. He looked at Shen with concern. But the girl felt proud inside, thinking Lu Zhenping was angry because Shen hadn't taught the child well. "Pingping, don't cause trouble. When you came, what did your brother say to you?" Shen Yi looked a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Lu Zhenping. He had been under the captain's command for many years and could tell what the captain meant. As for his sister, she must have lost her mind and fallen for the captain, who was married and much older. "Don't be angry, brother. I just wanted to give the kid an apple. Besides, brother Zhenping and sister Shen didn't say anything wrong. Why are you mad?" "Exactly, Shen Yi. What are you doing? We finally got together, and it's nice to chat happily. Pingping hasn't changed after all these years, still like a kid. I think she should go to school. Minkai is old enough. If they were in the city, he'd be in preschool. He should learn and understand things, not be illiterate." Shen Meng's eyelid twitched. Oh, isn't she implying something about her again? No, surely not. Shen Pingping sipped her tea calmly. Seeing that the group who had been happily chatting with Shen Meng just now had all fallen silent, even Shen Meng lowered her head and pursed her lips. "I want to go talk to my mother. This place smells bad."
What?
Lu Mingkai's father seemed not to understand and raised his voice. "Dad, Auntie smells bad here. Baby's nose itches. I want to sit with Mom." "Okay." The father and son's words made the few educated people at the table look uncomfortable. They had dressed up carefully for this reunion, especially Shen Pingping, who had even powdered herself heavily. Who would have thought a little kid would say she smells bad? That was hard to accept. "Brother Zhenping, you have more time during this visit. Stay home and spend more time with the kids. They still need their father's company. I'm not saying your wife is not a good teacher, but the habits from the countryside aren't good and could affect the children's growth." "Yes, Captain Lu, actually, you could have taken your wife and kids to join the army earlier. You've always missed chances and should think about yourself more." When Shen Pingping heard the military wife next to her speak like that, she immediately became anxious. "You can't say that. Joining the army is good, but brother Zhenping is in the military. The mission is the most important. If sister Shen Meng and the kids are always worried about family matters, it's not good. I think it's better for them to stay in the countryside. The military has support staff, and brother Zhenping isn't left without care. Why should he go and be a burden?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing." Shen Yi's face darkened. His foolish sister. Does she not realize? The atmosphere was lively just now, but now few people were talking. She was like a cunning fox, pretending to be an old mountain witch. Did she think others didn't see her intentions? Lu Zhenping's eyelids twitched. Qin Hao kept nudging his arm, signaling him to speak quickly. He needed to clear his name, or else if his sister-in-law caused trouble later, the scene would be hard to handle. Anyway, Shen Pingping was Shen Yi's sister, just a young girl. No need to argue with her. Qin Hao saw that he kept silent and just chuckled a few times, trying to lighten the mood. Everyone could tell that Shen Pingping was deliberately making things uncomfortable for Shen Meng. It was hard enough to organize the gathering, and she had to stir trouble. He felt annoyed and said, "It's just a reunion of old comrades, bringing along some women." "Sister-in-law, I heard from Zhenping that you have 3 children, 2 of whom are from your eldest uncle's family. Your parents-in-law are old and not in good health, and you also have a younger uncle and aunt. Your husband has been in the army for years, and the family's allowances for food and expenses aren't enough. Luckily, you work tirelessly, earning labor points, weaving cloth, and raising chickens to take good care of everyone at home. I wasn't lying earlier. You may not look as young as before, but you are very beautiful. Every time your husband talks about you, he feels very grateful, Also, this little sister-in-law, I heard you were quite shy when you got married. When Zhenping and the others attended your wedding, you didn't dare look up at them. But after your husband was injured and retired from the army, you took on the family's heavy responsibilities. You turned your gentle nature into a fierce protector, and no one in the village dares to bully your family. I just saw your husband stand up and walk a few steps, and he didn't look injured at all. It's clear you take good care of him. The two military wives called out felt a bit embarrassed. They hadn't expected their quiet husband at home to speak so highly of them to others without their knowing. They felt touched, knowing their efforts are appreciated meant more than money or good food. It made them feel at ease. This sister-in-law looks special. She must be Qin's wife, right? I was hospitalized recently, and you helped me by making porridge. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Qin Hao's wife is a librarian and an educated woman. She's modest and polite. She thought Zhenping was very considerate in her words and actions, much better than the others around her. Plus, her husband often mentioned how much Lu Zhenping took care of him, so she naturally treated Zhenping with respect. It's nothing. Qin Hao often says that Captain Lu took good care of him in the army and was very friendly. I just did what I could, no need for thanks. No, we're all military wives. If you help me, I have to thank you. All right, I accept your thanks. The two women exchanged smiles, and everyone else felt relieved, especially those highly educated people. Zhenping shifted everyone's thoughts from awkwardness to emotion. The atmosphere improved a lot, but Lu Zhenping understood that she had tried several times to stop him from speaking, clearly trying to cause trouble. Zhenping had wanted to speak multiple times, but was stopped by her older brother. She felt very upset. Just then, the dishes started arriving one after another. She finally saw her chance. Hey, Sister Zhenping, I specially ordered these dumplings for you. They're just right for Mingkai to eat. I ordered a lot, so you should eat more later. Such good food, you probably can't get it at home. Today is a good chance. Lu Zhenping frowned and suddenly put down his chopsticks with a loud bang. Everyone was startled. Zhenping's face was full of a mocking smile when she talked about Zhenping, but now her smile froze on her face. Zhenping, what are you doing? Don't scare the young girl. Ping, don't be afraid.
He's like that.
At home, I give birth to his children, take care of the elderly, and handle chores. He can't stand anyone criticizing me. But I agree with you. When we were in the countryside, we rarely ate such good food. It's not just me. Everyone here, including the men, when they were in the army probably didn't eat dumplings every day. I've said a lot, and smart people probably understand. If there's anyone confused, I'll make it clear. We are all military wives, just ordinary people. There's no high or low status. You are intellectuals talking about things we don't understand, politics, movies, fashion, or romantic poetry. We are from the countryside, talking about how to raise chubby children, weave more coarse cloth, earn extra work points, save a little from every meal, and respect the elders to fill the children's stomachs. Think from their perspective. We are all in our 20s, full of youth. When you sit in warm classrooms, we, barefoot, are working hard in the dirt for ourselves, our husbands, our children, and our families. Of course, I don't mean to say you don't work hard. You work hard, earn your fruits of labor, stay positive, and keep learning. That's admirable. But we live by the rules, doing our own thing, and don't want to intrude into your world, nor do we want to be the objects of your ridicule, mockery, or discussion. Comrade Zhenping, do you understand? Zhenping's words stunned everyone. Her speech was truly eye-opening. Several of the military wives who had come from the countryside welled up with tears. Thank you to everyone who reads my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support me with your votes, favorites, and monthly tickets. Some of them have followed the military, some have visited relatives, and others have attended several reunions of old comrades. They are often teased or discussed for how they speak, act, eat, or even drink water. If their husbands could support them and stand by their side, that would be great. But some husbands come home and still complain about their wives. This makes them feel frustrated inside. After so many years of hard work, they wonder what it's all for. But Zhenping spoke the words they all wanted to say. These are things they wanted to say, but didn't know how. Girl, you speak so well. I've been meaning to say that too, but I didn't know how to put it. Me too, me too. I used to go to gatherings with my husband Lao Chong. People say I chew loudly when I eat, or that I drink water like an old ox. They even say I burp or, who doesn't burp or, if she doesn't, she must be a saint. Haha. Oh, stop talking about these rough things. We don't want to get teased again later. Hee, I just wanted to express my thoughts. Captain Liu has good taste. I really like you, Xiaoming. Everyone started chatting excitedly. The group of educated women next to Qin Hao's wife looked a little red in the face because they had thought the same thing before. Shenmeng's words made several of them feel guilty and uncomfortable. They had been soldiers for years and forgot about their hard-working wives at home. Without their care, how could they feel at ease serving in the army? A few military wives looked at their own husbands and saw the guilt and tenderness in their eyes. They felt even happier about Shenmeng. Zhenping's face turned pale when she was criticized. She didn't expect a woman from the countryside to speak so well and convincingly. Sai why, brother? I think my leg is going to turn blue from your pinching. Zhenping, I warn you, don't speak anymore. If you want to stay, just quietly finish this meal. If you don't want to stay, then leave quickly and don't embarrass me anymore. Shani smiled and leaned close to Zhenping's ear, whispering. Zhenping also realized that Shenmeng was not someone to mess with. Plus, Liu Zhenping looked obviously angry. She decided not to say anything more. With so many people around, Liu Zhenping was trying to help her, and some words were not suitable to say openly. She could only sadly close her mouth and say nothing. Her teasing and resentful gaze made Liu Zhenping almost lose his appetite. Several times, he turned his head to look at Shenmeng to feel better inside. Lu Mingkai ate a few dumplings, then clumsily used his chopsticks to feed Shenmeng one, earning praise as a good child. Shenmeng took a bite and thought the taste was good. She planned to buy a few more to bring home for Mingyang and the children to try. The troublemaker didn't speak, and the meal went much better. After eating, everyone took their ration tickets and money to settle the bill. Shenmeng and Liu Zhenping were the last to leave. When most people had gone, she turned back to ask the waiter for 3 portions of cabbage and pork dumplings. These dumplings are quite tasty. Buy some to take home for Mingyang, and the others to try. Okay. By the way, Qin Hao just told me that the officer's boots I ordered have arrived. He'll help me deliver them to the supply and marketing cooperative later. Let's go home together later. Mingkai is already sleepy. All right. Qin Hao waited outside the supply and marketing cooperative for a while. Besides handing him a sack, he also gave him a small bag and a circle of money tickets. Here, these are for you to help deliver to Li Jun and Dainyu and the others.
Got it.
Qin Hao had seen Shenmeng before, but they weren't close. He didn't expect her to be so eloquent. He nudged Liu Zhenping with his elbow. Hey, I didn't expect your wife to be so talkative. Didn't you say she never went to school? But I think she knows more than some who did. You didn't see how those military wives, who always act so proud, looked when she said those words. I didn't see anything. Have I not been there? Qin Hao rolled his eyes at him. TCH, what are you talking about? Your eyes are practically glued to your wife. So many old comrades are talking to you, but you seem deaf. You don't hear a thing. Anyway, your wife is right. Being a military wife isn't easy. Seeing my wife, I feel sorry for her. I need to visit my mother-in-law later. She makes the noodles my wife loves best. I have to bother her for a bit. Get lost. Seeing you just annoys me. Liu Zhenping couldn't stand others showing off their wives in front of him. He hadn't even started yet. Shenmeng bought 3 pairs of rain boots, 3 raincoats, 2 bags of milk powder, and 4 bottles of malted milk at the supply and marketing cooperative. She also bought 4 boxes of peach cookies. The weather was never short of apples and oranges. Even these things, the sisters-in-law from the Li family and the Dainyu family probably wouldn't be willing to buy. When she was at the state-run restaurant, she remembered the 2 people she called out, and they were her. Liu Zhenping was at home, and she remembered both sides. She kept in mind, Mom, these are for the family, these are for the family. Mom knows. These are for the older brothers and sisters. It's not a waste of money. Don't worry. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, she bent down to pack things and took out a piece of dark blue corduroy fabric from the space. It was just enough for 2 families, 1/2 each, enough to make clothes. Why did you buy so many things? Look, this whole bag is for the 2 sisters-in-law. You can take it. Zhenping looked at Zhenping, who seemed a bit surprised, and said helplessly, "You often talk about how hard life is for Li Jun and Dinyo's families, especially Dinyo's family, which has 3 children to raise. After they retired from the army, their parents told them to live separately. I know that during the years I sent things to Mingyang and others, Li Jun and Dinyo also sent some. I remember. Every item here is double. You can give it to them. I also paid about 30 yuan for a piece of cloth, 50 meters long. You can split it between the 2 families. Li Jun's family has many people, so you can give them 2 more meters. Send it over when it gets dark, and tell them to hide some, so they don't attract others' attention." Zhenping looked at Zhenping with shining eyes. He was thinking about how difficult life was for Li Jun and Dinyo's families because most of his comrades had jobs arranged for them, either through the army or other arrangements. Only Dinyo was retired due to injury, and Li Jun was still waiting for an arrangement. But he didn't expect Zhenping to be so thoughtful, preparing all these old things, food, clothes, and daily necessities. Hee, wife, I made you spend so much. Zhenping chuckled, reached out to pinch his ear, and leaned close to him. It's not spending. But I really want to know, when you went home, you clearly said you gave me all your money. So, what did you use to buy those old-style military boots and the big woolen scarf? Zhenping. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. Updates are every night at 10 p.m. Please recommend votes, collections, and monthly votes. Thank you so much. Zhenping explained that he didn't actually have money for these things. His comrades in Haiqing heard he wanted to buy them and bought them at the friendship store. When he went home to ask his wife for money, his comrades even teased him a bit. Zhenping cannot fully understand these feelings of camaraderie, but she is willing to show more care. When Uncle Guai was coming with a bullock cart, he saw 2 burlap sacks in front of them. He let out a small surprised sound but didn't say anything. They had greeted Uncle Guai, so he only made an extra trip in the afternoon to pick them up. Zhenping handed Uncle Guai 50 cents and a lunchbox. What is this? We had a gathering of comrades today. There was a dish of braised fish that was too salty, so not many people ate it. I just cleaned it up a bit. Our 2 families will share it equally. Hearing this, Uncle Guai was immediately happy. He took a look and saw the fish, which was already frozen, smelled fragrant with a hint of fishiness. There were 2 holes poked with chopsticks, so he felt at ease and put it away. Country folks don't have many formalities and eat quite well. Uncle Guai was happy to see Zhenping and his wife come out to eat and still think of their family. On the way back, the old cow's tail was flicking loudly, not at all like when they first came to the county town, feeling distressed. The old cow felt uneasy inside. It ran desperately against the cold wind, trying to lessen its suffering. Zhenping also realized why he kept poking the fish with chopsticks when preparing it. When the couple returned home, it was already dark. Zhenping just opened the yard gate and asked Zhenping to carry the things inside. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaxing hurried over anxiously. Big brother, sister-in-law, come to my house quickly. Ming Fong and Ming Liang fell into the river. They are lying on my Kong now. Zhenping and Zhenping were startled. They locked the door and hugged Lu Mingkai, rushing toward Lu Jiaxing's house. Ming Fong was curled up in Xie Jinghao's arms, looking very weak. The other, Lu Mingliang, who was in another quilt, was now somewhat recovered and looked at Ming Fong with worry. Mingyang stood by the edge of the Kong, his face grim. Did he glance at the lousy daughter-in-law? How can you be so cruel? How could you do such a thing to the children? Have you ever thought that if something happened, my older brother and sister-in-law wouldn't forgive you? The lousy daughter-in-law lifted her eyelids and looked at her, saying, My brother is a soldier.
He's on leave now.
Can he fight with the villagers? If there's a trouble, it will be reported. He won't get away with it. Moreover, She knew very well what kind of person her husband and parents-in-law were. Not getting away with it? Today I want to see how they could bully my children like this. Do they still think they can live peacefully? When the people inside heard Shenmeng's voice, they immediately looked outside. Mingfang's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and her once bright spirit also dimmed. Their changes didn't attract much attention, as they had just suffered a lot of unfairness. Hearing their mother's voice suddenly, feelings of grievance and fear were natural. Only Mingyang knew that their bad behavior was just an excuse to pretend to be pitiful to their mother. Seeing the rough-looking daughter-in-law, Shenmeng was quite surprised. She took Mingfang from Xie Jinghao's arms and held her tightly. She also touched Mingliang. Seeing the two children, she felt very heartbroken.
How are you?
Are you feeling better? If I knew you had an accident, I wouldn't have gone to the county town. Are you cold, Mingfang? And Mingliang, are you feeling better? Second brother, sister, does it hurt? Baby is giving you hugs, giving hugs to brother too. Lu Zhenping held Lu Mingkai and stood by the Kong. The small brick house suddenly felt very cramped. The women inside confirmed the children were fine, so he put Lu Mingkai on the ground and turned to leave. Mingfang snuggled in Shenmeng's arms, smelling her mother's sweet scent. She pouted and said, "I'm feeling better, Mom. Don't worry. Luckily, Aunt you saved us." Although she wasn't held in her mother's arms now, her mother's look just now made her feel very happy inside. Hearing her sister's words, Lu Mingliang also agreed. Little brother, don't cry. Big brother and sister are fine now. Everything's okay. Lu Mingkai leaned his small head against Lu Mingliang's arm, looking very sad. Thank you for saving my son and daughter, but what do you mean just now? What do you mean by letting Lu Zhenping get away with it? Yushueli took a sip of hot water from a porcelain cup and said, "These past few days, the rascal often leaves early and returns late. I thought he was visiting someone, but it turns out he was scouting the area. He didn't take anything from your house, but after leaving, he was mocked. Of course, he wanted revenge. Since he didn't dare come after you too, he decided to target the children. He's a fool. He told Detzi about it, and I overheard Detzi mention it by accident. Just as I was about to call you, I realized you weren't home. I was worried something might happen if I went late, so I went myself. When I arrived, Mingfang was already struggling in the river. Mingliang and Mingyang are strong, but they can't fight an adult. Mingliang was pushed and got soaked. Luckily, Mingyang held him back so I could pull Mingliang out and then go save Mingfang.
My in-laws know about this.
They're just troublemakers. If your husband dares to go confront them, they will definitely report him to the county government." After finishing, Mingfang looked up with a bright smile at Shenmeng and said, "Mom, I'm fine. No need to fight him. The rascal is a bad guy, but we shouldn't let Dad get into trouble. Mom, I'm fine too. I'm feeling great now, full of energy. I could even climb a mountain and catch a big tiger," Lu Mingliang said, trying to get out of bed, but Shenmeng quickly scolded him back. "Zhenping, go ride your bike to my parents' house and bring my parents, older brother and sister-in-law, second brother and sister-in-law here. Also, tell them what happened, how our grandson and granddaughter almost got thrown into the river and drowned. Ask if they care."
Okay.
"All right, sister-in-law, I'll go right now." After Shenmeng and the others left, she suddenly turned around and looked coldly at Yushueli, making her face stiffen. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong?" Seeing the still calm woman, Shenmeng had to admire her. She used to only watch out for the main characters, but she didn't expect that in this small Lu village, there are so many clever people. The rascal's wife, like the rascal himself, was usually disliked and looked down upon. The whole family was lazy, not eager to work, always rushing to get grain, and always trying to take advantage when they could. When working, you could never find a single person. Shenmeng had often seen the rascal's wife, but never paid her much attention. Who would have thought she was secretly plotting against her? "Tell me, what do you want to do?" The scornful wife looked at Shenmeng with confusion, frowned, and shook her head as if she didn't understand what she was saying. "I didn't mean to do anything wrong."
What do you mean by that?
"Yushueli, you're smart and I'm not stupid. Honest people speak plainly. Just tell me your real goal." There's no point in beating around the bush. You have no say in the Su family. Even if they want to take advantage of my ignorance and Lu Zhenping to bully the 3 children, they can't hide it from you. So, whatever the scoundrels plan to do, you already know. Why did you come so suddenly? I think you must have been following us all along. Yu Xueli, I've said enough. Are you going to speak now? Ming Yang, Ming Liang, and Ming Feng all felt very grateful to Yu Xueli for saving them. Even though her reputation was not good before, and she had her stubborn moments, they genuinely believed she was a kind person because she saved their lives. They felt a natural closeness to her. But their mother's words clearly didn't mean that. She had deliberately saved them, and this kind of deception made the 3 children immediately glare at her angrily. Even Xie Jinghao, who had spoken kindly to her before, now frowned deeply. Why did you do it? They're still so young. If something serious had happened, you and the scoundrel would both end up in jail. Aren't you afraid? You're a mother. How could you do such a thing? Yu Xueli smiled sadly and looked up at Shenmeng. As I thought, someone with a bad reputation all her life suddenly does a good deed, and no one wants to believe it. Do as you like. Anyway, your children are fine. I'm leaving now. As she was about to get off the bed, Shenmeng pulled her back and said, as a mother, I think it's normal to have these thoughts. Look, you were misunderstood and you didn't even bother to explain. How can I blame you? Besides, even if I guessed wrong, I believe most of what I think is right. Yes, you're right. The Su family looks down on me. They even didn't hide the fact that they hit other people's children. At first, I didn't want to get involved. I can't even protect my own children, so I had no energy to care about others' kids. But my son is not a good person. He follows the bad example of the Su family. He's been a troublemaker since he was young. I only have 2 poor daughters. After Lizzie left, I was very worried. I thought, forget it. You and Lu Zhenping are not easy to deal with. If they find out about this, they can't escape punishment. But I didn't expect Detzi to pull Dia, his own sister, and threaten her by the water jar, saying if he was upset, he would drown Dia.
I was so scared at that moment.
After saving Dia, I ran straight home from school. I didn't come to find you because I knew you had gone to the county town. I thought if I ran faster, I could save Ming Yang and the others. When the time comes, I will be grateful for your help, and maybe you will help me a little. While saying this, Yu Xueli's voice trembled. At first, I really didn't want to get involved. I and my 2 daughters had a hard life living in the Su family. If I offended Lizzie again, I couldn't imagine what would happen to us in the future. I was really scared. What do you want me to do for you? Divorce. I want to divorce Lizzie and take Dia and Xiaoya away. I want to have a simple thatched house in Lijiakan, enough for us 3 women to live in. Shenmeng frowned but didn't speak. I didn't expect Yu Xueli to ask for this. Not just in Lijiakan, but in the whole county, few women dare to ask for a divorce. These days, women who suffer grievances usually hold it in. Many women in the village are mistreated. Take Sister Manhwa, for example. Not only is she mistreated by her sister-in-law and mother-in-law, but her own husband also sometimes hits her. I am the 3rd child at home. I attended school for 2 days. I used to be an active and outstanding member of the production team. There's something you probably don't know. Zhao Wei, who works under Lu Zhenping, and I were arranged to marry. We were almost set to get married. Not long after, rumors spread that I was involved with Su Daqiang from Lijiakan and that I was pregnant. People said I was willing to be low and humble, that I should be a good military wife, but instead secretly slept with a rough guy. They also said I wanted Zhao Wei to be a fool. My parents looked down on me and cut ties with me. I had no family to turn to, so Su's family often bullied me. I didn't give up. I just ignored what others said. Things were already like this, so I kept going. I worked hard to earn more work points, hoping to live a better life. After a year, I realized it was useless. Su's family was rotten from the inside. No matter how hard I tried, it didn't help. Gradually, I became known as someone who was sneaky, lazy, and always trying to take advantage. After Yu Xueli finished speaking, the room was silent. Shenmeng and Xie Jinghao didn't say anything. They could almost imagine how a bright, hard-working, and cheerful girl like her was ruined by Su Daqiang and those baseless rumors. Besides divorce and the two girls, what else do you want?
Zhenping asked.
Yu Shuali shook her head. It was already incredible that she could divorce and take her two daughters with her. She dared not think of anything else. She just hoped that the Su family would cut all ties with her completely. Zhenping thought for a moment and then asked, "You said that the rough guy has a sweetheart. Who is she? Who else could it be?" Lu Suqin. No wonder she saw Lu Suqin being beaten that day and showed that kind of expression. Yu Shuali, your story really moves people. But divorce isn't so easy to get. I can't promise I can do it. Let's discuss it later, Zhenping said. She was already happy to hear this answer. Even if she couldn't get a divorce, she felt confident. No matter when, Zhenping and Lu Zhenping would remember today's events. If they ever become successful, her older and younger daughters would have more chances to live better lives. Zhenping looked at her unsteady back and said, "When you go home later, you might get hit. I will ask the village head, the secretary, and the women's director to come. You should understand what to say when they arrive." Yu Shuali paused for a moment and then nodded. Inside, Xie Jinghao waited until she left, then couldn't help but sniffle twice. As women, she understood Yu Shuali's pain. Over the years, the Su family had treated her badly, and she had seen it herself. But in the countryside, men often hit women. If someone was kinder and more reasonable, they might try to advise them. However, in the family of the beggar, almost no one went there. Plus, people didn't think highly of the beggar's wife. Watching her get beaten was just entertainment for them. No one wanted to waste time trying to stop it. Even if someone did, it would only make things worse, like pouring oil on the fire. Ming Fong, Ming Liang, my poor good grandson, what kind of plague has struck him? Why is he being bullied like this?
Come on, let's go to Grandpa and Grandma.
Today, I must smash his pot. Thanks to my friends for reading my work. I update every night at 10 o'clock. Please support with votes, collections, and monthly tickets. Please, please keep supporting.